372 nanometers, that's 14,000 billionths of an inch thick. It can only be seen with an electron microscope. Made of safe edible starch for medical drug delivery and porous bandages that let moisture in and keep bacteria out. It's up for dinner in just a second. However, only one problem.
I can't see it.
Follow me at Chicapalvo on X and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
The sharpest football contest show in the land, the Las Vegas Football Contest Show, focuses on Circus Sports Million, Circus Survivor, and the Westgate Super Contest, handicapping the games and releasing our contest picks every week of the season. With two former Super Contest winners, Grady Cannon and James Salinas, a former NFL player, Mike Pritchard, and over $1 million in contest prize money won combined, the Las Vegas Football Contest Show will have you prepared this season like none other.
SportsRage tonight.
I don't want to be the guy that says what I saw last, but how the hell do you bet on Sam Darnold going to Los Angeles? I mean, this ghost. This guy lives in a haunted house. He saw some ghosts last night, bro. The Vikings like to blitz the crap out of you. Yeah, good luck blitzing Matt Stafford, because he's never seen a blitz before, right? And they can't change their system. It is what it is.
It's SportsRage tonight with Gabe Morency. Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 Pacific. On the SportsGrid Radio Network. Remember the good old days when you could only get AM or FM on your car's radio? No? Well, shut up. We're not that old. You're home of the winning edge. Whether you assign a button to us or not. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Scumbags!
Rage! Sports Rage with Gabe Morency. Rage all you want.
Let's roll. This is Sports Rage. I am Gabriel Morency. The pimps, the players, the hustlers, the people that busted up, and everybody else in between. Let's do this thing. We're back for another round. We were with you for the Orange Bowl. Now we're breaking it down for the Cotton Bowl. And we will have one final live college football broadcast for the national championship game on Monday, January the 20th. But we've got Texas. We've got Ohio State coming up, going off the board in a couple of moments' time. There has been live movement today in this football game. Not with the side, but with the total. The total's down to 51.5. And I thought I had this big, smart play getting in on there'll be more points scored in this football game than the game last night. And there was 51 points scored in the game last night. Now it's 51.5. So in other words, I have the over this game at minus 170. The book got the best of me on this one. Sometimes when something looks too good to be true in the sports betting world, it is. All right, so countdown to kickoff is on. We're already on the over this football game. So I like the over too. So it's not like, I'm stuck and I need this game to go over. I think there will be points scored in this game. I think we're going to get into the mid 50s, high 50s or so. 27, 27, 26, 28, 27, 27, 26, 30, 27, 31, 27, whatever, in that sort of upper 50s territory. So I think the game's going to go over the number, but I'll share the plays that I put in. And we did pretty well last night. We lost the total itself, but we hit the teasers. We did very well with the player props, and we look to keep it going this evening. Let's start off with the long field goal. I'm just going to go. You're sort of getting my plays in backwards order. Like, these are the last plays that I just put in right now, so we're going to go all the way down to the start. Long field goal, over 40.5 once again. We love this. We love playing the long field goal in the NFL. This is in an NFL stadium. Weather's not a factor. The Ohio State kicker's okay. He was good. He's normally good. He choked in the Michigan game, but he's usually pretty good. Although I don't know. I think Texas kicker would be the one to do it. Really, I don't know if Ohio State's going to try a long field goal. They might just be scoring. But I could see Texas trying a long field goal. They trust their kickers. They trust him, especially on this track. Hell, we saw last night the kids were making 41-yarders. 40.5 is not asking for a lot, so we're going over 40.5. Travion Wisner. Now I know why Brent Beard just kept on calling him Quinn last night. Quinn Wisner, Travion. I'm not in the mood. We're tired, all right? Been a long 24 hours here. Running back, Wisner, over. It was 57.5. It's up to 62.5 right now. But I think Texas will be able to run the football. on Ohio State. That's why I like the Texas Longhorns plus the points. Wisner, over 62.5. Jaden Blue, Texas Longhorn wide receiver, over 13.5 yards. So basically, we just got to hope for a couple of catches from Jaden Blue over 13.5 yards. The star wide receiver on Texas is Matthew Golden. His receiving yard prop is 64.5, more than manageable in my opinion. We're going to go over the 64.5. Golden. Let's hope the pick is Golden. Over 64.5. You know we're playing Jeremiah Smith. Yeah, I'm on Texas, but I'm not an idiot. Well, that actually could be debated. Jeremiah Smith, over 85.5 receiving yards. The kid's a monster. He's better than Marvin Harrison Jr. Like, it's the thing with Ohio State. Their next players are always seemingly better than the last ones. It's kind of annoying. The ESPN game day crew are giving their picks, and these guys are always captain shock. So Dez goes, Dez hasn't made his pick yet. Dez, Ohio State. Nick Saban, Ohio State. I'm going to say Pat's going to go with the Longhorns. He'll think outside the box. He's showing off his cowboy boots right now. But whatever. These guys are generally wrong all the time. So I'm going to, hopefully they're all on Ohio State here. But so we've got Smith, over 85.5. This is a wild same-game parlay that we played. It was just basically all of our touchdown scores put together at 60-1. Jeremiah Smith to score a touchdown. Wisner to score the first touchdown. Trevion Henderson to score a touchdown. And Matthew Golden to score a touchdown is 60-1. So we played Golden to score a touchdown. Golden is plus 150 to score a touchdown. Trevion Henderson to score a touchdown. Running back, Ohio State, minus 125. Wisner, plus 550, first touchdown score. Wisner, plus 550. Texas Longhorns scored the first touchdown of the game, and it's going to be their running back, I say. I wish I was getting more than plus 550 for seemingly what seems like a ballsy pick. Jeremiah Smith to score a touchdown, minus 163. Texas Longhorns plus the points. And I got a teaser, Notre Dame plus 11, under 55.5, and over 43 in this game tonight. And I need this game to be higher scoring than the Notre Dame game. So in other words, I need this game to go over the number. Cam Stewart's going to step up and in on the other side with his picks. Countdown to kickoff is on. Let's roll.
Being a SportsGrid listener doesn't make life perfect, but it'll do till perfect comes along. We're the home of the winning edge. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. Carver and Lisi.
Giggles Carver.
I mean,
Giggles
Joe,
Carver.
Here
it is.
Come on, man. I mean, what? You're out with the syndicate crew.
I got it right there.
Cashing this ticket, win. I'm supposed to sit here and just do nothing?
Did you see the parlay I hit over the weekend?
No, you didn't let anyone else eat on that ticket. Kept it hidden to yourself.
It's Carver and Lisi with Mike Carver and Joe Lisi. Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 Pacific. On the SportsGrid Radio Network.
If you turned 65 recently like me, it's important you find a Medicare Advantage plan that gives you the coverage you're looking for. But finding one can be difficult. The best thing I did, and I suggest you do the same, is call a licensed insurance agent and let them walk you through your Medicare Advantage plan options. There are so many benefits you have access to, so make the call now and let the representatives explain everything to you. Our licensed insurance agents can offer you a variety of Medicare Advantage plans. Plus, the call is free, the information is free, and there's no obligation to enroll. We're here to make it easy for you to select a Medicare Advantage plan that may work for your needs. Finding a Medicare Advantage plan can be easy if you do what I did. Make a quick call right now to learn more. Thank you.
800-365-6303. 800-365-6303. 800-365-6303. That's 800-365-6303.
The new SportsGrid app is now available on iOS and the App Store. Experience the ultimate sports betting companion that provides personalized content from your favorite hosts. In-depth matchup previews, game and prop picks, live odds, stats, scores, and more. All in one place. And of course, on the SportsGrid app, you can tune into our live television and radio coverage anytime. On the go, wherever you are. Download the SportsGrid app on the iOS App Store now. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. Days are getting cooler and shadows are getting longer. You know what that means? It's football weather. So bundle up and keep it here for all the latest strategies and gridiron information. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Let's do this thing. The Friday Night Freak Show. Game day edition at that. So what do we got? We got 4.5 plus levels, 3.36 levels of rage, or whatever it is. We stepped up and in at 7:24 Eastern. We'll be with you until midnight tonight throughout this football game. Last night was a defensive battle in the first half. It was 10-3. Yeah, it wasn't a bad game. You know what I mean? It wasn't one of those things. Sometimes there's some NFL games where it's just bad. You can't say, oh, it's a defensive battle. No. The teams just suck rocks, and it's just a terrible game. Last night had that heavyweight feel to it. You know, they were counterpunching, going back and forth. And then it was like, all right, 9s, 10, 11, and 12. They both stood in a phone booth and started throwing haymakers at each other. We had 38 points scored in the second half and 31 or whatever in the fourth quarter. I sort of have it. I feel like, man, we're going to see something special tonight. I think it's going to be a really good football game. And I feel smart right now, although most of my takes are usually bang on. But I feel smart because something that I said and I've been saying throughout the week, people are like, how can you like Texas? Why, really? Ohio State this, Ohio State that. And I said, because unlike other teams, when Ohio State line up, like, how many NFL players are they battling against? The Texas Longhorns can match up with them in the sense. Like, yeah, Ohio State's defense is amazing. The Texas Longhorns have 2 amazing offensive linemen. One of them is going to be drafted in the top 5 of the NFL draft. Their DBs are second to none, the Texas Longhorns. Just sort of like athletically and athlete-wise, they can match up. And Nick Saban talked about it. They said, you know, he was basically the only one. He was saying, I think that Texas can match up athletically. They have the athletes, unlike some of the other teams that they played. So countdown to kickoff is on. I don't know who Ed Varney is, but he looks like Loud Esmond, actually. Ed Varney. Playing the saxophone right now, the national anthem. They're going all Texas out on this thing. I don't know. They got look at these girls. They're all smiling, they grinning. Like this is like some Bob Hope, man, 1960s stuff we got going on here for this. They got big flags and Texas girls and Ed Varney in a U.S. blazer. I don't know who Ed Varney is, Cam, but the national anthem's going on. How you doing? Ed Varney.
How you doing, Reg? I don't know Ed Varney either, but he's bringing it with the sax.
You're right. Like, jerk. Maybe this guy's special to somebody, but really? You couldn't find any better than Ed Varney. Sounds like someone, you're staying at the Holiday Inn, Dallas Fort Worth Airport. Ed Varney will be playing some classic piano tunes after
exactly, piano bar featuring Ed Varney and friends. I'm with you. Like the flag. I love the
this guy should be playing like a Four Seasons lobby. I don't know who the hell's this guy.
Yeah, this
like
guy's
I said, I don't want to be a jerk. Like maybe he's something special to somebody.
He's the opening act at like the state fair before you get to the metal bands at night. Like for the kids earlier on, and the parents who are drinking lemonade instead of like Mike's Hard Lemonade. But yeah, Barney's bringing it, Gabe. This is gonna. I agree with everything you said.
ESPN Cam. Mm-hmm. ESPN got called out big time because they didn't show the national anthem before the Sugar Bowl. So, hours after the tragedy, there was like a moment of silence and some somber stuff. And you can change the camera now. What's going on here? As I talk, it's Cam's face.
Yeah, you can turn me. I'm pretty red. So
yeah. We're waiting here.
No.
All right, so we've been told, unfortunately, that it's stuck on Cam's face right now.
Anything you need, Morency? I might as well give you my picks now. Like, have you given your picks yet or no?
Yeah, go on.
Okay, good. We'll do this now because I'd rather you be on the full screen anyway. I like Texas plus the 6. I also took them plus 7, Morency. I did a teaser to the over with Texas at 13. I'm with you. I think there's athletes all over the board, and I think that scare they had versus Arizona State was a big deal. Everyone thinks Ohio State's just going to roll these guys. Well, it's a different matchup, a different team. So me and you are kind of in simpatico there. We'll figure that one out. Entered anytime touchdowns. Henderson for Ohio State, I like. I took a shot with Golden, the Texas receiver, who's an absolute stud. If you watch that game against Arizona State, he was the reason they won. 11-1 first touchdown, plus 160 anytime touchdown. So that's basically what I'm doing, Gabe, but I'm all in on the Texas Longhorns like you.
Nick Parper Giorgio says there's nothing wrong with looking at Cam's face.
Yeah, thank you.
So
thank
he
got a big
doesn't
dent
have
in the middle.
He doesn't have a problem. He doesn't have a problem with it. Yeah, we got some real lookers on the show tonight. Tony Finn will be stepping up and in on the show. And, returns tonight. Darth Vader himself, Connor Mack.
Oh, Connor Mack. Monty.
We're ready to go tonight on the show.
What's that show where the guys get naked? Was it the Full Monty? You're not going to have us on stage. Me, you, Connor Mack.
I got a bad feeling. About tonight, about how things could turn out here is Rob Vino normally joins us on Friday nights, but Rob thought we were off, so he went out, and I believe he's drunk right now.
Cool.
Because I tweeted the show out, and he sent me a message. He goes, "Oh man, I didn't think we were on tonight, and I'm already into it. I'm out with my buddies."
I like Vino.
I might be able to get back in time. I told him, no, just dude, watch the game. Hopefully, and he's going to be on the over tonight. So the total's down to 51.5 in this football game. There's a lot. Listen, man, Ohio State are a juggernaut. Nobody's going to dispute this. Yeah, this is an interesting matchup. The Texas Longhorns do have the athletes to match up with Ohio State. Quinn Ewers, he just needs to put it together for a full 60 minutes. Texas's offense sometimes looks unstoppable, and then at other times it's very pedestrian like. So it's critical that Texas get off to a quick start here and get confidence with their offense. But I like Texas's offense, and I do believe that Texas are going to be able to run the football. I think that's the key to success for Texas. Now they're going to have to throw it a bit, but you can run on Ohio State, and I think Texas's offensive linemen will be able to create some lanes for Wisner to take off in. So I think they can hang here. I like Texas's big game experience as well. If you look at the teams that Ohio State have played, the Tennessee Volunteers haven't been in a big game forever. That was like the Miami Dolphins in cold weather. Like you had that Nico kid, Iami Oliva, in freezing cold weather. They were screwed. They were doomed to begin with. The Oregon Ducks are really good. I'm not going to say the Ducks aren't really good, but Ohio State played them like 2 months ago, and they lost to them. So it's like this big revenge spot. They know them well. In fact, they lost the last 2 times to them. They don't know Texas. So this is a different matchup, although ironically enough, Quinn Ewers started his career with the Ohio State Buckeyes. And did correctly so. I saw him say this week, although as a Michigan fan, I didn't appreciate it. He said, everybody says nobody from this Ohio State class has beaten Michigan, but I have. We crushed them this year. I was like, well played, kid. I'm not really happy we're at the expense of it, but well played, what he said. So then there's some interesting storylines here. Remember, Texas were in the semifinal last year too, guys. So unlike the Ducks, Cam, like the Oregon Ducks, they're always flashy and stuff, but the Ducks have never won a national championship before. The Ducks, they made it to the championship game that one time when they lost to Cam Newton. But
failed to Washington, Gabe, with Bo Nix.
Yeah,
like we talked about.
Twice they lost to Washington last year. Like twice.
Yes.
Right? And they had Bo Nix, who's in the NFL right now, lighting it up, went to the playoffs, could have beat the Washington Huskies last year. So let's not be shocked and let's not anoint Ohio State the greatest team ever because they smash a team that chokes in big games all the time, Cam. You know what I'm saying? And,
I totally know what you're saying.
And you watched the Rose Bowl. You were on for it. After the little initial ambush, once the Ducks settled down, if you would have just taken away that little choke early freak job, they were moving the ball on Ohio State. You can move the ball on this team, bro. I'm telling you. Texas will not be overwhelmed by them.
Lanning and the Ducks were not prepared heading into that game. They got punched in the face, and it was too late.
You know what? The Ducks weren't physical enough either. That's the thing. Texas, and Nick Saban said it best. He goes, Texas are physical. They got to play like it tonight. He said they looked the part. Now they got to play the part.
You're listening to the trusted source for gaming, odds, and more. There's a lot of words to just say the winning edge. Keep it here. Take the wins. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. SportsGrid TV and radio networks are the premier streaming video and audio channels dedicated to serving the sports wagering audience. Found on major smart TV platforms and streaming on SportsGrid Radio and SiriusXM Channel 159. SportsGrid's real-time data, expert commentary, and entertaining analysis transform viewers into informed sports enthusiasts. Our weekday radio lineup begins with the early line at 8 a.m. Eastern with Ben Stevens and Donnie Rightside. Donnie joins Kevin Walsh on Money Moneyline at 11 a.m. Eastern, followed by Football Full Circle at noon Eastern. Kaplan and crew join the party at 1 p.m. Eastern. And Pharrell Coast to Coast keeps things rolling from 3 to 6 p.m. Eastern. Get in the mix with Kevin Walsh and Game Time Decisions at 6 p.m. Eastern. Evenings simmer with Carver and Lisi. Then boils over with Gabe Morency on SportsRage Late Night at 10 p.m. Eastern. To find out where to find SportsGrid that's best for you, go to SportsGrid.com. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. The SportsGrid Radio Network presents This Date in Sports History.
1981, Larry Holmes beats Trevor Berbick by unanimous decision in Las Vegas to retain his WBC boxing title. Holmes won his first 48 bouts. He fell one short of matching Rocky Marciano's career mark of 49-0 when he lost to Michael Spinks in an upset decision in 1985. For SportsGrid Radio, I'm Mike DeMurgis.
Carver and Lisi.
You and Matthias have it all figured out. You're all giggles. Hey, Matthias, it's me and you. Lisi's not here every week. It's me and you, Matthias. Whatever you say.
Tell you, Joe. I mean, you haven't been around.
We'll bet Penn State. Yeah. All giggles.
It's Carver and Lisi with Mike Carver and Joe Lisi. Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 Pacific. On the SportsGrid Radio Network. Are you a SportsGrid listener? Test yourself. Have you ever washed a dish and thrown it into a cabinet trying to stack it? If you answered, how do you wash a dish? Congratulations. You're our kind of listener. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
All right, we're about to kick this thing off. Let's do this thing. The Texas Longhorns had the choice of what jerseys they could wear tonight because they were the higher-seeded team, and they decided to go with the white and not their home jersey. They went with their road whites. So that means that Ohio State are wearing those hideous-looking scarlet and gray things that they wear.
Hideous-looking scarlet.
They're terrible. For whatever reason, Cam, too, I saw their hype video and they were showing their locker room and their jerseys up and everything. And I know they're a great team and stuff, but I was looking at it, I was like, I don't know how anyone would want to wear that or play.
I just want to say one thing.
Walking in, I'd be like, I wouldn't. Yeah. I'm not playing for you.
I know. Yeah, it's pretty basic. But I'm going to say one thing. I like Brutus. I think he's a fine mascot. He does good work.
I'd like to bash Brutus in the head with a baseball bat.
I have an affinity for mascots, though. I like the Western Kentucky
Something tells me Brutus was going to end up on Chris Hansen's Dateline, like all the other Ohio State fans.
What's
Remember
in the
I
bag?
told you that years ago, and you were like, yeah, you're right. I said, watch Dateline, bro. I said, I swear to God, like every fourth guy they catch is like wearing an Ohio State hat or
I
t-shirt.
watched one the other night, Morency. The guy's wearing Buckeye tearaways. He's got lube and handcuffs. Oh, no. He goes,
Dateline just sets up in Columbus, man. It's like they have a year worth of episodes.
It's so true.
See, us in Ann Arbor, we're the lawyers. You guys are the ones getting busted.
Yeah, a good point.
All right, so we've kicked off. That's enough bashing them. I got to worry about playing them right now. Let's go, Texas.
Let's go, Texas.
I haven't worn this jersey. Hey, Matthias, you like this one? Hey, look at this. Michigan basketball, baby. Now we're on to the basketball season.
I love it, Gabe. And you know what? Nobody's talking about Michigan this year.
No, we're number one. Baby. We should be ranked number one in the country.
We're great.
The championship.
Two 7-footers that can ball. Baby. Let's go. See you in March.
I'm wearing a golf shirt in my
boy, 4 or 5
4-shirt rotation. Michigan's playing good ball, man. Watch out for this team. They're getting better all the time, Gabe. Very, very excited for Michigan hoops. These guys are on a heater. They look great.
Yeah, I'll tell you right now, they're Elite 8 type, maybe Final Four.
I think they can make the Final Four. The way they're going, if they get better,
there's a lot of good college teams, bro.
That's true.
We'll have time to get to that. Dude, Illinois are playing great basketball. All right, so Texas get the ball first, so it means Ohio State will get the ball to start the second half. Texas get the ball first. They start off with a pass play. It's complete, little dink and dunk here. But last night, guys, we watched. It was fun. Last night felt like me and Brent Beard brought it up. I said, Brent, it feels like 1984. We're watching Notre Dame, Penn State play this smash mouth game. And it was great. It had that old school feel to it. And I think Desmond Howard said it tonight, and I agreed with him. And I was saying the same thing, that this game, Cam, if you look at it, this is going to be more like an NFL game.
I agree.
Like, it just looks like, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, last night, it was like, oh, wow, he completed the pass. All right.
Dave, I'm going to tell you something.
You saw Quinn Ewers drop back. Boom.
Yes.
Looked like an NFL play. Bang, bang. It was like, yeah, these guys, this is a different level of offenses than what we saw last night. You know what I'm saying?
I agree with you. And I know we didn't hit the under last night. I got a feeling, though, this game can turn out to like a big smash mouth game. I don't think the over's a lock by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, no, trust me.
I
have $1,300 on it. I'm aware.
Yeah.
That's why I'm going to get screwed.
$1,300. I'm aware. I'm just telling you, though, like you can tell, like these teams they don't mind fighting. They don't mind running the ball and imposing their will on the other club. Huge play.
Golden.
Oh, Golden, my guy. A first touchdown, 11. I have Golden over receiving, too. Let's go. Golden.
This is what I was just talking about, guys, about NFL talent and players. Look at that. One-handed catch to the sideline. You couldn't have played it any better if you're the DB.
This guy is amazing.
Texas are sending the message right now. Yeah, we can play too, Ohio. Like, you guys think you invented football. Like, Quinn Ewers is throwing dimes so far to start the game. Great start for the Longhorns. They're already on the 44-yard line. Let's see if they can keep it going. Love the little play there. Little dump off. Nice play, guys. Love the play call. Picked up 7-8 yards on it. They just did a little reverse dump off. Nick Saban brought it up as well about Sarkisian, and he knows Sarkisian. Sarkisian was the offensive coordinator, obviously, for Alabama. And he brought up the script, and he said Sarkisian scripts his first 15 plays of the game. And he said the word of advice is try to survive that script if you're Ohio State. And he goes, it won't be easy because Sarkisian's an offensive genius. He's had time to sit here, and this is how we're opening the game. This is what we're going to do. All right, that's the first setback. A pass was just batted down at the line of scrimmage. Up to that, though, Texas were doing everything that they wanted. Sets up a 3rd and 4 situation. I would expect, guys, last night we saw the coaches were pretty conservative with their decisions and going forward and taking the threes, etc. I think this is going to be different. Like, I think Sark is going to be pretty aggressive. Like, this is 2-down territory. That's what I'm getting at here. Like, they got 2 cracks at this. They're on the 37-yard line in a 3rd and 4. This would be a nice start to the over if we can get this thing going, too. They tried to run it on 3rd and 4, and they get stuffed. They don't really pick up anything on this play. So
what do you do here?
It's going to set up a 4th and 4.
I think
they're too far for a field goal here. Unless this Carrot Top dude, like, they got confidence he can drill a 55-yarder.
Auburn with the red curly hair. He's usually pretty easy. Know what he is? He's hit and miss. Like that Arizona State can hit the bar. Here we go.
Here's the big first play of the game here. 4th and 3, and the Longhorns are going for it from the OSU 36-yard line. And they don't get it. Frustrating start. They were moving the ball so nicely, too.
Okay.
They were moving the ball. They were moving the ball. They picked up some nice plays. I can't really complain about the play calls. We were talking about it. It's scripted. You know, the problem was they batted the ball down on 1st down when he tried to pass it. They ran the ball on 2nd down. They didn't get enough. You know, that was a nice play by Sawyer there. I'll give credit to you. Got to give credit to Ohio State's defense. But, damn, I really would have liked the Texas Longhorns to get the lead there. Get some confidence going. They looked really good on the drive, too. They just couldn't finish it off. Frustrating. Shooter in our chat says they should have ran it again. I don't have a problem with throwing it. The problem is they were kind of covered, and Ewers just seemed like he seemed to hesitate. It was one of those plays that needed to get out quickly. You know, I don't mind I think you had to throw there, but I would have liked to see another pass play. But give credit to OSU.
Ball is coming. Don't look like an idiot at work. Know your stuff. Football and everything else. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
For anyone who's worried about back taxes, has not filed tax returns, and doesn't know what to do next, stop and listen. Not filing your taxes can have severe consequences, especially in this political climate. Now that COVID is over, the IRS is getting aggressive, massively increasing enforcement and collection efforts, with politicians making all sorts of promises, especially when it comes to taxes. Hiding and not dealing with your taxes will cause you harsh legal and financial ramifications. But right now, the IRS offers forgiveness and writes off a massive amount of tax debt. The Tax Doctor offers a free service that helps people get out of IRS collections and back in good standing with the government. Don't hide or bury your head in the sand. Take advantage of our free service. Call now to learn more. 800-816-4492. 800-816-4492. 800-816-4492. That's 800-816-4492.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
University College of London scientists have created the world's thinnest spaghetti. And by thin, this electro-spun nanofiber pasta makes your grandfather's angel hair look like a redwood tree trunk. At 372 nanometers, that's 14,000 billionths of an inch thick. It can only be seen with an electron microscope. Made of safe edible starch for medical drug delivery and porous bandages that let moisture in and keep bacteria out. Cooks up for dinner in just a second. However, only one problem.
I can't see it.
Follow me at Chicapalbo on X and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
Be the master of your domain. Get the SportsGrid mobile app so now you can get the winning edge while your wife is in a dressing room trying on stuff while you wait patiently on the uncomfortable chair. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
An early edition of the Friday Night Freak Show. This is Sports Rage Game Day. I am Gabriel Morency. The pits, the players, the hustlers, the people that bust them, and everybody else in between. Sirius XM Channel 159, SportsGrid on demand on YouTube. Starting to fill up early. Normally people get caught off guard when we start this early. But we'll be with you until midnight tonight. We got a full house of guests. We got surprise guests. I don't even know some of the people. We have to be determined. Finn is in the house, though. Our boy Joe Gibbs, NFL ref guru, too. We'll definitely hit the NFL tonight. Tony Finn, NFL ref stats. Connor Mack, Cam Stewart's in the house right now. Connor Mack will join us in about 5 minutes. Ohio State just picked up the first down. They ran the ball on first down, second down, and they just threw it on third, and they picked it up. There's a lot of early smack talk and posturing going on the field. Junkins talks a lot of smack, the running back on sure Ohio State, but he's I like him. I'm a fan. He transferred, of course, from Ole Miss, and dear God, what just happened on this play? Man, I thought it was intercepted.
Oh, that was picked. I went right through his arm.
Replay here.
Wow.
It looked like Texas. It was like, wow. I was like, oh boy, Texas can intercept this. It literally went right through the kids. The linebacker went up. It went right through his hands. Now, it went over his heads a little bit. And then it was actually caught by Ohio State. So Ohio State, a little bit of a luck, some early luck in this game. But now Ohio State are moving the football right now. Suddenly they're inside the 38-yard line of Texas. And they go for a big-ass chunk. Wow, man, Chip Kelly ain't playing around tonight. He just threw it all the way to the end zone from the 40-yard line.
Yeah.
They were looking for Jeremiah Smith, but it wasn't there. Nice coverage by Texas. And in fact, it couldn't have been covered anymore. Like I said, this is one thing. This is going to be a real interesting battle to see, Cam. Jeremiah Smith versus the Texas Longhorns DBs. And similar to Notre Dame, man, and so same with Ohio State, guys. Safety is such an important position, man, in football. People don't talk about it, but all these teams have these stud star safeties, and it really makes a difference in pass coverage. So we're going to have a 3rd and 5 coming up right now for the Ohio State Buckeyes. 9 minutes left in the
both
first
of these
quarter.
schools, Gabe. Remember Earl Thomas, the Seahawk, one of the great safety, Texas Longhorn. These schools have a pedigree of having good corners and safeties, and you're absolutely right. That's why I think this could turn into a real battle. like Ohio State, Texas' defense is legit, and it's not going to be easy for them. Howard's going to have to be on his game, or I feel very, very good about our bet. And we move the ball, they're moving the ball. Everything's going to be all right, buddy. I'm telling you, Texas is going to hang in this game all night long.
I'd like to see a stop right now on 3rd and 6. And Ohio State picks up another first down. Nice pass by Will Howard. Will Howard throwing also very accurate. So he got lucky. One of them wasn't intercepted, but it was kind of a higher pass. But when needed, here's the 2nd, 3rd down that he's thrown the ball, and he's thrown it very accurately. Ohio State once again converts. So Texas are doing a decent job on 1st and 2nd down. This is the 2nd time they've got him into a 3rd and medium here, which is the best case scenario against this offense. Ohio State is finishing off on 3rd down. Now they're on the 25-yard line. And they're about to score. All right, Texas has a problem right now, guys, over the middle of the field. Like, if you'll notice, like, they're running these simple slant. Nothing's fancy, Ohio State. They're running these simple slant patterns in the middle of the field, and it's open. It's open. They did it again. I think Ohio State can have scared. I think Jeremiah Smith freaks Texas out so much. It's that classic. They're so worried about the big play, they're getting picked apart over underneath. You know what I'm saying?
Excellent. That's the best point. You're right. They're nickel and diming them to death because they're worried what Smith did against the Oregon Ducks. He basically was a one-man gang in that game. But they got to stay focused. And, look at the time off the clock. It's only 7 minutes. Holy jeez.
They just ran another slant into the middle. I'm telling you guys, they see something here. Oh, the Texas are lucky this wasn't caught. They're running the same play almost. Like I said, a slant over the middle. And they're coming from different sides. But Texas needs to, I'm not a defensive coordinator, but you got to drop your linebackers back, man. You're going to have to drop them. You're getting murdered over the middle of the field. But now it's it's 2nd and goal from the 9-yard line. So they're probably going to run the ball here on 2nd down. And they do. Dear God. And they run it into the end zone. Junkins with the early touchdown. First touchdown scorer of the game. Quinshon Judkins.
What do we get?
6-0. Ohio State. You like this game? How about taking Texas 7-1 to win the national championship? That's what they just fell to.
I'm doing it on the break.
They win. They get into the game.
Winning Edge comes with many benefits, but nothing as thrilling as that deposit notification. Nothing like it. Listen and see what we mean. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. Sports Rage tonight.
I don't want to be the guy that says what I saw last, but how the hell do you bet on Sam Darnold going to Los Angeles? I mean, this ghost. This guy lives in a haunted house. He saw some ghosts last night, bro. The Vikings like to blitz the crap out of you. Yeah, good luck blitzing Matt Stafford, because he's never seen a blitz before, right? And they can't change their system. It is what it is.
It's Sports Rage Tonight with Gabe Morency. Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 Pacific. On the SportsGrid Radio Network.
The sharpest football contest show in the land, the Las Vegas Football Contest Show, focuses on Circa Sports Million, Circa Survivor, and the Westgate Super Contest, handicapping the games and releasing our contest picks every week of the season. With 2 former Super Contest winners, Grady Cannon and James Salinas, a former NFL player, Mike Pritchard, and over $1 million in contest prize money won combined, the Las Vegas Football Contest Show will have you prepared this season like none other.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
University College of London scientists have created the world's thinnest spaghetti. And by thin, this electro-spun nanofiber pasta makes your grandfather's angel hair look like a redwood tree trunk. At 372 nanometers, that's 14,000 billionths of an inch thick. It can only be seen with an electron microscope. Made of safe edible starch for medical drug delivery and porous bandages that let moisture in and keep bacteria out. Cooks up for dinner in just a second. However, only one problem.
I can't see it.
Follow me at Capalbo on X and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
No way football is playing in the fall and winter because the hits don't hurt as much when you're numb. Get the lowdown on all the sports action coming up right here. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Scumbags! Rage! Sports Rage with Gabe Morency. Rage all you want.
Let's roll. What's this, level 1.5? Whatever it is. Hey, like I said, the 7:24 start time throws it off. So this is Sports Rage, Sirius XM channel 159. I am Gabriel Morency. Our boy Matthias is back after missing last night's show due to a potential evacuation. And I'm glad we'll get to this after. Actually, I want to make a correction from last night, small correction. From last night, but we'll get to it after. You got Connor Mack ready to step up and in, and the in-game total right now, it was 55.5 right after the touchdown. And I was like, all right, good, because, you know, as you guys all know, I put 850 to win 1350 back, 850 to win 500, and I got suckered into it, minus 170, believing I bet which would be the higher scoring game, this game or last night's game. And I tell you what, last night at the half was 10-3, and I was like, man, that was an easy bet at minus 170. And now here it is. Basically, I got to get 52 points at minus 170. Some of these props are too good to be true sometimes. But Ohio State punches it in. Junkins scores the first touchdown of the game. 7:24 left in the first quarter. Ohio State are now minus 11.5 right now. Texas plus 11. Let's bring in Connor Mack. What's going on, Connor? Thanks for joining us today. Day sober 0. Connor Mack in the house. What's up?
Yeah, day 0. One of the funny shirts I got. I got a Polk High, a couple other funny ones. That's
a good one. 0-0, day sober. So who are you on in this football game? Like I said, I'm on the over. A lot of people like the under here, but I wasn't put off by it. I think there's going to be points put up on the board in this game. So I'm bigger on the over than I am on Texas, but I also took Texas plus 6. What did you do with the game?
Yeah, you know what? I thought about that a ton. The one thing, if Ohio State, I thought, brought their A game, a complete thing, they easily cover here. But I thought Texas could hang around. What I'm on in this game, Ibuka already. I have over 61.5 receiving yards. I thought that was great. I think he's already got 3 for 30, which I love because I thought they could exploit the Texas secondary, which had been great all year, but then had problems, as we saw kind of in these last few games, especially in the second half. Ohio State, as we saw the last 2 games, coming out throwing the ball more, just like now, and looking great. You know what I took, which was a struggle for Texas the last few weeks, was under. They couldn't run the ball. Weisner, under 65.5. That kept creeping up. I couldn't believe it. So I took his under 64.5 rush yards. I thought that was a solid look because I just don't know how he's going to run on this Ohio State front seven.
Oh, here's a big play. Really, still big, but he just got tripped up, and you know, the Texas Longhorns once again moving the football, but they moved the ball in the first drive. We'll see if they can keep this going. This one was to Wingo for 22 yards. So now they're on the OSU 42-yard line. Wingo. And I got a lot of the same props. You know, one thing I'll say, though, you're right in it. You know, I agree, Connor, in a sense. We're seeing Texas are throwing the ball a lot. And you got to believe they're going to be playing from behind or already playing from behind. They're going to want to attack. But you can run the ball on Ohio State. So I thought that they were going to try to get the ball, you know, and let Wisner try to run. But you're right. It was pretty wild. It was 56.5, bro, and it ended up closing at like 63, 64.5 at some spots. It went up, not down.
I know, it kept rising, which I was, you know, I just saw those last 2 games and I thought they stuffed that. They just got to make Ewers beat them. And I think Ohio State is kind of fine with that in the end. It just was a struggle to watch him barely get 50, it seemed like, the last few weeks. But you're right. The one game, which I'm sure you know about, Gabe, was the Michigan game. Where that was one where...
And that's been 4 years in a row, bro. The team that rushes for more yards wins the game, right? So I'm almost amazed, Connor, that teams don't really just say, you know what, we're going to do the exact same freaking Michigan did. Like literally almost play for play. Run the ball over and over down their throats. Because you're not going to outskill Ohio State, bro.
Bingo. Yeah, run it. Keep them on the sidelines too. That offense. Why? Exactly. Just keep it tick, and hopefully your defense, comes up big. That way they're not on the field a ton. You know what I mean? For way more minutes than they need to be during the game. Yeah.
What do you think the winner? Do you think Notre Dame? Do you think Notre Dame matches up with either of these two teams, or do you think the winner of this beats Notre Dame after? How do you think this plays out? Because I'll tell you what, they have it's fascinating. They have a live market right now, right? So it's moving all the time, the futures. Like Texas, we're just up. Right now, they're plus 700 Texas. So to win a national championship. Okay. So I'm just stating, you jump on, you get this nice number, plus 700. He just got sacked on third down, though, so they're going to have to punt. So it's going to go up. Plus 750. That's not a bad situation to be in. If Texas come back and you got Texas in your back pocket at plus 750, gives you a lot of room to work with after. But do you think Ohio State are unbeatable, or do you think Notre Dame could beat Texas and or Ohio State?
I think they got a shot, and maybe not crazy. And whoever wins this for the most part, it would be Notre Dame's going to be a dog from everything that I saw. Ohio State much as a touchdown. Texas wins this game, at least a field goal, and that's crazy. You already have the odds already going, just as this game's going up for that. So, but I think Notre Dame, and it all kind of relies where it's been all great all year, is their defense, that they are going to have to run the ball, try to slow the game down, just like Michigan, like you talked about.
They are. I said that last night, Connor. I said it last night. I said, Michigan's offense, I think, was better. J.J. McCarthy's better than Riley Leonard, and you had Donovan Edwards and Blake Corum, etc. But Notre Dame are playing the same style. Vicious defense, speed defense, ball control, kill the clock. They really are taking a page out of Michigan. I totally agree. I said, I'm glad you said the same thing. I said the same thing last night. I said, this team reminds me of the Michigan Wolverines of last year.
Yeah, they definitely do. And look where that got. And it's a good thing to see Freeman, because I had a bunch of question marks, a little bit of the schedule, who they played, some of the stuff they went through. And it was the defense really for real, because I still had question marks about that. Like when I saw the Georgia game and when they hang with them, because that's always been their problem, always to hang around with the SEC. Speed kills, and that's really got them in years past. And you kind of talked about Michigan. You bring that in, don't let them get out. And in big games like this, that's why the over's been so great in these. It was just two great teams. Offense, it just seems to prevail. Every time, year after year. And even look out yesterday, like you talked about, 10-10 game going to the fourth, and boom, we got fireworks. You know what I mean? In the fourth, crazy.
Yeah, it was 10-3 at the half, and then even when they made it 10-10, and then it slowed down again. Actually, so it was 10-10. Yeah. It was sort of the end of the third quarter, and it was like, all right, oh boy. I even said I was on live on. This almost has the feel of whoever scores next wins type of feel.
Yeah.
And then boom, all freaking hell breaks loose in the last 7 minutes of the football game. So speaking of which, the total's falling to 49.5 right now, ladies and gentlemen. Live right now in game, 49.5. Ohio State going to have the ball on their own 8-yard line with 4:14 left in the first quarter of play. They're laying 11.5. And last night's game, and I know the college football, and one game shouldn't affect your thought process leading into another one, Connor, right? But I couldn't help but think last night was a little bit of a warning for everybody that's running to the window to bet the under in the Charger-Texan game tomorrow. And everyone, there's not going to be a lot of points. It's like, yeah, it doesn't have to be that many points. 23-20, game goes over the number, bro. 42.5 is not a very high number.
I know. In the NFL, that always gives me pause when I see it. You know what I mean? Just like you said, the 23-20 is always in my mind, or 27-17.
Yes, in Houston, no weather, no bad conditions. You know what I mean? Great field goal kicker on the Chargers. That sort of adds to points. They could get 9 points from field goals just alone, and it adds up. 2 field goals from Fairburn, 3 from the Chargers. Next thing you know, you got you've got like 19 points from field goals. Yeah, exactly. And more with Connor. We'll hit the NFL on the other side. Bring it.
Cooler. Football weather is here. Stay tuned for all the latest odds, strategies, and info. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. Carver and Lisi.
All right, hotshot. You want to talk smack with your partner? Yeah, I'm talking to you. Look up and look at me. You're saying that I'm not into it? I laid this 7.5 with Illinois. Now what are you going to say? At least my money's where my mouth is. You want to talk all this garbage? Penn State sucks in hoops. I look at numbers, old school, gut. A little pinch between your cheek and gum.
It's Carver and Lisi with Mike Carver and Joe Lisi. Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 Pacific. On the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Know someone with a drinking or drug problem? Learn how to get sober after we share these stories.
I was 35 with 2 beautiful children when my life and addiction started to spiral out of control. After my divorce, I went into a depression cycle and started drinking more often and using prescription drugs. After my second DWI and arrest, my ex-husband threatened to take our children away from me.
I was 17 when I became addicted to heroin and meth. I thought I could quit on my own, but I couldn't. It hit me when I was arrested.
Get sober now. Your private insurance may cover costs and we'll get you here. It's simple. Just call Elite Rehab Placement right now. Please, don't wait. Your life matters to us.
800-959-6348. 800-959-6348. 800-959-6348. Call right now before it's too late. That's 800-959-6348.
The new SportsGrid app is now available on iOS and the App Store. Experience the ultimate sports betting companion that provides personalized content from your favorite hosts. In-depth matchup previews, game and prop picks, live odds, stats, scores, and more. All in one place. And of course, on the SportsGrid app, you can tune into our live television and radio coverage anytime. On the go, wherever you are. Download the SportsGrid app on the iOS App Store now. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. You're listening to The Source. Sports gaming strategies and information on daily sporting events. In other words, it's smarter to be on SportsGrid. Keep it here for gaming, odds, and more. Get the winning edge 24/7. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
SportsRage Game Day continues. SportsGrid Radio Network, SiriusXM Channel 159. I am Gabriel Morency. SportsGrid On Demand on YouTube. Shout out to everybody joining us in the early hours tonight. We'll be with you until midnight Eastern. So Texas have moved the ball twice into Ohio State territory and then get stopped twice. So they get to the 30, 35 or whatever. They get stopped. They go backwards. They get nothing. They just pinned Ohio State on their 8-yard line, and I use the term pinned very loosely. Because it took Ohio State like 2 plays and they were at midfield, and it's nothing fancy, guys. They're getting killed with this over the middle slant stuff again and again and again and again, like over and over. Their safeties are too far back. They're way too concerned. Finally, right now, they're starting to pinch in here a little bit. Like, guys, you're going to have to like live with the consequences if you get burnt with Smith. Because they're getting lit up, bro, with the dink and dunk counter over the middle of the field here.
They got to bring, and I think they have to bring some heat on it. You got to bring maybe some zero blitz, and just trust. They have to.
You're right.
They're just not getting all day. He's had, and just like you said, just dink dunk to the side, right over the middle. There has to be some coaching here to change that up. Right here as the first quarter is about to end, because it just hasn't worked at all. But it was good to see, like I said, but maybe they're willing to do it, because I don't know Texas is going to try to run it, but at least they've had some success with Ewers a little bit, already in the game for 65 yards.
So what's the penalty here? All right, Trevion Henderson. That was a really stupid thing that he just did. Hopefully it comes back and that gets Texas fired up. Trevion Henderson just face-palmed a player on Texas in the face for no reason after the play. He got up and he simply face-palmed him. It's weird, too, because I saw all of his teammates sort of patting him on the head like he did something good. And I was like, who's this penalty on? And I just saw the replay here. So it's 2nd and 24 right now. It's a big penalty, man. It sets them back. They're on the other side of the 50. Sometimes, too, Carter, it's like hockey, bro. You need sometimes a fight, a slap in the face, an insult. You know what I mean? I saw it in an NFL game this year. The guy in the Texans, remember, he You know what I mean? He hit someone on the sideline. It got the Bears all fired up. The Bears ended up covering. Like, don't poke the Bears, the expression, right, Connor? Like, you guys are doing good. Don't poke like don't slap the defensive lineman in the face. It's only going to piss them off and wake them up.
Yeah, why do that? Especially when you've been dominating. Those are huge, just penalty. And that was kind of
and for the record, Texas sacked
game
them on the play right after, bro. See, the line's all pissed off.
Bingo.
These mother effers want to slap me in the face. All right, let's go. Like that's a dumb thing to do. You know what I'm saying? Like,
so dumb. I mean, and like I thought when going into this game, those are small things that you have to take because it's such a huge penalty, and they need that momentum and a punt.
Now they have
because
to
like
punt,
I was going
guys.
through, Ohio State was better. Yeah, Ohio State was a lot better flag wise. Yeah, they're punting. Hallelujah.
Unbelievable, guys. They were literally like on the 24-yard line. It was like, oh boy, they're about to score. They have to punt. They just got socked, stuffed. They're on the 50. And now, like, right on cue, here's Texas' defense all fired up right now, coming off the field. The first quarter's come to an end. We got a slugfest going on here, 7-0. Oh, boy, in-game totals falling to 46.5. But don't worry, this thing's still going to open up. But it is 46.5 now. Updated futures. Ohio State minus 210 to win the championship. Notre Dame plus 260. Texas currently plus 550. Texas briefly hit plus 750, guys. We'll track this throughout the night. They hit plus 750 at one point on that last drive. So, Connor, tomorrow, Chargers and Texans. Everybody and their caddy's cousin is on the Chargers tomorrow, and nobody believes it. And I don't think the number should be 3, bro. Like, the Texans should probably be favored by minus 1.5. But if you really want to be real about this, but they get Nico Collins back as well. I do lean with the Chargers. I don't love it, but I'm starting to talk myself into the over of the game. What do you think about that one?
Yeah, I think it might be a little bit light. That might be close on the total, but I agree that the 3 is wild. Maybe not wild, but just everyone's love for the Chargers is a little bit high. They played well on the road. That was a little bit, something that people took advantage of, and they were able to cover numbers this year. I mean, Chargers were great. I think 12-5 this year, just really, really good, especially on the road covering. Texans went through that trouble there a little bit, but I still think this defense is pretty good. And you talked about Collins coming back. It's just massive for the offense. It's something they really, really need. And look, it showed up. I was shocked last week. I know it's the last week of the year, okay, but everyone was loving the Titans, and I'm like, what's going on here? Like, I was like
that everyone knows the Titans set an all-time record being the worst ATS team ever, and people liked them in the last week. You wonder why sports make money.
Exactly. That was one that I really loved, and I was just like, and sometimes you're like, it's like you wipe the glass, like, am I seeing the same thing? Because, this is the worst ATS team. Oh, and I'm a victim of, I'm sure people were, as you were. I've had them multiple times early in the year thinking, this is a dog. This is the week of the Titans. And then, all the interceptions, the turnovers just drive me crazy. So that was wild to have that. But I definitely, I like these Texans at home. And you know where they were great, Gabe, real quick, was first half. Take a look. The ATS, they were just money again. I think I have to double check on that number, but really good again. I think they were 11-4 right up to the last game or two, and they've been really, really good. So even if you don't go full game, I think look at the Texans' first half where they've been great all year, especially at home.
What do you think of the nightcap with the Steelers and the Ravens? Ravens laying double digits now, minus 10.
Wow, that's just everything that's gone on. It's a ton of points, and I still have the issue here with Lamar, just, in the playoffs. He's so good. That offense. Flowers is out, by the way, too. Yep. I'm sure you've maybe even gone over that. That's a pretty big weapon. I mean, and I think that goes down the line if he's out even longer. But that should be a really good Connor. Game. There.
We'll hit this on the other side, but how about this? In 3 of the last 4 Ravens playoff appearances, they scored a season-low points in the playoff game. Like you said, like people, like you don't want to ignore it, but it's true. I'll go over the numbers on the other side. Bring it.
Let's hit it.
Confused? Lost in an ocean of data?
Relax, dude. We got you.
Seriously, the home of the winning edge. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. SportsRage Tonight.
I don't want to be the guy that says what I saw last, but how the hell do you bet on Sam Darnold going to Los Angeles? I mean, this ghost. This guy lives in a haunted house. He saw some ghosts last night, bro. The Vikings like to blitz the crap out of you. Yeah, good luck blitzing Matt Stafford, because he's never seen a blitz before, right? And they can't change their system. It is what it is.
It's SportsRage Tonight with Gabe Morency. Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 Pacific. On the SportsGrid Radio Network. The SportsGrid Radio Network presents This Date in Sports History.
1981. Larry Holmes beats Trevor Berbick by unanimous decision in Las Vegas to retain his WBC boxing title. Holmes won his first 48 bouts. He fell one short of matching Rocky Marciano's career mark of 49-0 when he lost to Michael Spinks in an upset decision in 1985. For SportsGrid Radio, I'm Mike DeMurgis.
SportsGrid TV and radio networks are the premier streaming video and audio channel dedicated to serving the sports wagering audience. Found on major smart TV platforms and streaming on SportsGrid Radio and SiriusXM Channel 159. SportsGrid's real-time data, expert commentary, and entertaining analysis transform viewers into informed sports enthusiasts. Our weekday radio lineup begins with the early line at 8 a.m. Eastern with Ben Stevens and Donnie Rightside. Donnie joins Kevin Walsh on Moneyline at 11 a.m. Eastern, followed by Football Full Circle at noon Eastern. Kaplan and crew join the party at 1 p.m. Eastern, and Pharrell Coast to Coast keeps things rolling from 3 to 6 p.m. Eastern. Get in the mix with Kevin Walsh and Game Time Decisions at 6 p.m. Eastern. Evenings simmer with Carver and Lisi, then boils over with Gabe Morency on SportsRage Late Night at 10 p.m. Eastern. To find out where to find SportsGrid that's best for you, go to sportsgrid.com. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. We take one thing very seriously: trust. When we say you can depend on us to be your source for gaming, the latest odds, and more.
We're not just whistling Dixie.
So stay tuned. We won't let you down. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Whoa, Nelly! Texas Longhorns have to stop putting the football on the carpet. They fumbled the punt return and it bounced back up to them. Now, Quinn Ewers just fumbled, but it was fallen on by a Texas lineman. But now Texas have to punt due to a garbage call, in my opinion. They called a face mask on a wide receiver on Texas that was just kind of blocking. And whatever, dude. It was a DB, it had nothing to do with the play. It was just stupid. I understand, someone slapped someone in the head, you got to call it, but that was just overly officiating, in my opinion. Now Ohio State just bobbled the punt, but got it back. Wow, this ball is suddenly hot right now.
Hot potato.
Yeah, it's like a hot watch at a pawn shop. Hey. Everyone's like they're juggling the ball, but man, this total is starting to freak me out a little bit here right now, as it's still, and the clock is ticking, guys. 7-0 in the football game. 13:40 left in the second. So this 12:51, excuse me, now 12:51. Still a lot of football left in this half, but 7-0 only in the game itself. In-game total, guys, all the way down to 44.5. And I got to tell you, Connor, at some point, I've already got bigger plays on the over here, but it doesn't mean I don't think that we can still get into the mid-40s. I'm getting ready to buy in. And in fact, I wouldn't be surprised if Ohio State scores on this drive and it's going to pop back up. This is going to be my first in-game recommendation. Over 44.5 in this game.
I kind of like it. I think if especially you think Ohio State's going to score, get on this, right under 45. Do you know where, and if they punt, because I was just going to mention, does this get down to the 42, 41.5 kind of, we try to get after key numbers. And
this drive,
do we get a punt here?
Plays in the drive, Connor, is the gamble on this, buddy. You know what I mean? Do they move the ball 20 yards or not? You know what I'm saying?
Or not. That's the live bet. And that's what's so great about live. You got to be so on top of it with your finger just on the button when you're going through that. So, yeah, classic, just first two plays. If not, we probably go down, even more like I talked about. So it's a sit and wait or jump on it. You jumped? Okay.
I did it. I jumped in over 44.5. We're here to bet. And so there it is. Our first in-game bet of the game, over 44. Hell, last night, Connor, we were all on the under. I had a tease to the under and stuff. And I said, dude, when it was 10-10, I said, guys, man, this thing is, could turn into 17-17. And the next thing we know, it's game over for the under. Yeah. We should jump in. It was 33.5. And I said, man, pretty, maybe this is the time to buy in now. And the rest is history. Like I said, worst case scenario, Texas stop them here and it falls to 41.5, 42.5 or so. It won't be, guys, this game's going to open up. They all open up. It's going to open up. I'm putting my money where my mouth is. All right. So we got the Steeler game. We only got about 3 minutes with your card. So we got the Steeler game, then you got Sunday's games. Anything catch your eye, stand out the most on Sunday or Saturday night?
Yeah, let's touch on the Steelers. I don't think anybody wants this really the Steeler team. But I'd say these teams know each other so well, as you know, Gabe. I mean, it's just inside and out. And until Pittsburgh kind of hit the skids all of a sudden, and they played it difficult. Obviously, the last game of the year with the Bengals, another division game. But Eagles at the Ravens, both those, then home against Kansas City, probably 3 of the top 5 teams in the league. It was just a tough stretch for them. I think it was lucky if they get one win out of that. I think they're live. This is dropping down. This is down to 8.5, right, Gabe? A lot of the spots. If definitely had over the 10, which was really nice with the Steelers. I think they're in this game. It's tough to take Wilson. When you go back, whether playoffs or not, these games are decided by a touchdown or less all the time. Am I right?
I don't disagree. And we should note this is not good for Texas, guys. But Matthew Golden has just gone to the locker room. Their star wide receiver with a foot injury. He seems to be walking. Seemed to be walking okay. He was the one that took the penalty. He took the penalty and he hurt his foot. The double dose of bad for them there. I wanted to bring this up to you because I threw it out there. I teased it to everybody. As far as the Baltimore Ravens in the playoffs putting up low numbers. And it really is crazy. It's something that has to be brought up. So 2019 in the playoffs, they scored 12 points, a season low, in a loss to Tennessee. 2020, they scored 3 points in a loss to Buffalo. Last year, 2023, lowest scoring point game of the year. They scored 10 points and they lost to Kansas City. There's something, they don't have a flattering playoff history, guys. It's just facts. Connor Mack, great stuff, Connor.
Facts. Thanks for having me, Gabe. Always a pleasure, brother.
We just help you actually get there. Get the winning edge 7 days a week. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Are you retired like me and you just found out you owe the IRS a ton of money? Well, what would your life be like if they took your retirement savings away from you? They can do it and your property. If you owe the IRS back taxes or you haven't filed in a while, the tax relief line is here to help you. They can stop the IRS from taking your retirement savings. If you qualify, you could have your tax bill reduced to zero. That's right. If you're retired and you owe the IRS a lot in back taxes, you could have your entire tax bill reduced to zero due. The IRS has now hired thousands of new employees, so they're ready to come after you. Don't let them take your retirement savings or property. Make this free call now.
800-590-4933. 800-590-4933. 800-590-4933. That's 800-590-4933.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
University College of London scientists have created the world's thinnest spaghetti. And by thin, this electro-spun nanofiber pasta makes your grandfather's angel hair look like a redwood tree trunk. At 372 nanometers, that's 14,000 billionths of an inch thick. It can only be seen with an electron microscope. Made of safe edible starch for medical drug delivery and porous bandages that let moisture in and keep bacteria out. Cooks up for dinner in just a second. However, only one problem.
I can't see it.
Follow me at Chicapalvo on X and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
Fall is almost here.
It's time to stow the lawnmower and get ready for all that glorious action coming your way. Stay tuned to SportsGrid for all the strategies, angles, and info you need to get the winning edge. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Let's roll. This is SportsRage Game Day. I am Gabriel Morency. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. This is turning into our worst-case scenario as far as I just jumped in on the in-game over 44.5. And Ohio State was even worse because they moved the ball, then they went backwards again. Both these teams, penalties are hurting both teams. And listen, for all the Ohio State juggernaut talk, here we are at 7-0, guys, with 9 minutes left in the first half. So Texas are in this football game. But the total is dramatically falling. It's fallen to 41.5 right now. And quite frankly, I kind of don't understand the point spread. It's 10.5. You can get 10.5 for the Texas Longhorns. Like, Ohio State are not blowing them out. And, Texas just need to break through, get on the board, and then suddenly, this game will open up a bit, and Texas's confidence will rise. It's not like Texas aren't moving the ball. Right? It's not a case of like, all right, we're getting overwhelmed. We can't move the ball. We got big problems here. No, they're giving up 1 million yards. Clearly, they've conceded Texas that we're gonna give up the dink and dunk stuff. We're not getting beat down the field. Bend but don't break. At this point, it's pretty clear that this is what their mission is, and it's kind of working. It's frustrating for the total bettors, but it's kind of working. They are getting Ohio State off the field, but on offense. They move the ball. They pick up a couple of first downs. I mean, hell, they've crossed the 40-yard line of Ohio State twice, and then they end up going backwards. They get a penalty. They go backwards. Next thing you know, they're punting. So Ohio State need to get on the board. It should be noted that, or Texas need to get on the board. It should be noted Ohio State get the ball to start the second half as well. And we saw last night how critical that was. Notre Dame guys were down 10-0 with like 2.5 minutes left in the first half last night. Right? But they scored the field goal, and then they made it 10-3, and then they got the ball to start the second half, and they scored a touchdown, and then suddenly it was a whole new football game tied at 10. So Texas have to be careful here not to get 2 for 1 on the way out here. You know what I'm saying? Like, Texas need to score, but it could be even worse for them if they don't score. Ohio State score again, and then they get the ball to start the second half, and it's going to be lights out, game, set, match. I got big concerns about the total. I got suckered in by one of those fancy props. The sportsbook reeled me in. Now I got to sweat this out at minus 170. I got to get to 52 points somehow. In-game total, 41.5. And now the sportsbook is sitting back laughing at me going, look, this idiot just bet over 44.5 still. He's not giving up. I went over 44.5. It's 41.5 right now, Cam. I thought Ohio State were going to score in that last drive. So I was like, they're going to score and it's going to jump up to 50 again or something. It didn't. They wasted time. They didn't score. Fell back to 41.5 now. But Texas are in this game.
Oh, definitely. The total is going to need a lot of work. And you said it. Bend, don't break. Give them nickel and dime them. Smith hasn't beaten them deep. I think if they get pressure on Howard too, like, you know what I mean? Like, they got to rattle his cage a little bit, but they've been better. The tackling. The one thing too, Gabe, you see what the Ohio State guys do. They block very well for the receivers in those screen passes. So if Texas could shed some blocks and get them, those little 5-yard gains will be basically losses of yards. And I'm very happy with the way Texas has played. The offense moving, but they're not doing anything. You're right. They go backwards when it counts, when they're getting just into field goal range. But I feel very confident they're going to linger in this game. But as for the total, I had to bite on the under after what I saw. I just think these defenses are elite right now. But we'll see. College football can change. Look what happened to that Notre Dame Penn State game. It was a nut under the whole way. Me and you had the under. In the fourth quarter, they went bananas. So anything can happen.
Yeah, and eventually this game will break open. But we should note on the other side, Matthew Golden, the wide receiver of the Texas Longhorns, is in the locker room right now with a foot injury. Now, he seemed to be walking pretty fine by himself off the, with the staff off the field, like he was walking at a brisk pace type thing. So I don't know. I can't speculate, but I'm just hoping that they They tape it up. They give him a shot, whatever, dude. Like, that he can tape this thing up and get back out there and hobble around somehow. But he's in the room right now. So the challenge becomes a little bit bigger for the Texas Longhorns. But as we stated, Texas, they're running the ball a bit. It's not like I said, they're not getting stuffed. They haven't finished their drives. It's pretty fun. I mean, that first drive, Cam, they marched down the field to the 40. Another time, same thing. They got to like the Ohio State 35, and then they get a penalty and they go backwards. But you can say the same thing with Ohio State. Ohio State are killing themselves with the penalties as well now.
You're right, Gabe. But the thing is now, these last 2 runs for a first down, this is what Texas needs to do. Their offensive line needs to tenderize these guys. And then
they don't have their star wide receiver suddenly. They better be able to run the ball now.
That's damn right. But they do. Remember, Texas has 2 great running backs, Whistler and Blue. Blue's the breakaway back, and that's the thing. They're both elite backs, and they can do that. It'll set up passing, but that's a real problem. Golden needs to come back in the second half. As you saw, that one-handed catch, he's a special player. He can stretch the defense. Let's hope he's okay.
Man, kid on the tight end on Texas just got lit up.
Oh, he did.
By Ohio State. It was a clean hit, but if Ewers didn't throw the ball high, that doesn't happen. If he just sort of throws it quicker and lower, like the tight end had to jump forward and the left him kind of vulnerable. Gunnar Helm got lit up on that play. 2nd and 10, though. 2nd and 10. Listen, as we stated, and the clock is starting to tick pretty fast here. So if you're Texas, you got to start to think right now, we're not even probably getting the ball back on this. We might not get the ball back here. Well, let's say they eat up a couple of minutes. Next thing, there's 5 minutes left. Ohio State get the ball. And then Ohio State get the ball to start the second half, Cam, like we talked about last night. That 2-for-1 stuff is a killer in football. Teams don't often take advantage of it, but look at Notre Dame, bro. They were in nowhere's land last night. They were losing 10-0 with 2.5 minutes left in the first half last night. They got the ball back, and remember I said they need a field goal, and then they need to score when they start the second half. They did. Change the dynamic of the game, right? So if you're Texas, man, you can't be losing like 10-0, 14-0 at the half, man, with Ohio State getting the ball. You need to put points up on the board.
And it was amazing. Gabe Angeli came in for Notre Dame, and he started throwing it around, giving them some confidence. And then when Leonard came back, he made the throw of the game.
Touchdown Jesus, the angel. Angeli, the angel.
Angeli. You're so right. I'll tell you, it couldn't have worked out better with the injury and the way that game worked out for Notre Dame. But I'm telling you, Gabe, just look at the way the Ohio defense flies, too. And that really sucks without Golden because he's the one guy that is a complete mismatch. So they got to pound the rock. They got to find a way to get first downs and run and run and run. Looks like we have an Ohio State injury. This could be big.
Yeah, now Ohio State has a player down. We'll find out. I'll get you who it is in a minute exactly, but seems to be hurt for real.
Yes.
Not like ambulance hurt, but like he's football hurt. Like he's
not
down.
moving. Yeah.
Oh, there it is. His ankle got caught up underneath his own player.
All right. Wow.
So you got a 3rd and 6 coming up out of the break here. 8:38 left now. I can't believe this. This total is 40.5 now. What a nightmare. I
had a weird feeling, Gabe, like the last game. Like we were on the under, and that game had no business going over last night. And then I'm thinking, everyone expected a shootout. Like the minute I saw, I know I bail out early a lot, and you've called me out on it. You've been right. But tonight I just had this feeling. It's just Texas defense, you know how good they are. Ohio State's defense. It's not easy for these quarterbacks, too. A lot of these coaches are very prepared. Nickel and diming. They've had a lot of days to prepare for this. It will open up in the second half, but it has to open up and get over 51. That's a lot to ask. It's a lot.
No, it's a good point. When you get into the coaching staffs, and also, dude, they're elite defenses.
Yes.
So, like, they're elite offenses, yes, but they're elite defenses as well. So you've got to take that. And you're playing for a trip, to the championship game on the line. It's not like a regular season game. The metrics aren't all the same. But with that being stated, I got to stay positive. It's too early for me to start freaking out. It's 5:40 Pacific time only. It's like 5:40. I'm already like, oh.
Usually you give me that speech. Hey, Cam, you could drink. It's a Sun Bowl. It's only 5:40. It's only 5:40. Don't worry. There's a lot of football left. But the thing is, Texas needs.
It's already very dark out for 5:40 as I look outside now as well.
Yeah. It's very dark, very cold.
Dark times here right now. We need some. Hey, but no, listen. On the plus side, everybody, Ohio State are going to murder them.
Yeah, no, they're not.
Texas can't play with them. It's 7-0, guys. All right, like we got a game.
Exactly.
and Texas were just 10.5. I was saying when you weren't with
I got
us.
12
that's
and a
too many points.
I got 12.5.
Now it's 9.5, though. With 10.5, I'd jump in.
This is it. Your open 24/7 headquarters of the plan and this sound. We call it the winning edge. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. The new SportsGrid app is now available on iOS and the App Store. Experience the ultimate sports betting companion that provides personalized content from your favorite hosts. In-depth matchup previews, game and prop picks, live odds, stats, scores, and more. All in one place. And of course, on the SportsGrid app, you can tune into our live television and radio coverage anytime. On the go, wherever you are. Download the SportsGrid app on the iOS App Store now. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. The SportsGrid Radio Network presents This Date in Sports History.
1981, Larry Holmes beats Trevor Berbick by a unanimous decision in Las Vegas to retain his WBC boxing title. Holmes won his first 48 bouts. He fell one short of matching Rocky Marciano's career mark of 49-0 when he lost to Michael Spinks in an upset decision in 1985. For SportsGrid Radio, I'm Mike DeMurgis.
SportsGrid TV and radio networks are the premier streaming video and audio channels dedicated to serving the sports wagering audience. Found on major smart TV platforms and streaming on SportsGrid Radio and SiriusXM Channel 159. SportsGrid's real-time data, expert commentary, and entertaining analysis transform viewers into informed sports enthusiasts. Our weekday radio lineup begins with the early line at 8 a.m. Eastern with Ben Stevens and Donnie Rightside. Donnie joins Kevin Walsh on Money Line at 11 a.m. Eastern, followed by Football Full Circle at noon Eastern. Kaplan and crew join the party at 1 p.m. Eastern, and Pharrell Coast to Coast keeps things rolling from 3 to 6 p.m. Eastern. Get in the mix with Kevin Walsh and Game Time Decisions at 6 p.m. Eastern. Evenings simmer with Carver and Lisi, then boils over with Gabe Morency on SportsRage Late Night at 10 p.m. Eastern. To find out where to find SportsGrid that's best for you, go to sportsgrid.com. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid.
You're listening to sports gaming strategies and information you can take to the bank.
But that's not enough.
You've got to be smart about it.
Don't be a schmo.
Keep it here. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Surprised, they'll bring him in.
The Friday Night Freak Show. This is Sports Rage. I am Morency. The Ohio State Buckeyes just got away with pass interference, like blatant too. Pretty frustrating. Like these refs, it's starting to add up here a little bit. Where Ohio State are starting to get away with a lot more than Texas are, right? Like I thought it was a questionable early call, the face mask penalty on Golden. It was a big-time penalty, too. 15 yards. Say it killed the drive. It was a big-time penalty. Then, you get questionable. I wouldn't have called targeting personally, but they didn't even look at it. They normally do. I thought it was a clean hit. They smoked the tight end to get away with it. But then on 3rd and 6, Texas throw the ball, and, dude, the wide receiver was going to be open, so the DB grabbed his jersey from behind and, pulled the jersey. It was like one of those jersey stretch deals. They didn't call it. Blew the play up on 3rd and 6, and now they had to punt again. You can question, the pass, this and that. It doesn't matter. It wasn't like the pass sailed over everyone's head. Whether the pass was inaccurate or not, you can't grab the wide receiver down the field like that. And here we go again. I'm just seeing on a replay where a player on Texas just got hurt. The guy's holding him like he's grabbing.
Exactly. These guys are getting away with murder. It's ridiculous.
Ohio State are getting away with a lot of stuff right now, which fine. I don't care, but don't call a stupid little face mask when whatever it was incidental contact type of deal. 7:40 left now though in the first half, and the in-game total sits at 40.5. And Texas are playing well, but they're also playing with fire here. As I talked about, now Ohio State out of the football. They get the ball to start the second half, but here's a penalty. There's a makeup call. There's the refs are ref is all right, you know what? we missed that pass interference. Let's just call a random holding penalty.
That's the right thing to do. That's the right thing. Like these other, like you see these
it
offensive
was holding.
games?
It was holding what he did, but
Yes,
like they didn't have to call it. But they're like, yeah, let's call a penalty on Ohio State to shut Sarkisian up. You know?
Exactly.
Well, that's why coaches bitch. You got to work the ref. So like Sarkisian was after, right? And you sort of get it. Hey, are we ever going to get a call here, or is this just going to be them all day? And then boom, they're like, all right, we'll call holding. So, Texas only have 2 penalties, but it's kind of like the non-calls as well, that they're not calling on Ohio State. But whatever. I'll say the refs are doing their best that they can. I'm not going to call them out. It's still too early for me to start flipping out. Although I am starting to get mad. This total is just like a lost cause right now. 38.5. It's like a stock that's just dying in front of me. 38.5 now.
It's like Asscoin or one of those cryptocurrencies that just down the tubes. Second half, though.
It's like I bet on Taylor Mathis's her coin.
What was it?
I might as well invest it in the Hakua girls Bitcoin money.
That was amazing.
Be worth more than my 51 and a half right now. I got to get to 52 here, and it's 7 freaking nothing. And then after that, I'm like, man, I'm going to lose $850 on that play.
You know what though?
Let me hit I got a big play on over 43 and a half, and I got another bigger play on over 44 and a half. So I'm like, all right, I lose that play, I win. It gets into the mid 40s and whatever. I move on. It's fine. It ain't getting to the mid 40s right now, but it's going to. I swear this game is opening up.
I'm going to play the role of Gabe Morency. Cam, we're going to hit a total when it gets so damn low, then I'm going over. Wait for your point. And then
I jumped in too early at 44 and a half. I should have waited. It's 37 and a half now.
Premature betting. No, stay there. Everything's cool. You're at the place having a bottle of wine. Everything is under control. You will know the sign to hit the button. Get my drift?
Texas are now 7.5. So the 10.5s are gone, the 9.5s are gone. It's fallen to it's not now back up to 9.5. Back up to 9.5 right now.
They're wait till 10.5, Gabe. If you can
they're in a 3rd and 18 situation. They just picked up like 14 of it, actually. So they got a 4th and 4 on their own 41-yard line, Ohio State, and they are punting the football. So this game has turned into a defensive battle. We're pretty much, there's less points right now at the half than there was last night. In the other game, it was 10-0. It's only 7-0 now. All right, so you know what? We're going to have to bust out the rosary beads early here tonight and summon Lord Gambler. Overtime. I need a... It's only 7-0. 5 minutes left. I'm like, I need this game to go to overtime.
Second quarter, overtime. It's not even
overtime. I need overtime. 14-14 overtime. 28 points, and then we got a million points in overtime or something. But
usually we panic in like the 3rd quarter. We're not even at the half yet. Overtime. Need overtime. Don't worry, everything's going to be okay, Gabe. Texas is going to come back in this game. There will be more points in the second half, but that total. We only got 7. And the way these defenses are playing, you need overtime. You're right.
Well, now there's still potential for craziness, but I don't see 52 could be a problem here. This drive right now is basically it for Texas. Not for the game, but this is it. Like their defense can only step up and stop Ohio State so many times over and over. Right, Ohio State scored a quick touchdown on their first drive. They haven't scored since. So, like, the Texas defense is doing their part. But they're not. Eventually, the dam is going to break. So, if you're Texas offense, you've got to put some points on the board. Not to mention, man, Ohio State are getting the ball to start the second half. So, there's only 5 minutes left now. If you're Texas, eat up the 5 minutes. Clock is not a factor. But come hell or high water, you got to come away with points, even if it's a freaking field goal. Like, hell, make it 7-3, but you can't be shut out here. They're now getting 9.5, Texas.
That was the exact same game script for Notre Dame. Remember, it was 10-0. We talked about it. Get a field goal. They got a field goal at the end, got the ball, came back, tied it up.
Yeah, but they don't get the ball. That's the thing. Yeah. They don't get the ball to start the second half. That's why this is so critical for them. Ohio State get the ball.
Yeah, they could still stop them, but you're right. You want that. You can't give these guys a 2-for-1. You got to score here. How much time is left?
5:20.
They got to milk the clock too, and not make sure they score and don't give the ball back to Ohio State. That's vital.
5:22 to be exact, and not having Golden is really, really not going to help the Texas Longhorns passing attack either. It'll help everybody else's props.
Get SportsGrid on the radio, TV, our mobile app, or the internet. In other words, if you can't hear us, you're the problem. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
University College of London scientists have created the world's thinnest spaghetti. And by thin, this electro-spun nanofiber pasta makes your grandfather's angel hair look like a redwood tree trunk. At 372 nanometers, that's 14,000 billionths of an inch thick. It can only be seen with an electron microscope. Made of safe edible starch for medical drug delivery and porous bandages that let moisture in and keep bacteria out. Cooks up for dinner in just a second. However, only one problem.
I can't see it.
Follow me at Chicapalbo on X and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
Do you use the expensive blue or yellow pills to charge your sex life? Are you thinking about it? What if we can promise you the same results for less than $3 a pill? If you're paying $20 a pill for the other pills, you're getting taken to the cleaners. Our pills deliver the exact same results for less than $3. You'll save more than $16 a pill for the same results. And right now, radio callers will get 44 blue or yellow pills for $120 with free discreet shipping. You can save more than $700 off pharmacy prices. Charge your sex life now and save a ton of money. Call now and get your 44 pills and save over $700 and qualify for free shipping. Stop overpaying and call right now.
Paid for by Steelman Pills. 800-823-3851. 800-823-3851. 800-823-3851. That's 800-823-3851.
If you're going to win, you'll need to slave over stats, scores, lineups, averages, injury reports, game history, even the stupid weather to get a set of odds. Yeah, forget that.
Listen to us.
The home of the winning edge. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
All right, well, I did it. I pulled the trigger during the commercial break. I took the Texas Longhorns plus 9.5, and I'm banking that they score on this drive. There's a bomb. No penalty. There was some clutching and grabbing going on. I like Texas's style that they got aggressive there, but now they're in a 3rd and 5, and we'll see if I screwed myself by jumping in. If they don't get the first down here, it's suddenly the 9.5 is going to go up.
Yep.
I keep on, like I said, I'm banking on Texas breaking through here at some point in time. And hell, Cam, if they score, suddenly we got a game. Like, just make the damn game 7-7. I've said this a lot about Ohio State over the years. That's the thing when they play Michigan. It's a problem for them. They're not used to playing in close games.
Exactly.
They never play close games, Ohio State.
Nope.
And when they do, they've lost.
Panic.
Oh my God, the kid on Texas just dropped it. Like, seriously.
Oh my God. That's so easy. You're never going to get an easier catch. Oh my God.
I was just about to say, there's a nice big first down in midfield.
That's a joke.
And he drops it. Like, why would you jump, bro? Like, you had it. What the hell are you doing?
Stay on the ground and catch the ball. What are you doing? You're so right, man. Like, there's no need to jump. It's there.
I take Texas and the kid drops an easy first down.
Well, now you can get them at 10. Now you get them at 10.5 or 11.5.
You got to be kidding me. You really got to be kidding me with that drop. Like I said, I get like tough plays are hard to make in that, but for the love of God, guys, like, what are you doing? You got to make a play. Like, we were talking about offense. And people are going to be, Quinn Ewers. What the hell do you want Quinn Ewers to do? Like, Quinn Ewers just threw it, like, he lobbed the ball to the guy. Like, it could not have been an easier catch. Like, he's all alone, wide open in the middle of the field. You know, it wasn't going to be a touchdown, but it would have been like first down at the 50-yard line. And for whatever reason, the kid jumps up in the air to catch a ball that is not even high.
It's
like,
amazing
how
it
was at his face. All he had to do is it would have been boom, like it was right at his head. And he jumps up and it hits him in the chest and bounces off. Like, what the F is he doing, bro? God, that was bad, man.
Texas in big games, man, over the last few years. Like, they got smoked by me and you were both on Washington. Arizona State almost beat them. Like, they have so much talent, but, like, execute. That's the problem with this team. Like, it's just unbelievable. You look at the skill position players, and they have so many guys. You talked about it. Going to the NFL, good speed. Like, the receivers tonight, you're right. They're hanging viewers out to dry. He's thrown some bad balls, but they've also had key drops, like on really easy passes, and that's unacceptable. Ohio State's not going to give you that many chances, Gabe. You know that. You got to take advantage.
Texas's defense almost knows now, like, they got to make a play.
Oh.
They just tipped it. The kid came flying in. I'm serious, Cam. Like, if I'm in Texas, I'm the Texas captain here in this defensive huddle. It'd be obvious. I'd be like, guys, like, we gotta punch a ball loose. Like, we gotta come up with something. Like, we gotta give our offense. They need a short field.
They do.
You know, this is massive play right now, guys. Because there's still 2:41 left. They have them kind of deep here. They would have to punt.
And they have all their timeouts. They have all their timeouts.
Yeah, like, they're on the 22-yard line, so it's not the end zone. But if they can get a stop here, they could potentially get some field position out of this. And they get the sack, even better. So the Longhorns, dude, their defense is balling, bro. You can't blame their defense. Hey, offense, wake the F up, man. Wake up.
I'll tell you this. Every single drive, it's gotten better. Like, Ohio State moved the ball. And then after that, they're starting to figure it out. They're getting pressure. Their defensive line is putting their guys back. If they maintain that, they have a game plan for these guys. You're right. It's all about the offense. And you don't even have to score that many. All you have to do is, like, put points on the board here. That's the thing. And Will Howard, we've seen him make mistakes before. Rattle this guy's cage, and everything will be fine. Like, Texas, their D-line's killer, man. Trust me, they're going to sack him a lot more.
Yeah, as I was saying like that about Ohio State, they don't play a lot of close games. They blow everybody out all the time. They played a close game with the Ducks, and they lost. So they beat the Ducks in the rematch in the Rose Bowl, but they played a close game earlier in the year and they lost. They played a close game with Michigan, they lost. They played a close game with Michigan last year, they lost. Well, like, they're not used to, like, getting punched back. They're like, you know what I mean? They're so good, they blow everybody out all the time. So it kind of freaks them out a bit when they're like, wow, we're not, like, better than these guys, or we're not, way better than them like we thought we were. And I tell you what, guys, how about this stat? Jeremiah Smith, the next Jerry Rice, Randy Moss, said, hey, I was part of the hype, but I said, this kid's amazing, and he is. You want to talk about doing a good job? Dude, he's been targeted twice. He has one catch for 3 yards.
That's it.
Like, if you're Texas, you could not have asked for more in the first half. Like, if you told Sarkisian, we're going to hold Ohio State to 7 points in the first half, he'd be like, great. You got to freaking score on this drive, guys.
Joe Gibbs anywhere with our mobile app. So give us a break. We're not going to tap your screen for you. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. Carver and Lisi.
Hey, you and Matthias have it all figured out. You're all giggles. Hey, Matthias, it's me and you. Lisi's not here every week. It's me and you, Matthias. Whatever you say.
You haven't been around.
We'll bet Penn State. Yeah. All giggles.
It's Carver and Lisi with Mike Carver and Joe Lisi. Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 Pacific. On the SportsGrid Radio Network.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
University College of London scientists have created the world's thinnest spaghetti. And by thin, this electro-spun nanofiber pasta makes your grandfather's angel hair look like a redwood tree trunk. At 372 nanometers, that's 14,000 billionths of an inch thick. It can only be seen with an electron microscope. Made of safe edible starch for medical drug delivery and porous bandages that let moisture in and keep bacteria out. Cooks up for dinner in just a second. However, only one problem.
I can't see it.
Follow me at Chicapalvo on X and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
The sharpest football contest show in the land, the Las Vegas Football Contest Show, focuses on Circa Sports Million, Circa Survivor, and the Westgate Super Contest, handicapping the games and releasing our contest picks every week of the season. With two former Super Contest winners, Grady Cannon and James Salinas, a former NFL player, Mike Pritchard, and over $1 million in contest prize money won combined, the Las Vegas Football Contest Show will have you prepared this season like none other.
Right before your very eyes, the boys of summer are about to become the champions of fall.
MLB playoffs are coming.
And SportsGrid will bring you all the angles, strategies, and info. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Scumbags! Let's rage! Sports Rage with Gabe Morency. Rage all you want.
In the words of Krusty the Clown, there'll be no monologue. My feet hurt. This is Sports Rage. I am Morency. The Pips, the players, the hustlers, the people that bust them, and everybody else in between. Let's do this thing. We're rolling along here. We've been with you since 7:24 Eastern time. It's only 7-0. It's been an entertaining game in the sense that, listen, we all want, you bet on the over, you want points. I get it, but, it's like a fight. And our boy Matthias and Master Control, good to have him back from the fires last night. But, sometimes when you get like two great fighters, it's not the most exciting fight because they're both so evenly matched, right? And then as the fight goes on, something finally cracks and somebody finds somebody finds an angle that they can use to win with. This game is just a heavyweight fight. They're going back and forth right now. The Texas Longhorn defense is starting to win the battle in the line of scrimmage. It's their offense is the problem. There was a massive drop on the last drive that would have set up shop at midfield. But this is as good a field position as they've had. They're starting the drive on their own 41-yard line right now. They've got to take advantage of this. Not to mention, we've stressed a million times that Ohio State are getting the ball back to start the second half as well. And they're already in a quick 3rd and 10 right now with $1:15 left. It's clear that the injury to Matthew Golden is definitely hurting them, right? I mean, he's their best wide receiver. He left the field with a foot injury. He hasn't come back since, and the passing attack is struggling, and as you saw, the kid dropped the pass on the last play. So their passing attack is lacking confidence right now. It's just bad luck. What are you going to do? And, of course, I have Golden to score a touchdown, and I got Golden over receiving yards. He catches the first ball for 24 yards, and he's out of the game. Here's the 3rd and 10. Ewers, you got to run for it, bro. He gets it. Big play, Ewers. You got to find a way, bro, and you found a way, and the ref just gave you a really nice spot, too. Speaking of refs, let's bring in the NFL ref guru here. Joe Gibbs in the house with us. Good to see you, Joe. How you doing tonight?
Good, Gabe. How are you?
You know what? I need points in this game. I'm getting frustrated. I got suckered into a bet where there be more points in the Notre Dame Penn State game or this game. And I was like, oh, there's no way there's going to be more points in the Notre Dame game. And I was feeling pretty good about it when it was 10-10 late in the third quarter of play, but turned into a 27-24 game. So I need 52 points to win that bet here tonight. And, here we are spinning our wheels. I bet an in-game over 44.5. I still think this game is going to open up, Joe. The total right now is falling to like 30. I'm seeing they just locked it for a second, 36.5. I think he's going to be a yard short here. Like I said, one of the refs gave him a gratuitous spot. So it's going to be 4th and 1 in midfield for Texas. But I still think this game opens up. And, the refs, I thought, in this game, for the most part, they're letting them play. But it seems to me they're pinching Texas a little bit more than Ohio State, Joe.
Yep. Ohio State's they've been their own worst enemy with the offensive penalties. There's been 3 of them in the first half that have set them back on 3 separate drives.
Yeah, but, they were worthy penalties at least, right? They weren't, I thought there was a face mask penalty on Texas that I didn't think was justified. It was like, yeah, whatever. He got his hands up, but they were just battling on the play. And there was a pass interference on a 3rd down that they blatantly got away with as well. Like I said, to me, there's been 2 or 3 just little, and there've been kind of little big plays in the game. But let's get to the NFL. What's that, Joe?
The unsportsmanlike conduct one on Henderson was huge. They were driving.
Yeah, he deserved it, though. Right? I don't blame the ref for
yes.
that. You know, he deserved it. But you're right. Ohio State, the discipline is hurting them. And then I see you got the replay up here of the targeting. Watching it live, you know, that's not targeting. So I don't know why people were complaining about targeting. I didn't think it was targeting.
Well, Sark was lobbying for it, and I'm like, that's not targeting. It's just a good hit.
Yeah, it was the quarterback it was Quinn Ewers' fault that he threw the ball high, and the tight end had to go up for it. All right, so we're at the there's a review right now. It's going to be 4th and 1 for the Texas Longhorns at midfield. So let's get into the refs tomorrow. NFL football, first game up. Texans and Chargers. Our boy Land Clark will be the referee. And speaking of letting him play, Land Clark is calling the second fewest penalties per game in the National Football League. Offense accounts for 56.5%. So we were just talking about letting players play. It seems like Land Clark is right up there with letting players play.
Yeah, he is this year, and it's his first ever playoff game as a head referee. He's got members of the John Hussey, Bill Vinovich crew with him who are experienced. And those two crews do let teams play traditionally. So I think you're going to see some leeway for both teams on both sides of the ball tomorrow.
All right, so get this, guys. We have our first Arch Manning sighting. Arch Manning sighting. They finally, you know what? I think they should mix them in a little bit too, just to show a different look. Right? It's nothing against Ewers really, but to show a little bit of a different look. But so they run Arch Manning on the 4th and 1, and he picks it up and stumbled and bumbled his way for another 6 or 7 or 8 actually, and then of course fumbled the football. He is down. It's close, but he is down. But Matthias and Cam earlier were saying, "Oh, you got to get Manning in. You got to get Manning in." This is why, bro. I mean, you're playing in a championship spot. The kid's never really played before, and look at this. You put him in one play, and he dropped the ball. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Well,
I mean, being real here.
But he adds a running dimension that Ewers just doesn't offer. So at least there's that running threat with Arch Manning. There's not much upside with Ewers out there, not from what I'm seeing.
He is down. He is down.
He's down.
Barely, though. Like they said, they're getting bailed out here. So, close game tomorrow. We've been talking about it. I don't think the Chargers should be 3-point favorites in the game. I see you've got a 2019 final here, your projection. I think that's kind of accurate, although I wouldn't be surprised, speaking of totals, everybody's so hell-bent that it's going to be a low-scoring game, and we know how that works out. The low-scoring games always turn into the high-scoring games, Joe.
Well, listen, if Houston comes out and plays the way that they actually can play, yes, this could morph into a higher scoring game. But from what we've seen the last 6 weeks, I mean, it's just, it's a tough watch. And the Chargers are going to be happy to run the ball. You know Harbaugh, you know the way he operates. It really depends on what Houston brings to the table.
All right, so Saturday night, Alex Kemp. Most of the referees, I know, when I see their name, I'm like, yeah, I know this dude. I know what he looks like. I know that guy, this guy, etc. Nice play. I was going to say someone's got to make a play on Texas, and they finally do, actually. Nice little spin move. Nice play, guys. Nice play. Texas are in business. They are in field goal range now. So Manning picked up the first down for them. Now they just did a nice little quick hit. And really, that instead of going down, man, the kid just sort of spun it and got out. And Texas are back in business right now. How much time to be exact? 39 seconds left in the first half. This would be massive for them if they could put 7 points up on the board. If
Texas goes into halftime tied 7, I mean, after all that happened in that first quarter, I mean, that's a miracle. That's a hell of a,
Yeah, Ohio State got the ball to start the second half, too, so they got to be careful of this. But they're in this game. They just need to break through to get some offensive confidence going. All right, so as I was saying, Alex Kemp, maybe if I see him, I'll be like, oh, yeah, this guy. But co-ranks number 1 in multiple categories. Offensive holding, defensive holding, face mask. Kemp ranks number 3 in roughing the passer. This is almost the opposite of Land Clark, Joe.
Yeah, these guys have gone to town. They say you can call holding every play. Well, this crew's done their best to, fulfill that this year. But the good thing is, in the in the playoffs, offensive holding does drop significantly. So I think you'll see them dial back the offensive holding calls tomorrow. And that really bodes well for Baltimore because they've struggled with offensive holding this season. But the interesting part is that the Ravens at home have actually been pretty good in that category. One of the least penalized teams for offensive holding when they play at M&T Bank Stadium. It's on the road where the problems come through.
We got some interesting numbers on the other side as far as Kemp's crew is concerned. It should be noted, too. Baltimore, co-ranked number 1 for roughing the passer in the NFL. Pittsburgh's offense, number 1 beneficiary of roughing the passer penalties. Wow.
The boys of summer become the champions of fall. The World Series is on its way. And SportsGrid brings you every angle. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
How would you like to get high-speed internet for your home for less than $2 a day? That's right. For about $50 a month, you'll get lightning-fast internet. Are you paying less than $50 a month right now for your internet? Then call Whole Home Connect right now for blazing fast internet at $50 a month with no price increases, no hidden fees, no contracts, no upfront costs, no equipment fees. It's a great deal. And guess what? You can try it for 15 days. If you don't like it, you get your money back. But you're gonna love it, and you're gonna love the price. Internet for your home for $50 a month. That's less than $2 a day. Plus, no contracts, no upfront costs, no equipment fees, and our 15-day guarantee. Call now. 800-797-1292. 800-797-1292. 800-797-1292. That's 800-797-1292.
The new SportsGrid app is now available on iOS and the App Store. Experience the ultimate sports betting companion that provides personalized content from your favorite hosts, in-depth matchup previews, game and prop picks, live odds, stats, scores, and more, all in one place. And of course, on the SportsGrid app, you can tune into our live television and radio coverage anytime, on the go, wherever you are. Download the SportsGrid app on the iOS App Store now. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. SportsRage tonight.
I don't want to be the guy that says what I saw last, but how the hell do you bet on Sam Darnold going to Los Angeles? I mean, this ghost. This guy lives in a haunted house. He saw some ghosts last night, bro. The Vikings like to blitz the crap out of you. Yeah, good luck blitzing Matt Stafford, because he's never seen a blitz before, right? And they can't change their system. It is what it is.
It's SportsRage Tonight with Gabe Morency. Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 Pacific. On the SportsGrid Radio Network. There's something you should know and always remember. SportsGrid does not increase luck. We're your unfair advantage for the latest sports gaming information. If you're looking for luck, go find a horseshoe. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
It really is amazing, isn't it? Over and over and over again. How when we go to a commercial break, there's a touchdown. How we were on a commercial break last night during a game-winning field goal. It was coming up. I'm like, we were back. Right, he made the kick. Like, I swear, like, we've been doing this show for 9 years on this network. And for 9 years, there's been commercial breaks. And that's when stuff happens. Like, we can't, it is what it is. You got syndicates and this and that. We got to go to commercials. And even for the Super Bowls and stuff, it's not like commercial free. Like, we've missed so many big touchdowns. So that's why Quinn Ewers is in the game, guys. Like, you know what I mean? Beautiful touch, soft pass into the corner of the end zone, touchdown. We got ourselves a football game. Texas Longhorns 7, Ohio State Buckeyes 7. 29 seconds left in the first half. We'll see if Ohio State are aggressive and try to get a quick 2-for-1 on the way out, because they do get the ball to start the second half. And here's a little screenplay that turns into something really big. Oh, my God. Well, we're going to hit our Trevion Henderson touchdown prop. Touchdown Buckeyes. There it is, talking about opening up, Joe. And just like that, 21 points on the board in the football game.
That's a killer.
Texas scored the touchdown. Ohio State, dude, all they were doing was like a safe little screenplay. They were like, all right, let's just play it safe here. Screenplay turns into a touchdown for the Buckeyes.
Absolute killer. That's a killer.
Unbelievable. Texas are in shock. Their fans are still celebrating their touchdown. That's like a hockey game. That's like a hockey game when you score and the other team scores before the announcer can even announce the goal in your own building. It's like, it just is like, oh. And Ohio State get the ball. For the record, the total just popped back up to 44.5 now.
You imagine if you had Texas first half?
Yeah, that's a killer, huh? You get the late touchdown. You know what? I got a little jump in my step now, Joe, because suddenly there's 21 points on the board. This thing was going nowhere fast. Boom. Suddenly we're at 21 here. I just wish that, it's too bad there's not time for another one. Maybe we get a kick return for a touchdown on the way out.
But you look at last night's game. I think it was 10-3 at halftime or something.
Yeah.
And that blew up. And it blew up. Yeah. So.
It was 10-10 late in the third quarter yesterday. All right, so speaking of the numbers tomorrow, guys, so this is for the Ravens game. Alex Kemp, the referee. Big-time numbers this year for this guy. So favorites are an NFL best, 15-1 straight up, and 12-3-1 against the spread when Alex Kemp is the official. That's an unbelievable number right there. And scary if you like the Steelers.
Yeah, it's one of those random things. I mean, in the big picture, it doesn't mean anything, but I just keep putting it in there every week because it keeps hitting, But yeah, it doesn't really mean anything, but it's an interesting number.
It does, and it does. Well, some people live and die with these things, but we figure we throw it out there. All right, so Bill Vinovich. Seems like Bill Vinovich does a lot of Bills games. Officiating crew chief Bill Vinovich plus 3 regular crew members with additions from Lan Clark and Sean Hockley and Alec Cruz. Noteworthy is 3 of all top 5 for offensive penalties. But in the end, Vinovich calls the shots. And Vinovich is one of those guys that the NFL likes because he is a let-him-play guy, right, Joe?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. He's my favorite referee. He should do the Super Bowl every year, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's, like he usually does, right? I mean, he's done a few. He's the new guy. He's been doing a few of them. So as far as numbers, like I said, I've got Vinovich is screwed. I remember Vinovich screwed the Bills once on one call like 12 years ago, and I'm still mad about it. But for the record, Buffalo are 4-4 straight up and 3-5 against the spread with Vinovich in the Josh Allen era. Home teams have covered just 44% of the time. Wow. With Vinovich going back to 2018. So that's a little bit of a significant number. Vinovich officiated Denver at Buffalo in the Monday Night Football game when the Broncos beat them. That's another interesting tidbit there.
That was last year on Monday Night Football. If you remember, Buffalo made a number of errors in the fourth quarter, coaching errors, a couple of silly penalties, and it gave Denver a second chance. They ended up kicking a walk-off field goal, I think it was, to win the game.
Yeah, I remember it well being a Bills fan. And we got to throw this one out. You want to hear something about a weird stat and trend, guys. You talk about some trends matter. Some of them don't. But Sean McDermott is 30-12 in his career straight up against bald head coaches, Joe. There's some insight for you. Seriously, people have discovered this. They even have the list. Jim Caldwell, Sean McDermott, Dan Quinn, Todd Bowles, Dan Quinn, Hugh Jackson, Dan Quinn, Marvin Lewis, Dan Quinn, Mike Tomlin, Bill O'Brien. There's a whole list of bald coaches that he's beaten. And, of course, Sean McDermott is much similar to myself, bald as well. So there's some real insight for you, Joe. Throw out everything else.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on that tomorrow. So is there any other bald coaches you can go up against? If he wins this game tomorrow?
Well, if he gets through, depends if Tomlin gets through, right? But you know what? They're not getting through. They're not getting through. I think Buffalo they're gonna roll Denver.
Hey, you know what else? D'Amico Ryans. He fits the bill. Texans head coach.
Another bald coach. But who do you like in this game tomorrow? I think I am a Bills fan, and it's funny because when the number came out, I was like, I'm not in a hurry to lay 8.5 in this game, or 7.5, 8.5. But now that the game is approaching, I think the Bills are going to dial it up a notch, actually. This is a step up in class for the Broncos. The Broncos they played a soft schedule. I don't think their defense is as good as it's hyped up to be. I think Josh Allen's basically unstoppable. Damn, Texas, if you would have caught that, you could. Oh, there's a flag on the play, though. Texas are trying to maybe get into field goal range late, but there's only 2 seconds left. So, yeah, who do you like in the Bills and the Broncos game, Joe?
I mean, obviously, you got to go with Buffalo. I picked 29-22, but look, if Buffalo gets out ahead early, this thing could snowball. Denver's up against it. The crowd's going nuts, and I could easily see like a 34-13 sort of game. I'll be curious to see how Denver handles things early. If they can withstand the storm early, I think it could be a close game. And I don't trust Sean McDermott in those high leverage situations down the stretch. But you got to side with Buffalo.
On the other side, we'll hit Sundays. The rest of Sundays. Card Joe Gibbs in the house with us. You can follow him on Twitter. NFL Ref Stats 1 on X, Twitter X. 2 seconds left for Texas. It's like it's Hail Mary time.
Giving you sports gaming strategies so powerful you can practically reserve a family vacation on it. Feels good to be a winner, doesn't it? This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. Carver and Lisi.
Giggles Carver.
I mean,
Giggles
Joe,
Carver.
Here
it is.
Come on, man. I mean, what? You're out with the syndicate crew.
I got it right there.
Cashing this ticket, win. I'm supposed to sit here and just do nothing?
Did you see the parlay I hit over the weekend?
No, you didn't let anyone else eat on that ticket. Kept it hidden to yourself.
It's Carver and Lisi with Mike Carver and Joe Lisi. Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 Pacific. On the SportsGrid Radio Network. SportsGrid TV and radio networks are the premier streaming video and audio channels dedicated to serving the sports wagering audience. Found on major smart TV platforms and streaming on SportsGrid Radio and Sirius XM Channel 159. SportsGrid's real-time data, expert commentary, and entertaining analysis transform viewers into informed sports enthusiasts. Our weekday radio lineup begins with the early line at 8 a.m. Eastern with Ben Stevens and Donnie Rightside. Donnie joins Kevin Walsh on Moneyline at 11 a.m. Eastern, followed by Football Full Circle at noon Eastern. Kaplan and crew join the party at 1 p.m. Eastern, and Pharrell Coast to Coast keeps things rolling from 3 to 6 p.m. Eastern. Get in the mix with Kevin Walsh and Game Time Decisions at 6 p.m. Eastern. Evenings simmer with Carver and Lisi, then boils over with Gabe Morency on SportsRage Late Night at 10 p.m. Eastern. To find out where to find SportsGrid that's best for you, go to sportsgrid.com. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. The SportsGrid Radio Network presents This Date in Sports History.
1981, Larry Holmes beats Trevor Berbick by unanimous decision in Las Vegas to retain his WBC boxing title. Holmes won his first 48 bouts. He fell one short of matching Rocky Marciano's career mark of 49-0 when he lost to Michael Spinks in an upset decision in 1985. For SportsGrid Radio, I'm Mike DeMurgis.
When the weather cools off, Major League Baseball playoffs heat up. Sit tight. The World Series is coming. Keep it here for every bit of the action with strategies and information to give you the winning edge. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
The freak show rolls along. We're to the half right now of this football game, and there was a late explosion of points. We were talking about it last night, how the fourth quarter things just opened up, and here we go again. So there was only 7 points scored in the first quarter. We were going into under 2 minutes left. In fact, there was like 30 seconds left, and it was 7-0. And now you look up, if somebody left early to step outside or whatever for a moment before halftime to be like, what the hell just happened? Suddenly we got 21 points on the board, which is a big difference from 7, man. In-game total currently sitting at 44.5 at the half right now. Ohio State are minus 9.5. They're minus 550 on the money line. Texas are plus 375 on the money line. Ohio State will get the football to start the second half. Joe Gibbs in the house with us, NFL Ref Stats 1 on X. So on to Philadelphia and Green Bay's game, officiating crew sheet. Brad Allen with additions from the Allenette crew, Clay Martin crew. Since 2016, home teams, 59% straight up and 54% in the playoffs ATS. With Brad Allen. ATS, home teams, 4-1 straight up and 3-2 ATS with Allen this year. with home teams favored by an average of, in the playoffs, with a home team favored by an average of minus 8 points. So what do you think of Allen's crew here, Joe?
He's always been a very good home field advantage referee. And further down in my write-up, I say in the fourth quarter of games, and this is important in these close games, no officiating crew calls a fewer percentage of penalties on the home team than Brad Allen's. This goes all the way back to 2021. So you get those games in the fourth quarter and they're close. These guys tend to side with the home team more so than the road team.
Man, and if there's one crazy stadium too, it's Philadelphia.
Yep.
If you're gonna get influenced by anybody, you're gonna get influenced by these psychopaths.
Well, to your point, Gabe, Brad Allen, this is a huge point of contention. He did the Sunday Night Football game last season in Philly. It was Philadelphia versus Miami. He called 10 penalties on the Dolphins, 0 on the Eagles, and it was blatantly obvious that, it was just obvious. That's what I'm saying. So don't be surprised if it happens on Sunday.
Wow, this is scary. When the point spread's up to 5 as well, I'm trying to talk myself in, and I will be on the Green Bay Packers, but I'm not a fan of seeing this one-sided home angle here, Joe.
Yeah, I mean, look, I've been on your show before and others, and I really like Green Bay. I've been bullish on them, but at some point you've got to put it all together, and I keep waiting for them to do it. And really the only game I can think of recently would be the game at Seattle on Sunday night, where they came out, focused, put the game away early. But apart from that, it's been very choppy, and week to week, you just don't know what you're getting. I mean, I like Philadelphia. I'm going against you on this one, but look, I'd like to see the upset, but I'm not holding my breath.
The Sunday Nighter, and we'll be live on SportsGrid and SiriusXM Channel 159 during the Commanders and the Bucs game on Sunday night. This crew is Craig Rolstad. Since 2016, home teams, just 41% ATS with Rolstad, including 6 and 10 ATS in this year in 2024. His crew number 1 in the league in calling pre-snap penalties. Number 1 to delay a game, defensive offsides, top 5 for illegal shift and an eligible man downfield. So before I even got to the end of the sentence there, it sounds like Rolstad has a big emphasis on the on the offensive and defensive lines. This guy's watching the trenches closely.
Yes, these guys really focus around that line of scrimmage more so than anybody else. So you're really going to bring your A game, be buttoned up. And both teams actually are pretty good in that respect, so they should have the wherewithal to navigate this crew. But yeah, these guys, for the most part, do look around that line of scrimmage on both sides, mind you, to try and pinpoint those penalties.
Here's an interesting point as far as these refs here, that Washington, not the refs, but just the fact, Washington, defensive pass interference, they're ranked number 1 in the NFL, and in surrendering automatic first down via penalties on third downs, which could be a problem against this Tampa Bay offense. But you've got the Commanders escaping with the upset victory here.
Yeah, like I said, Rolstad, not a great home field referee. There's going to be an upset this weekend. I don't know which one. I don't have a strong opinion on the game. I just threw it out there that, look, this could be the game. Washington comes in. There's no pressure on them. They play a little loose, and maybe they can pull it out.
I'm going to say the upset is the Packers. I'm going to, they haven't put it together. I think they will in this spot. Thanks, Joe.
Yeah, it's getting cooler. Football weather is here. Stay tuned for all the latest odds, strategies, and info. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
If you've turned 65 recently like me, it's important you find a Medicare Advantage plan that gives you the coverage you're looking for. But finding one can be difficult. The best thing I did, and I suggest you do the same, is call a licensed insurance agent and let them walk you through your Medicare Advantage plan options. There are so many benefits you have access to, so make the call now and let the representatives explain everything to you. Our licensed insurance agents can offer you a variety of Medicare Advantage plans. Plus, the call is free, the information is free, and there's no obligation to enroll. We're here to make it easy for you to select a Medicare Advantage plan that may work for your needs. Finding a Medicare Advantage plan can be easy if you do what I did. Make a quick call right now to learn more. Thank you.
800-365-6303. 800-365-6303. 800-365-6303. That's 800-365-6303.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
University College of London scientists have created the world's thinnest spaghetti. And by thin, this electro-spun nanofiber pasta makes your grandfather's angel hair look like a redwood tree trunk. At 372 nanometers, that's 14,000 billionths of an inch thick. It can only be seen with an electron microscope. Made of safe edible starch for medical drug delivery and porous bandages that let moisture in and keep bacteria out. Cooks up for dinner in just a second. However, only one problem.
I can't see it.
Follow me at Chicapalvo on X and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
Get sports gaming strategies and information 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Everything you need to get the winning edge. Right here. All the time. No wonder the wife says you never listen to her. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
All right, let's roll. Thanks to Joe Gibbs, NFL ref guru, for stepping up and in and joining us. Trevion Henderson, that helped our boy Matthias out, who had Ohio State in the first half on the money line. Needed the push, was going to lose. He needed them to win the first half. You get a miracle touchdown late. Listen, I clicked Texas right before, and I was happy that Texas scored the touchdown. But as somebody that's panicking and trying to get to 52, Matthias, I was right there with you. And I heard you because you were I'm a little bit ahead of you. So you heard me go, oh my God. And then you're like, you were thinking, oh boy, what just happened? And then I said, well, Trevion Henderson touchdown props are about to hit. It was unbelievable. I don't know what the hell Texas were doing on that play. Like they were literally all standing around, and all Howard did is drop back, dump it off to Henderson. There wasn't I'm looking over right now. There's not a white jersey literally within 20 yards of Trevion Henderson when he catches that ball, Matthias. Not 20 yards, bro. There's no
Gabe,
one
he
around
changed
him.
directions. It looked like he was going down the middle of the field, and then he changed directions to go back to the sideline, and it completely stiffed two of the defenders there for Texas, and he was gone. And the last time you actually did something like that, Gabe, was Monday Night Football when the Cleveland Browns had that big scoring game, and Jameis Winston threw that interception in the end zone when we had the over. You said, oh, my God, and I was thinking, here we go. And you said, pick. And I lost, Gabe. I was devastated. So this time you gave me some good words there. I was expecting a fumble, an interception, Will Howard. I'm like, oh my God! But no, you gave me the gold, baby. Let's go.
Well, now the total at the half is right back to that in-game number that I bet at 44.5. It hit as low as like 34.5, 35.5, 34.5, and now it's popped back up. It's 44.5, and just like that, Cam. Just like yesterday, and I think you jumped on the under. You were like, I'm abandoning ship early.
Yeah,
and here we go again, buddy. 14 points in 20 seconds. What a little, like, suddenly there's 21 points on the board. It changes everything.
You know what you should do, Morency? Get me an AI form as a hologram in your building, and every time I say, hey, this game's got no chance to go under, it'll go over. You know exactly, like, how many times this year have I done that?
When you said, I know in the past it hasn't worked, but this is the one, and I knew this is it, and then boom, here you go. I'm like, oh, here we go.
All I hear in my head is lemon, mush, like whatever. But the good news is that I have teasers to to the over as well, and I think we can get there. And I still got a pretty good number because I did it early. But you're right. This is a whole new game, Gabe. I'm just really upset, though, that they scored
the total came down.
Yeah.
We're better weighting, actually. Like the total was 53.5 all week. It ended up closing at 51.5 today. That's why I was cringing of oh, my God. I basically laid minus 170 to get to 52 with my bet yesterday.
I just wish the other team scored. And you said it that on that play, like, I got to be honest with you, Nick Saban said it. Like, what the hell are you guys doing? Like, you got way too aggressive. And the minute you hit that screen, you got all your linemen out there and everybody blocking. It was just like, all you have to do is play regular defense. You played great the whole time. I thought it was a bit, like, over-aggressive by Texas. I guess they were trying to do something special, maybe force a turnover before the half. But, hey, it helps your total. It helps a lot of people's totals. Like, we're right back in the game now, but the wrong team. That's the problem. And they get the ball first now. So, hey, we got a football game here. That's the thing about college football in comparison to the NFL. We talk about it, and me and you do a lot of college. No totals. It doesn't matter if it's like 3-0 or whatever. Sometimes these games just go absolutely bananas. And the NFL, not as much. Sometimes college gets a little bit crazy. But, yeah, everything's alive now.
Yeah, NFL once in a while things will open up and
like
get
college,
stupid in a quarter, but college it's inevitable. It's almost on cue. It's gonna happen. It's just and it's too bad that the half came because there would have been more chaos. You know what I mean? Like you could just sort of feel that. Oh yeah, here we go. There's going to be chaos here from now on. Like Ohio State are going to be frustrated offensively, guys. Right, and they're getting the ball. Like they're going to be hell-bent on scoring on this drive to blow this game open, right? Big difference between 21-7 and 14-7, giving the ball back to Texas. And, I think Texas, we've seen, it sucks that Golden is out, bro. I don't know if he's coming back. So, now the Bolden kid is stepping up and in. I saw the name Bolden. I'm like, man, is Golden back? I'm like, no, that's Bolden.
Yeah, Bolden. Yeah, they got a Golden and a Bolden. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, Golden's out. It doesn't look like he's coming back. I am following a bunch of beat writers now, so I'm on top of it as much as I can be here. But I don't see anything about him.
What are you getting Texas at? 9.5?
All it says is that he's got a foot. All it says is he's got a foot injury and questionable to return. So, like I said, he's been out for like a last hour or so. So, if he's not back yet, I doubt he's going to be back. But I'm hoping for the best here at halftime. Maybe, like I said, maybe they can come up with something and get a freaking shoe on or something on him. But it is a problem. A quick prop check right now for the bettors out there. Quinn Ewers, 10 of 20 for 133 yards and a touchdown. Wisner, 8 carries, 33 yards. Arch Manning, 1 carry, 8 yards, and a lucky that he didn't fumble the ball at the end of it, and they got it back. Wingo, 1 carry, 6 yards. Blue, 2 carries, 6 yards. Ewers, 4 carries for a -9 yards. As it counts, the sacks count against him.
Same as you did yesterday. Remember your props?
I didn't bet that.
I hit Blue, touchdown, and Henderson. So that kind of I looked at my account and go, ooh, that's nice. But remember yesterday you were saying you hit the props. Like you had Riley Leonard and a couple other guys. So we got screwed with that under, but you hit the props in the game. But I have Golden too, and if he's not coming back, that's as good as dead. But I had Blue to get a touchdown, and Henderson's a machine for the Ohio State Buckeyes. That guy's just
Blue.
an absolute stud.
Yeah, Blue was +150 to score a touchdown tonight. He cashes. Blue's already cashes his receiving yard prop. We got in on this as well. It was 13.5 or 14.5 yards. He's got 22 now. 2 catches, 22. And, of course, the touchdown. It was an 18-yard touchdown catch. As far as Ohio State numbers are concerned, but, yeah, our golden props are they're fake gold, Cam. It's not gold. Fake gold.
Yeah, fool's gold. Yeah, it's the stuff you get at Knott's Berry Farm with the pan.
It's stuff with the bad watch. I used to have fake gold. I used to have a fake Rolex.
It turns green.
Dude, at the end, my arm at the end of the day, sometimes I'll look. I'd be like, trying to hide it. I'd be like, man, look like a zombie, man. I had this weird stuff on my arm. I'm like, man, my watch is talking.
It happened to my Filipino buddy, Don Kalimlim, in school. He went there and he's like,
it doesn't come out easy, bro. I'd be like,
no, he told me.
I'd be like, man, I got a stain on my wrist.
We're at a party and I go, Don, your arm's turning green. He's like, yeah, I shouldn't have bought that fake Rolex. My parents went to the Orient. It's like his arm turned green. But I will say this. Hey, Gabe, the Montreal Canadiens beat the Washington Capitals tonight for all you hockey parlay players there. This team is hot, buddy. Real hot.
Yeah, they dialed it up a notch. I've got over 76.5 points.
Me too.
Season point total for them. All right, so Will Howard, nice first half for Howard. His numbers are good, but they're a little bit deceptive in a sense. He's played well. But Texas are giving them the underneath stuff. It's frustrating, but clearly, like I said earlier, Texas clearly have made a conscious decision. We're not getting beat with big plays. Let them dump it off. And then, ironically enough, they get beat with a massive play that's a stupid screenplay. But that was just a breakdown. I think they were still celebrating the touchdown. They didn't think that they thought Ohio State were just going to dump it off, and they got caught there. But with nice numbers for Will Howard, 14 and 19 for 200 yards. Travion Henderson, 3 rushes, 23 yards. Junkins, 5 carries, 20 yards, and a rushing touchdown. So if you look, like we were saying, The Texas Longhorns have done an awesome job defensively. Like, if you look at these numbers, it's like, all right, Travion Henderson got 23 yards. Junkins got 20. You got burnt on a 75-yard touchdown there to Henderson. One catch, 75 yards. But Jeremiah Smith was who everybody thought, oh, my God, he's going to light these guys up. Dude, he's got one catch for 3 yards.
Unreal.
So, like, they've nullified Jeremiah Smith, and they're giving up the stuff underneath the middle of the field. Ohio State will get the ball to start the second half here. So it's going to be a pivotal possession. In-game total has just bounced up to 45.5, though. So a little bit of movement up here, up to 45.5. Come on, give me 52, baby.
We're everywhere. You can get SportsGrid on the radio, TV, the internet. We've got your number, Sporto. That shirt doesn't match. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. SportsGrid TV and radio networks are the premier streaming video and audio channel dedicated to serving the sports wagering audience. Found on major smart TV platforms and streaming on SportsGrid Radio and SiriusXM Channel 159. SportsGrid's real-time data, expert commentary, and entertaining analysis transform viewers into informed sports enthusiasts. Our weekday radio lineup begins with the early line at 8 a.m. Eastern with Ben Stevens and Donnie Rightside. Donnie joins Kevin Walsh on Money Line at 11 a.m. Eastern, followed by Football Full Circle at noon Eastern. Kaplan and crew join the party at 1 p.m. Eastern, and Pharrell Coast to Coast keeps things rolling from 3 to 6 p.m. Eastern. Get in the mix with Kevin Walsh and Game Time Decisions at 6 p.m. Eastern. Evenings simmer with Carver and Lisi, then boils over with Gabe Morency on SportsRage Late Night at 10 p.m. Eastern. To find out where to find SportsGrid that's best for you, go to sportsgrid.com. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. The SportsGrid Radio Network presents This Date in Sports History.
1981, Larry Holmes beats Trevor Berbick by unanimous decision in Las Vegas to retain his WBC boxing title. Holmes won his first 48 bouts. He fell one short of matching Rocky Marciano's career mark of 49-0 when he lost to Michael Spinks in an upset decision in 1985. For SportsGrid Radio, I'm Mike DeMurgis.
The new SportsGrid app is now available on iOS and the App Store. Experience the ultimate sports betting companion that provides personalized content from your favorite hosts. In-depth matchup previews, game and prop picks, live odds, stats, scores, and more, all in one place. And of course, on the SportsGrid app, you can tune into our live television and radio coverage anytime, on the go, wherever you are. Download the SportsGrid app on the iOS App Store now. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. It's a simple choice, Sporto. Either listen to SportsGrid and get the winning edge, or don't. And get an earful from the wife since she's the one that balances the checkbook. Do the right thing. Keep it right here. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Let's roll. This is SportsRage. I'm Morency, the pistol players, the hustlers, the people, the busters, everybody else in between. We're still at the half. These college football halftime shows are long. Last night they had some sort of country act or something at the half. I don't know if I'm assuming there's a halftime show tonight.
Here's another thing about country. I get it, man. Can you get like original, like a song about whiskey? Thanks, man. Like there's about 1 million songs about whiskey. Like enough. Aren't you like, I'm with you, Gabe. Like, my lady likes a little bit of country now and then. There's a couple, but like, honest to God, like it's the same beat, the same rhythm, the same twang. Like, get original, bro. Just my take. Sorry.
The start of the third quarter is about to happen here.
Can you agree? You know,
I'm just tired of country music as a whole everywhere in all these football games. They think that everyone watching football is a country music fan. Right? Like it's constant. Like
it is.
You know, it's whatever they do. This, you know, it is what it is. I don't care. I don't hear the shows anyways. I'm usually on or I don't pay attention. I was hoping that there was going to be some live. I don't have access to this though. I wanted to see Quinn Ewers in-game passing yard props. They've gone, you know, the sports books. FanDuel have gone all out actually. FanDuel have 1 million props up for these games in game too. But most of the books have gone pretty much all out and sort of Super Bowl level. Like, you know, let's put props up for everything. They don't always do that for college. Like, they don't generally have long field goal props for college football games, but they have for these college football playoff games now in the semifinals. But no, I can't get in-game. They don't have an in-game passing yard prop for the quarterbacks. All right, so the second half has started. It actually, you know what, I thought it'd be a little bit longer than this, so it's back. Ohio State get the ball right now, and we'll see what direction this football game goes in. Texas can get a quick stop, get back in this thing, make it 14-14, and then the floodgates really could potentially open. Do Ohio State eat up 8 minutes and march the ball down the field, and we get frustrated again? Whatever happens here, Cam, I just want it to happen fast. Like, I don't care. And honestly, I've got more on the total than I do on than Texas. So, and I got Texas too plus the points. I got a 7 and I got a 9.5 here. So I want Texas to cover, but I don't care who scores. I just want points. That's my whole thing here. Give me points here, fast.
For me, I got Texas 6, 7, and 12.5. So I just want them to stay, within reason here. Like, that's the thing. I know you need points, and I just want them to be in the game, because if Ohio State gets a touchdown here, that could be demoralizing, especially the way that half ended, Marcy. Like, one play, you tie it up, beautiful throw by Ewers to Blue, and they score on the so quick. Man, that sucked. Well, you like it. You had the total, yeah.
Yeah, no, I was happy, actually. Even though I'm on Texas, I was like, yeah, good. Suddenly it's at 21 instead of being stuck at 7. Ohio State are moving the ball pretty quickly here, too. It's taken them about 40. Literally, there's 4. It took them 35 seconds, 2 plays. They're at midfield. So this is a massive drive for Ohio State. Like I said, too, like, Texas have done such a good job. You know that Ohio State's core, Chip Kelly and Ryan Day and the offense are a little bit frustrated, right? I mean, Ohio State, these guys are used to hanging 38, 44 on teams every week. They're not used to being stuck at 7 and 14. They got a lucky play on the way out here. So I'm expecting their best on this drive, actually. I'm not surprised, but there's another run up the middle for Travion Henderson, and it's first down Buckeyes on the Texas Longhorn 47-yard line. And you can tell, too, Ohio State's offensive line are all fist pumping. They're all fired up here. This is a big drive, but, like I said, I need points, Cam. So give me an Ohio State touchdown, and then let's let the floodgates open. But Texas, without Golden in the lineup, it's not going to be easy if they're down 2 touchdowns here. They got to come up with a stop, too, so it goes both ways.
What's your opinion on bringing in Manning for that package? I know he didn't fumble, but that was a good play call, and that play looked like it could have got broken up, too.
There's a big play. Interception. Yes! The Texas Longhorns intercept Will Howard.
Yes.
No return on the play, but it's on the 30-yard line, so it's not even that bad field position for Texas. They got the ball on their own 30. Massive turn of events here, man. I told you. I'm telling you, man. The Will Howard and Ohio State, they're not used to playing close games, Cam. Like you said earlier, get in Howard's face, rattle him a bit, and just remind him. I'd tell him during the game. I'd say, bro, you belong at K-State. You don't belong on this stage, punk.
Exactly.
Like, if I was Texas, I'd get in his head and say, this is too big for you, kid. This ain't K-State against Kansas, man. Like, you know what I mean? Start talking to him,
I couldn't
and
agree
he's an
more.
Arrogant little prick, this kid, too. Remember what he did to Indiana with his ear? And it's like, shut
I like
up,
Avery Johnson, the quarterback, better anyway. I'm like, Howard, you want to go to Ohio State? Beat it, bro. He is arrogant. And another thing is, he's not that good when you pressure him. The guy makes a lot of mistakes. Look at the Michigan game. Gabe, you must have been sitting there in the catbird seat. 22-point under.
But he always, when you're on Ohio State, you have a lot of protection usually. Their line isn't awesome this year, but they're still a great team. So, yeah, if you got to pressure them. Texas got to take advantage of this. I didn't like that little run on first down here. That was destined to fail. So they got a 2nd and 9 coming up here. But on the other side of this, guys, it's pretty clear the Texas Longhorn defense can play right now. Like, they're not being overwhelmed by them. The Ohio State scored a touchdown on their first possession of the game. They marched down the field. They stopped Texas. They marched down the field. They scored the touchdown. And it was like, oh, boy, here we go again. And they didn't do anything until the last play of the first half, where they got lucky on a complete breakdown. They got the touchdown. Their offense is struggling here. Texas, I don't know why the hell you just ran the ball 2 times in a row, Texas, though. You got to throw the freaking ball, man.
Trying to establish They're trying to
Yeah,
establish
they are.
the run game, but it's not like I'm kind of
tried it on first down. You lost
Yeah.
a yard, bro, or whatever. Just you can't. Now you're in 3rd and 10. You know what I mean? Now you're in 3rd and 11 even.
If me and you were coordinators, and Sark obviously is a hell of a lot smarter than us, but you know what you do? Use misdirection against Ohio State because they're very aggressive.
You are right though.
Like
they're trying to go back to their original game plan. Let's play smash mouth and get the ground game going here. Oh, they dumped it off, but it's not going to be enough. They're going to have to punt.
Yep.
From their own 45-yard line. So, no, I guess no harm, no foul, but a little bit frustrating. 4 minutes were just chewed up off the clock without any points. But Texas are punting right now. It's a 4th and 6. They're basically at midfield here. They're on the wrong side of the logo, though. So it's the right decision to punt. Now Simon is hurt on Ohio State, so the injuries are starting to pile up for the Ohio State Buckeyes.
Simon's a good player, Gabe. This is a very, very big situation if he's really banged up. He's solid.
And Golden does not appear to be coming back in this football game. He's standing on the sidelines. He's just watching now.
The Technology Minute with George
Simon leads the team in town.
University College of London scientists have created the world's thinnest spaghetti. And by thin, this electro-spun nanofiber pasta makes your grandfather's angel hair look like a redwood tree trunk. At 372 nanometers, that's 14,000 billionths of an inch thick. It can only be seen with an electron microscope. Made of safe edible starch for medical drug delivery and porous bandages that let moisture in and keep bacteria out. Cooks up for dinner in just a second. However, only one problem.
I can't see it.
Follow me at Chicapalvo on X and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
For anyone who's worried about back taxes, has not filed tax returns, and doesn't know what to do next, stop and listen. Not filing your taxes can have severe consequences, especially in this political climate. Now that COVID is over, the IRS is getting aggressive, massively increasing enforcement and collection efforts. With politicians making all sorts of promises, especially when it comes to taxes, hiding and not dealing with your taxes will cause you harsh legal and financial ramifications. But right now, the IRS offers forgiveness and writes off a massive amount of tax debt. The Tax Doctor offers a free service that helps people get out of IRS collections and back in good standing with the government. Don't hide or bury your head in the sand. Take advantage of our free service. Call now to learn more. 800-816-4492. 800-816-4492. 800-816-4492. That's 800-816-4492.
Remember when your high school football coach would ride you hard, just waiting for you to screw up, and he'd tell you to take a lap? Again? And then you didn't play football. No, that's cool.
All right, so for those of you that thought that, when something's in the news for a couple of days all the time, people get all into it and then they sort of tune it out after, and then they move on to something else. And it's, you see, during the day, the fires have died down, but there's a raging inferno again. It's getting close to our boy Matthias. I just popped it on KTLA right now, and I just saw it once again. Jeez, man, that's a serious inferno going on there, Matthias, right now. It's all over again. Like here we go again. Massive blaze. And they're too big to fight once they get that big. Yeah, and then the winds are picking up. They do have a lot more equipment now there. There's a million planes and all that type of stuff that weren't there before. But it's not stopping.
The
wind is picking up.
Oh, that's a problem. That's a huge problem.
Once those Santa Ana winds,
it is, Gabe. And you know what?
50 mile an hour, man, it's done. The embers start going, and then next one just starts blowing everywhere.
Correct.
The beautiful country of Canada gave California, or at least California, two of their big water planes that could pick it up. One of them was damaged today because of a damn drone. So it's grounded. Can't use them. So now we only got one.
You kidding
Donald Trump did that.
Yeah.
But that's beside the point. He took Canada's plane down. He did it deliberately.
Yeah, exactly. Trying to help people. Screw it. Is that Canadian plane?
So the in-game, keep safe, Matthias. If you have to abandon ship, you got I once tried to fire someone for leaving during a fire. Fire went off. The fire alarms went off during a radio show. I was on the air, and it was just me. It was nighttime, so it was just me and the operator guy. So he's answering the phones, running the show and stuff. The fire alarm goes off, and I look over, and we're in the same room. It's a big old school AM radio studio. So we're sitting there. He puts his jacket on. I see him getting up in a hurry, and I look up. I'm like, "Where are you going?" He goes, "There's a fire alarm going off. We're going outside." I said, "Don't worry about it." I said, "It'll turn off, bro." I said, "Whatever." I said, if something happens for real, we'll get out of here. But as of now, don't worry about it." He goes, "You can't make me stay here." And so we were during commercial break, and he was at the door. And I told him, I told him during the break, I was like, I swear to God, Jimmy, if you walk through that door, you'll never do this show ever again. And he goes, well, so be it, and whatever. He goes, I'm going to report you and stuff. So he splits, he leaves. I said, I come back on the air, and I did the show myself. I'm like, I don't need anybody anyway. So I said, let's go to the phone lines. I'm operating the show myself. I knew how to do it. So I was like, yeah, whatever. And the alarms are going off. And I said, don't worry, they'll go off. And then about 15 minutes later, man, a bunch of firemen come running into the radio studio, and they really started chewing me out. They're like, "You stupid idiot. There's a dentist office below you that could explode at any second."
Wow, yeah. Gases, yeah. That's
he goes, "Didn't you think about who's in the building, about dentist flammable stuff?" He goes, "This building is flammable as hell." He goes, "I don't even want to be in here." So they started chewing me out. I got called in. HR was a big brouhaha, actually. Needless to say, the guy didn't get fired. I got in trouble.
Jimmy,
for
if you
making
walk
him
out
stay.
here, you're never doing this show again. Fire alarm.
so turned into a big deal. Yeah, they were like, "Oh, you could have got Chum sued and blah blah blah," like all this stuff, and you disregarded whatever. They were not happy.
What
They're
a
not
stop.
happy about everything that went down.
See that, Gabe?
Matthias, I can't tell you now. Hey. Yeah. If you leave, you're fired. You're in the middle of towering inferno. I'm surprised. You got to be careful, bro. If they tell you to evacuate, you better get out of here.
You got to evacuate.
You know what, Gabe? I would take that seriously, but yesterday they told me to evacuate before the show, and I did. Guess what? It was a false alarm 1 hour later, so I could have done the show with you. And then they sent me another evacuation order at 6 a.m. Hell of an alarm clock I had today. I didn't believe them. Guess what? Another false alarm, Gabe. Another false alarm. It's all over the place right now, Gabe. You can't trust anybody. You just got to cover your eyes and look at that smoke.
Yeah, good call, Matthias. Like the boy who cried wolf. After a while, you're not listening anymore. It's like, whatever. But that could be the real one. That's the thing. Careful.
I got front row view, boys. I see that ball of smoke. It ain't that close just yet, baby. We got to the fourth quarter. Let's go.
Let's rock. Loud as joins us next.
Fall is here.
It's getting cooler.
Football and the World Series are coming in. Life is good.
SportsGrid makes it better.
Get the winning edge. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. SportsRage tonight.
I don't want to be the guy that says what I saw last, but how the hell do you bet on Sam Darnold going to Los Angeles? I mean, this ghost. This guy lives in a haunted house. He saw some ghosts last night, bro. The Vikings like to blitz the crap out of you. Yeah, good luck blitzing Matt Stafford, because he's never seen a blitz before, right? And they can't change their system. It is what it is.
It's Sports Rage Tonight with Gabe Morency. Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 Pacific. On the SportsGrid Radio Network.
The sharpest football contest show in the land, the Las Vegas Football Contest Show, focuses on Circus Sports Million, Circus Survivor, and the Westgate Super Contest, handicapping the games and releasing our contest picks every week of the season. With two former Super Contest winners, Brady Cannon and James Salinas, a former NFL player, Mike Pritchard, and over $1 million in contest prize money won combined, the Las Vegas Football Contest Show will have you prepared this season like none other.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
University College of London scientists have created the world's thinnest spaghetti. And by thin, this electro-spun nanofiber pasta makes your grandfather's angel hair look like a redwood tree trunk. At 372 nanometers, that's 14,000 billionths of an inch thick. It can only be seen with an electron microscope. Made of safe edible starch for medical drug delivery and porous bandages that let moisture in and keep bacteria out. Cooks up for dinner in just a second. However, only one problem.
I can't see it.
Follow me at Chicapalbo on X and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
Looking for advantages is the mark of a true player.
You've come to the right place.
We are that advantage.
Sports gaming strategies and information.
We just call it the winning edge.
Get it 7 days a week. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Scumbags! Rage! Sports Rage with Gabe Morency.
Rage all you want.
All right, the third quarter is basically at the halfway point. 8:30 left in the third quarter of play. And once again, the defensive battle is on. OSU gets stuffed on a 3rd and 1. Texas get the football back right now. But they're having a hard time moving the ball in the second half. They just nearly threw an interception, actually. Texas, the possessions are few and far between here. And eventually Ohio State are going to break through. And they're already up 1 here. So it's critical for Texas to tie this football game and score the next points of this football game. They get down by 10, they're done. Right? Like they're having a hard time picking up first downs. I know they scored that touchdown at the end of the half, but they got to find a way. They're in a tough spot too without their leading wide receiver. Doesn't help that Golden is out. They're having some moderate success running the ball, but not like they're not popping big ones. Right? They're picking up 5 and 6 here and 4 here and stuff like that, but it's not consistent and systematic enough that they can hang their hat on it and say, all right, we're going to run the ball on every play. And you can't really run the ball on every play here in this game. You're down by 7. Ohio State are going to score again. You need points. You got to put some points on the board. Now they find themselves in a 3rd and 10. There's only so many times Texas can come up with a big stop, and then their offense just gives the ball right back. They got to do something with it. And it won't be on this drive. Oh, my God, he got rid of it. Holy crap. You got me in mid-play. That's why I'm not a play-by-play guy. And it won't be on this drive. Quinn Ewers was about to get sacked. The fans are in awe. Dude, like someone was on his back. He was going down. Let's see. Oh, I think he's down. I think it's going to be coming back. The replay shows he's down. I think his knee's down when he got rid of it. It's going to come back. Son of a bitch. That would have been such a big play for them, the first down, and such a nice play. He was getting sacked, and he pulled him a Holmes. Like he just sort of flipped the ball to an open player. Does the ball come out of his hands before? You know what? He's throwing the ball before it's so close, but that's one of those, really, you're going to stiff him on the play? Play stands. Wow. Play stands. 1st and 10. Dude, that's as close as it gets. Like you see him, that's like a basketball shot. Like, is it that the ball is out of his hand, or is it that he started to throw the ball? And they go with it, started to throw the ball. And he did start to throw. You could see that he started to push his hand like he was flicking the ball. Can they follow it up? Wow, Ewers under pressure here. You know what? This is one of these drives right now where it feels like there's 7 minutes left in the game and not the third quarter. Like Texas are digging down deep here. Ewers is under big-time pressure the last 2 plays. He just got rid of it. They just turned a negative into a positive again somehow. Wow. Like we said, there's always a couple of plays in a game. There's always a couple of plays in a game, right, that you look back on, or you're like, all right, this is, or it sparks a team, so to speak. I thought Trevion Henderson slapping a dude early was sort of a mini turning point, sort of woke Texas defense up. But, man, that little spin move here. You know what's crazy, too, is Texas's skill players, even though they don't have Golden, they're really good, right? Like, normally these little dump-offs and stuff like that turn into big plays. But Ohio State's defense is so freaking fast that they're closing the gaps, right? So these, it's tough for Texas. It's tough for both of them. I mean, let's just call it off what it is. That's why there's only 21 points on the board. And, man, this quarter is really cruising along right now, too, down to 5:57 already. Texas run the ball on third down and pick it up. A hard-fought 4 yards for Wisner on third down. I know Connor Mack joined us earlier, and he was talking, and I didn't disagree as far as the weird number that it was going up, but I thought Wisner eventually could pop one here. He's up to 37 rush yards right now. They just gave it right back to him. They're trying to run the ball. They're still trying. So we talked about this really early in the game. Remember, it was basically late in the first quarter, and I said, wow, man, we might need overtime. We're praying for overtime here. It might, you know what? 21-21, we go to overtime. Right? Texas score here, 14-14. They both score another touchdown. We go to overtime at 21-21. It's a possibility. Another nice play here. Like I said, like Texas's skill players are doing as much as they possibly can. Like they just dumped off a little play to Wisner there, and he turned it into something. Like, normally against most teams, he's going to turn that into an 18-yard gain. Ohio State, suddenly it's only a 6-yard gain or whatnot, but they're grinding. They're in a critical third down situation right now. It's so close. They're third. It's like 3rd and 1 right now. Third and a long one. They're calling it 3rd and 2. So they would go for it anyways. But it would be better if they picked it up on this down and didn't have to. And they do. Wisner needs 2. He picks up 3 or 4. Like I said, they're chipping away here. This is like what my Michigan Wolverines did in the playoffs last year, like against Alabama. It's like, oh, God, it's 4th and 2. All right, we got 3 out of it. Like, they're grinding. The drive is taking a lot of time off the clock, though. They've had the ball for 4.5 minutes, and there's under 4 minutes remaining suddenly in the third quarter of play. And they're just trying to run the ball. They just ran the ball again. I don't mind that because we've seen the last couple, let's be real. Every play that he drops back to pass, Ewers is under serious pressure. Like they're flying at him. They're flying at him. Did they just show Golden running on the sidelines? Bro, if you could ever start to feel better, it would be a good time now, man, to get back out on the field. You got a 2nd and 7 coming up from the 26-yard line. See, now they got a 3rd and 7. The pocket keeps collapsing on Ewers. You know what I mean? Like the pocket's collapsing fast. He tried to just sort of dump it off, but it got batted down at the line of scrimmage, this one. Not really his fault there. You can only dink and dunk so much. Now they got a big 3rd and 7 coming up, and they are in field goal range. Although I didn't realize, right, the Auburn kid, the kicker, I guess he's out, or is it Stone is going to kick because they were showing Stone earlier? Oh, doesn't matter. Touchdown, Longhorns. Boom. They didn't go with the same plays they scored the touchdown on, but same part of the field and to the same player, Jaden Blue. It was, like I said, it wasn't the same play, but it kind of was. You know what I mean? Whoa, the left, it was left, same part, same side of the field even. Back left end zone. Except if they didn't go to the end zone, they threw it shorter this time, and then he got into the end zone after. Boom, touchdown, Horns. And I will tell you this, there's no disputing the Longhorn fans are much hotter than the Ohio State fans. I haven't seen an Ohio State looker yet. Texas, it's every time. You know what I mean? They show the Texas fans, it's like, oh, hey, Ohio State, it's like, yeah, whatever. Another fat dude. 14-14. I can't help it. I'm a Michigan fan. 14-14. Ohio State are now minus 3.5 in this game. Texas are plus 135 on the money line now. And remember earlier I was saying, I like the speculative and the future betting, although we missed the number on it. The Texas Longhorns got up to as high as plus 750 to win the championship. If they somehow win this football game and you had Texas plus 750, I'm not a hedger, but I'll say put Edward Scissorhands on in the VCR and watch it over and over and bust out the hedgers, because that's a great spot right there. Texas are currently plus 290 to win the national championship.
How do you know a winner? They have the SportsGrid mobile app for one. Hey, that's a nice looking phone you've got there, Sporto. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. Carver and Lisi.
Giggles Carver.
I mean,
Giggles
Joe,
Carver. Here it is.
Come on, man. I mean, what? You're out with the syndicate crew.
I got it right there.
Cashing this ticket, win. I'm supposed to sit here and just do nothing?
Did you see the parlay I hit over the weekend?
No, you didn't let anyone else eat on that ticket. Kept it hidden to yourself.
It's Carver and Lisi with Mike Carver and Joe Lisi. Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 Pacific. On the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Know someone with a drinking or drug problem? Learn how to get sober after we share these stories.
I was 35 with 2 beautiful children when my life and addiction started to spiral out of control. After my divorce, I went into a depression cycle and started drinking more often and using prescription drugs. After my second DWI and arrest, my ex-husband threatened to take our children away from me.
I was 17 when I became addicted to heroin and meth. I thought I could quit on my own, but I couldn't. It hit me when I was arrested.
Get sober now. Your private insurance may cover costs and we'll get you here. It's simple. Just call Elite Rehab Placement right now. Please, don't wait. Your life matters to us.
800-959-6348. 800-959-6348. 800-959-6348. Call right now before it's too late. That's 800-959-6348.
The new SportsGrid app is now available on iOS and the App Store. Experience the ultimate sports betting companion that provides personalized content from your favorite hosts. In-depth matchup previews, game and prop picks, live odds, stats, scores, and more. All in one place. And of course, on the SportsGrid app, you can tune into our live television and radio coverage anytime. On the go, wherever you are. Download the SportsGrid app on the iOS App Store now. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. Did you ever wonder why we're called SportsGrid? It's because we help create so many winners we have to use a grid system to keep track of them all. Join them. Get the winning edge. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
All right, let's roll. Yeehaw, we got ourselves a showdown. Let's do this thing. I am Gabriel Morency. All right, we've got a roving list of guests that are joining us tonight. Loud Esmond might join us for a segment or two, but Cam will be back with us in about 10 minutes. Tony Finn will step up, and then Rob Vino, there was a miscommunication. We didn't know, we weren't sure we were going to do this show, actually. It was sort of by popular demand. They were like, hey, why don't you do the shows? Since you were doing them on throughout. So we're like, yeah, okay. We're going to do the championship game on the 20th as well. We're having a good time with this stuff. So Rob Vino went out. I think he's had a few, Rob, enjoying the Friday night and the games. Getting ready for the NFL playoffs. Once this game wraps up, we'll attack the NFL playoffs more, but we're in college football mode right now. I'll share who I like in the National Football League, though, and I'm going to do a video later, and I'll post it with my NFL picks. As far as this football game is concerned, so it's 43.5 right now in game. Ohio State are minus 3.5, minus 165 on the money line. Texas are plus 135 on the money line. We were talking about the futures market, so it's interesting. During the game, the national championship odds keep changing, right? Remember, Ohio State got up to like minus 250 to win the national championship. Ohio State are currently minus 110. This is a great betting spot opportunity for people to get a head start on the championship game. right? Like we already know, Ohio State are 6.5-point favorites against Notre Dame. They're the same favorites as they are against Texas. There was future numbers up. So, they're not going to be minus 110. And they'd be favored against, they'd be favored, Notre Dame and Texas. Texas would be favored, right? They're a higher ranked team. So you get bigger value. Suddenly Texas is plus 275. I liked it. We missed out on the plus 750. That's why I was talking about it earlier. I didn't click on it because I was so upset and obsessed with my total bet, which I'm hoping, like I called a couple of minutes ago when it was 14-7. Said, you know what? We can get this thing to 14-14, 21-14, 21-21, and then potentially in overtime, go to until OT at a 21-21. I'd like to see it open up a little bit more than it has. We need another sort of big play here. It's at 43.5 right now. If Ohio State could pull off a quick touchdown here, if there's another sort of quick pop touchdown in the next, let's say you got 3 minutes before the end of the quarter, this thing will pop up to the 50 range, right? 48.5, 49.50.5. Like, we're not that far off here. We just need it to open up a bit. But big touchdown for the Texas Longhorns, and we are on the Longhorns pretty big as well. I'm just obsessed with that stupid Notre Dame bet that I made yesterday, the high-low score game. And in fact, we'll give you the odds for the NFL. The NFL has the same prop bets. Highest scoring game, lowest scoring game, except the odds are all a lot bigger because there's a lot more NFL games here to be played than just the two. So there's some interesting odds. Baltimore, it goes by the total number essentially, but Baltimore and Pittsburgh and the Chargers and the Texans are the lower scoring games on the board. We'll get you the odds in a couple of minutes. Another massive drive coming up here. Right? I've been talking about Ohio State not being great when you sort of punch back. They're not used. That's the whole thing. Like the Ohio State Buckeyes, you're a lot like Gonzaga. Right? That's one of the downfalls. And listen, Ohio State played a good conference, but they dominated so much. But, it's sort of like Gonzaga. Gonzaga murder everybody in the regular season all the time in college basketball. Then they get into the NCAA tournament, and it's not that they're not good, but they're not battle-tested. Right? Like, there's a reason why the Michigans and the Alabamas and you see the Dukes, the Kansases, there's a reason why all those big-time college basketball programs all play each other and play these killer early games in the season. Michigan State, right? Izzo. You get beat up early. You have a couple of tough losses. UConn, right? UConn earlier this year. They get some tough losses against good teams, and you're battle tested. So suddenly when you're in March and you're in a 3-point game with 20 seconds left, you're not panicked. You're not like, oh my God, we're never in this spot. Like Ohio State, how many times have they been in close games this year? I guess Nebraska sort of hung around, but not really. It was more like hung around the point spread. The Penn State game was kind of close. Oh my goodness. They just absolutely smoked Will Howard. You got an oh my goodness from me instead of oh my God. Like it was one of those, I got to see, here it is. Like literally the Texas D lineman just literally shattered. He's actually lucky that's not a hit to the head. Did he hit him in the head? He did hit him in the head, but what saved him is he kind of hit the football at the same time. Like he lit him up. Did you see that, Matthias? He literally came in, pushed the center back, and then just sort of face-palmed the football into Howard's face. Like, wow. Like, that's the, speaking of a basketball analogy, that's the type of thing, like a slam dunk that gets the bench fired up. And everybody like, oh, yeah, look at this. But was it a hit to the head? No. It wasn't a hit to the head. It was, he literally, like, smashed the football. He swung at the football, and it hit Howard in the helmet. In fact, I'm going to give Howard a lot of credit for that. He dropped the ball a bit, but he landed on it. Like, I don't know. When you see the replay of that hit, it's one of those, we're going to go back a ways. But the Buffalo Bills and the New York Giants in the Super Bowl, that Norwood missed the field goal. There was a big turning point in the game. It was like the last play of the first half. It was the last play of the first half, and Bruce Smith and the Buffalo Bills absolutely smoked Jeff Hostetler, the quarterback of the New York Giants. Sims was out. Hostetler was in. And he smoked him in the end zone. And for the love of God, to this day, like Bruce Smith even said, I've never hit someone. It was one of my cleanest sacks ever. Like, he came in and even hit his arm. And Hostetler was a big dude. And Hostetler hung on to the football. He got knocked over, and the Bills got a safety. But if the Bills would have scored a touchdown, it really would have changed the dynamic of that Super Bowl. And it was one of those plays that was like, oh, man, that's a key play. In this game, the key play was that Ewers being close to being down but not being down. Right? When his knee and he flicked the ball, that kept that drive going. That's the key play in this football game. And I will give credit to Howard right there, because he got lit the F up right there, and he could have fumbled the ball. Texas could have taken the lead here and had great field position. That was a big play by Howard. But Texas do get the ball back. And the Longhorns' confidence is starting to grow right now, and you can see, as I've been telling you, man, Ohio State on the sidelines, they're not as cocky as they were earlier in the game. You can see they're kind of doubting things a bit. They're on their own 39-yard line to start the drive, Texas. And they're going to get a nice little run to start this thing. Wisner pops it for 6 on first down. I got a bad number with them. I'm a moron. I posted my picks, and I posted it at 56.5. And I don't know, I got caught up in something. And the next thing I know, I logged on and bet, and it was like 62.5. I'm like, oh, that's just great. If he lands in between 56.5 and 62, I'm going to snap. He better get to 63 or lose outright. Oh, he's still up. All right, they're battling, but we're going to be in a 3rd and long here right now. Not a 3rd and long, but you got about a 3rd and 5 or 3rd and 6 coming up. I don't think they're going to get the playoff before the end of the quarter. They don't have to, so I don't think they will. 15 seconds left in the quarter, 25 seconds left on the play clock. Looks like we're going to 4 here. Yeah, we're going to the 4th quarter. We got ourselves a game. 14-14. Hey, look, last night it was 10-10 at this spot. Right? Pretty much at the end of the 3rd quarter was pretty much 10-10. Whatever. Someone would have scored whenever they made it 17-10. I think they scored late in the 3rd quarter, but generally the same type of thing. Tie game, man. Close as hell. And as I brought up, one of the reasons why I like the Texas Longhorns is Texas were in the semifinal last year. All right, let's not forget that. They were in the college football playoffs last year. They know They know that you got to play for 4 full quarters. They know the pain of being 1 win away from the national championship. I think it was something to hang your hat on here. So we should have hopefully a classic 4th quarter of play, and hopefully as well. A point fest. Now, I don't know if we're going into a commercial-free here mode, Matthias. I sort of knew we were supposed to go to a break, and I looked up, and I'm like, oh, all right. So we've certainly passed this. So unless Matthias is on fire right now, we've got a problem. we've got a problem here. So yeah, 14-14, 40. Man, his in-game total is 41.5 right now. I'm already in on the 43.5 and the 44.5. But if you're just jumping in right now, I think this goes over to 41.5. I think it's going to end up being 21-21 at some point. Look, let's say, is this game going to end 17-14? No. I don't think there's just going to be a field goal. We haven't even had a field goal attempt in this game. So I don't think there's just going to be a field goal. So there's going to be a touchdown. And is the other team going to respond? I kind of think so. I'd like to see Texas get up 7 and then force Ohio State to be the one to play from behind, tie it up at 21-21, and then, let's get this thing to overtime somehow and get some points on the board. Tony Finn's going to step up and in the 11 o'clock hour, and we'll get into the NFL. Like I said, once this college game winds down a bit, we'll get into the National Football League. But Joe Gibbs joined us earlier, and we went over the NFL ref stats. There were some interesting numbers, and there was a few trends as far as the games. to keep your eye on. And, of course, the first game up tomorrow is the Chargers and the Texans. Chargers, 3-point favorites in this game. The total is down to 41.5 right now. And you know what? So I'm glad we checked in on this because it was 42.5 basically all week. So it's coming down. People keep betting the under, and I'm going to go contrarian on this one. Like I said, that's not a lot of points. Right? Like 41, we were talking about 23-20 was a winner. 23-20 was a winner just at 42.5 here. You know, you get this down to a key number of 41. So we're going to keep our eye on this. And I think people are so convinced it's going to be low scoring, the number's just going to keep on coming down. So total 41.5 in the Chargers and the Texans game. All right, so this is a massive play. You got a 3rd and 5 to start the fourth quarter here of a tie football game. Son of a bitch. The wide receiver was open on Texas, and Quinn Ewers overthrew him. It was a nice play. It was a nice design play. The play call was fine. Everything was in place. Everything was in place. Who was that, Bolden? Yeah, you can't expect a kid to jump 12 feet in the air, bro. Like, the play was there. You know, like, seriously, it was a nice design play on 3rd and 5. They ran 2 guys on an L pattern, little slant to the sideline, and Bolden was open. You know what I mean? All Ewers had to do was drop it in there, and it would have been a first down, and a massive first down at that, but he threw it too high. And now Ohio State get the football back. Wow. That was a big miss right there. That was a big-time miss right there. It's going to be little plays like that. That could have been a big turning point, man. That would have been a massive first down for the Texas Longhorns. So now it's still 3.5. The total sitting at 40.5 right now. And we got a full fourth quarter left to play here. So we thought this would be a fun football game. It is. It's not fun if you bet the over, but other than that, it's pretty cool. You know? And I guess if you're on Ohio State, you're stressing out a little bit here. Listen, the spread was 6. I ended up getting to 7, and I got a 9.5 here. All right, Ohio State are looking for it all. They go deep, and they don't get it, but they get the penalty. That's a garbage. I want to see the replay on that, but I'm not even sure that's pass interference. Did he take them down, or did their feet get tangled up type of deal? And one thing we should know, too, college football, obviously, it's not a spot foul. That's a garbage call. That's a garbage call. He didn't. You know what? He already got away with the initial little mini contact there, and then they crossed feet. Like I said, he didn't do anything to him after. He crossed feet. Yeah, he grabbed him earlier, but you didn't call it. I didn't like that call. Like I said, it's just sort of these little calls here and there that are questionable that seem to go against the Texas Longhorns. In-game total, 38.5. Oh, boy. Looks like it's overtime or bust. All right, the Rage Reddit Cam Scoodle step up and in. SportsRage Game Day, SiriusXM Channel 159. Bring it.
Chronicling the acquisition of wealth by spreading the digital and terrestrial evangel of the winning edge. We'll never pass the plate. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Are you retired like me, and you just found out you owe the IRS a ton of money? Well, what would your life be like if they took your retirement savings away from you? They can do it, and your property. If you owe the IRS back taxes or you haven't filed in a while, the Tax Relief Line is here to help you. They can stop the IRS from taking your retirement savings. If you qualify, you could have your tax bill reduced to 0. That's right, if you're retired and you owe the IRS a lot in back taxes, you could have your entire tax bill reduced to 0 due. The IRS has now hired thousands of new employees, so they're ready to come after you. Don't let them take your retirement savings or property. Make this free call now.
800-590-4933. 800-590-4933. 800-590-4933. That's 800-590-4933.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
University College of London scientists have created the world's thinnest spaghetti. And by thin, this electro-spun nanofiber pasta makes your grandfather's angel hair look like a redwood tree trunk. At 372 nanometers, that's 14,000 billionths of an inch thick. It can only be seen with an electron microscope. Made of safe edible starch for medical drug delivery and porous bandages that let moisture in and keep bacteria out. Cooks up for dinner in just a second. However, only one problem.
I can't see it.
Follow me at Chicapalbo on X and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
Superstitious rituals won't make you a winner.
It just makes you more superstitious.
But if you absolutely have to have one,
Okay, here it is.
Listen to us 6 hours a day.
There, feel better?
this is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
The Friday Night Free Show rolls on. This is SportsRage Game Day. I am Morency. We're breaking down the NCAA playoff semifinal, college football playoffs, 14-14. We got a good one going on. Just like last night, super close, super competitive. The point spread is now 3.5. I'm getting frustrated because of the total, and I jumped in on an in-game total over 44.5. I got a teaser at 43.5 as well from last night that's still alive. So I got to get to at least 45 here, guys, somehow. But it's going to be all or nothing. Like I was saying earlier, listen, it's 14-14. I don't think this game's going to end 17-14. Somebody's going to score. Ohio State picked up a big first down. So they do have the football right now at midfield. They got second down coming up. And Howard, similar to last night, you're seeing the quarterbacks are getting a little tight right now. Right? Quinn Ewers missed on that last drive. He missed an open player. He missed Bolden. He was open. It would have been a first down. And it was a nice route. It was a nice play call. Everything was clean about it. He had time. He casually threw it. Like, everything was perfect about it. And I don't know. It just sort of got away from him, and it was too high. And now Will Howard was very lucky. Ohio State are getting aggressive. And I don't know. I'm not going to say it's a sign of panic, but it goes to show sort of like what I was talking about. Like, they're not used to not winning. So they're getting impatient that they're not winning. Right? Instead of just saying, all right, listen, it's 14-14. We got the ball back. Let's just chill and run our offense. What did they do? They threw a bomb right away. Then again, they threw it. So they got away. They threw the bomb. I thought it was a garbage pass interference call. They just got their feet tangled. But whatever, it was 15 yards only. So they get the penalty. And then what did they do after that? They threw a bomb. They tried to throw it to the end zone, basically. And what happened? The wide receiver on Ohio State had to go into DB mode. It was going to be intercepted. So Howard, we saw that last night with Drew Aller with the late picks. Riley Leonard. Aller ended up being the scapegoat because he was the last one to throw the interception. But Riley Leonard was throwing the ball wildly all over the place last night under pressure too. So, you just sort of got to calm down. Who can calm down and make a play? Jeremiah Smith has been nullified tonight. He's got 3 receiving yards. They've just completely shut him down. Here's a nice little dump-off screenplay that Ohio State just turned into a first down and picked up 11 yards on. So the Buckeyes are moving the football. I get the feeling they're going to score here. The question is going to be a field goal or a touchdown. Cam Stewart is back. This game's getting real, Cam. And remember, I cried early and I said, it was only 5:40. And I said, wow, it's only 5:40. And I'm praying, I got to say, we need overtime. Here we are right now. I'm going to need overtime, 21-21, and suddenly this game could go over the number somehow still. Yeah. It's true.
If it's 21-21,
11 and a half left. They score a touchdown, then you score another one. It's 21-21. Then suddenly, hey, this go over.
I'm not laughing because, you know what I mean? I'm laughing because your scenario is dead on. And the thing is, like, that's why I'm laughing, because this could happen. And I got to be honest with you, I love your assessment. Ohio State's going deep and deep and deep. Like, they don't have to. Like, you saw the screen pass.
Yeah, Cam, it's like a gambler, though. Like, you know what I mean? You can tell, like, Ryan Day's mind is thinking, effing, I'm getting pissed off. I'm not winning.
I don't want to play blackjack
put
with
more
Ryan
chips
Day,
on the table.
Dave.
Put more chips in. Put more in. Let's go. Hurry up and win. Let's go. That's what Ryan Day's thinking, you know?
He's the guy at the blackjack table that's flushed. Like, he's like, yeah, you know, I want to win this like quick one and get out, and things don't like. I don't like to play with people like that, because the best guys are the guys who just stay the course, right? And over time, you kind of grind out wins. And I think it's a desperation move, and a great point by you. That ball should have been picked off. So Ohio State can try these things. It might backfire. The best scenario for them is to do exactly what you said before. Nickel and dime. Move the sticks. Just keep things going. But you know what? This is a huge third down, Morency. Hopefully, we want different things in this game, I think. But, you know.
Well, we're
whatever
both on Texas plus the points.
We are.
Hey, 3rd and 4 for Ohio State on the 34-yard line. False start. They're going backwards. 3rd and 9 right now.
Ooh, I like that. But excellent.
That kind of, I don't know if they would, it's college, so I don't think they would have tried a 52 or a 53-yard field goal. But that's where they were. They're on the 35-ish, so that's sort of the territory that they're in.
So if they go, even if they get positive yards, 36, 50, a 54-yard field goal.
Yeah, but you know what they're doing here, Cam. And I'm going to call it right now. I'm going to be the DC. They won't dump it off here. They're going to be aggressive.
Yep.
Like, you know what I mean? They're gonna throw it down the field here. I don't think they'll just try to play a safe one. I think they're either going to go with the slant over the middle, or they're going to go deep down the field. They are passing it. Nice tackling. Oh, man, the kid on Ohio State actually got a couple of more yards out of that than I thought. Holy crap. That was actually...
He's a grinder.
The thing is with this is Ohio State right now, like I said, they were in a 3rd and 9. Nothing was there. So they dumped it off in a slant, then over the middle of the field, and Texas didn't tackle properly, and the kid on Ohio State, he fell forward for another 4 or 5 yards. It was massive.
What do you do?
From a 4th and 7. Now they're going for it on 4th and 3. Yeah.
You don't want to kick a
51-yard
field goal. You don't want to kick a 51-yard field goal. This is it, Gabe.
One of those fans looks just like that Luigi dude that got arrested for shooting someone. They just showed the kid. I'm sure the internet will catch that, but
yeah, they will.
It's too long. The Ohio State kicker was good all year. He was shaky in the Michigan game, but these college coaches are all aggressive. They don't trust their kickers from this distance. So we got a big 4th and 3 coming up. This is a massive play here right now. As far as they don't get this, suddenly Texas could take control of the football game. The clock is ticking away, and they're on the 34-yard line right now. We got a 4th and 3 coming up.
The best thing you told me all night, when Texas was down, they were 7-1. You had another guess on, I clicked it. I only put $50 on it because I got a lot of other things going on. I was going to put 100, but think about it. They can win this game. They've gone from 7-1, and I'm thinking right now they're plus, what are they, plus 190? To win, can you give me the updated number? Because I'm on
They locked it right now.
Yeah, but you know what it is.
Now it's plus 300. They just unlocked it. So plus 300.
7-1 to plus 300. That's the market we talk about, right? When they were down, you can get these guys. Imagine, and now I have that ticket in my back pocket if Texas wins.
Oh yeah. No, even now, even though for people you missed it, you got a great number, Cam, 7-1, but even plus 300, like Texas and Notre Dame will be closer to a pick'em. Texas were favored in the advanced line. Texas, for the record, last week or coming in all this, Texas were minus 3.5 against Notre Dame. But Notre Dame looked pretty damn good last night. And I think people are going to respect Notre Dame. So that was the advanced number. I think it would probably be more 2.5 type thing in reality. So in other words, Texas will not, put it this way, guys. Texas ain't going to be plus 300 on the money line against Notre Dame, Cam. So even now you're getting still kind of value with it. And or you could argue you're getting value with Ohio State right now to win the national championship at minus 120, bro. They came into tonight minus 250 to win the national championship. Now they're minus 120.
You're right.
And Ohio State, the number's already up. they're 6.5 point favorites like they were tonight. They're 6.5 point favorites against Notre Dame, which minus 120 on the money line. So either Texas or Ohio State right now. It's dude. I caught on with that with the baseball when I was betting the Dodgers this past year. Well, obviously I've talked about the live futures market in the past, but last year with the playoffs with the Dodgers, bro, like they would be losing in a game, Cab, and they would skyrocket to plus 280 to win the World Series.
Yeah.
I was like, really? Okay, you just had them at like minus 175, but they lost the game to San Diego, and suddenly it goes to plus 450. And especially in game, man, these numbers get crazy, right? Like I said, Texas have never been blown out in this game, and in fact, the Texas Longhorns guys have never been trailing by more than 7 points in this game. Yet they were plus 750 at one point to win the national championship. Yet they weren't getting blown out.
Exactly.
Right? It's a great live future market to take a look at. But that's why people tune into the show for expert opinions like that.
Yes, they are.
The boys of summer become the champions of fall. The World Series is on its way. And SportsGrid brings you every angle. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. The new SportsGrid app is now available on iOS and the App Store. Experience the ultimate sports betting companion that provides personalized content from your favorite hosts. In-depth matchup previews, game and prop picks, live odds, stats, scores, and more. All in one place. And of course, on the SportsGrid app, you can tune into our live television and radio coverage anytime. On the go, wherever you are. Download the SportsGrid app on the iOS App Store now. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. SportsGrid TV and radio networks are the premier streaming video and audio channel dedicated to serving the sports wagering audience. Found on major smart TV platforms and streaming on SportsGrid Radio and SiriusXM Channel 159. SportsGrid's real-time data, expert commentary, and entertaining analysis transform viewers into informed sports enthusiasts. Our weekday radio lineup begins with the early line at 8 a.m. Eastern with Ben Stevens and Donnie Rightside. Donnie joins Kevin Walsh on Money Line at 11 a.m. Eastern, followed by Football Full Circle at noon Eastern. Kaplan and crew join the party at 1 p.m. Eastern, and Pharrell Coast to Coast keeps things rolling from 3 to 6 p.m. Eastern. Get in the mix with Kevin Walsh and Game Time Decisions at 6 p.m. Eastern. Evenings simmer with Carver and Lisi, then boils over with Gabe Morency on SportsRage Late Night at 10 p.m. Eastern. To find out where to find SportsGrid that's best for you, go to sportsgrid.com. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. The SportsGrid Radio Network presents This Date in Sports History.
1981, Larry Holmes beats Trevor Berbick by unanimous decision in Las Vegas to retain his WBC boxing title. Holmes won his first 48 bouts. He fell one short of matching Rocky Marciano's career mark of 49-0 when he lost to Michael Spinks in an upset decision in 1985. For SportsGrid Radio, I'm Mike DeMurgis.
Everybody's fighting for your attention. And all you want is some no-nonsense information. We hear you. And you should hear us. We're your trusted source for gaming, odds, and more. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Surprisingly enough, there was not a touchdown during our last commercial break. There's about to be a touchdown unless a miracle happens here. And there's the touchdown. Judkins scores again. Ohio State take the lead. They punch it in from the 1 yard line. 7:02 left in the game. Lining up just like I called. 21-21, baby. Let's do this thing. But there's going to be a lot of pressure on Texas now. A lot of pressure on Texas.
If Texas scored a touchdown,
I'm going to say it now, though.
Would they go for two?
No.
I just want to see your reaction. No, overtime.
No. You know what? I'll say this. I'd say this. If they scored a touchdown, Cam, would they go for two? If there was 7 seconds left in the game or something. You know what I mean? There's still 7 minutes left. So, like, you know what I mean? If it's like all or nothing, maybe Sarkisian would do it, actually. I could see him doing it. But not now. Like, there's still 7 minutes left. So, look, I thought about it last night with Notre Dame. It didn't come into play because they ended up, the game ended up being tied to kick the field goal. We got 7:02 left right now. The Texas Longhorns going to need a touchdown. It's all or bust right now. National championship on the line. Trip to the national championship. Suddenly right now, too, talking about the big number. So now, wow, Texas are now plus 900, Cam. You thought you got a good number. Now it's plus 900. Oh, boy.
You know what? You just keep on bringing me in, Morency. You're like the guy.
I'm going to
with
jump in
sales.
at 900 here right now.
Oh, you're damn right. I'm
just going to hope for the best.
I'm sitting there. You're like, Cam, can you believe that they're giving away?
See, they already
like
moved it to plus 850. Yes. They know. They're like, oh, no, we better move that.
That was a bad number by them. They should have posted a 7. But yeah,
plus,
that's
plus
a great
8,
number.
Plus 850 right now, guys. And like I said, the thought process is Texas and Notre Dame will be close to a pick 'em if they played. If Texas are somehow able to pull this out. So this is like buying stock, right? Not every stock you buy is gonna, it's gonna hit.
Yep.
But you're taking a shot that if step A happens, suddenly your stock is worth a hell of a lot more. And once again, you're getting plus 900. We know that the game is going to be near pick'em, and then boom. I'm not a Johnny Hedger, but like I said earlier, Cam, it opens up the door for opens up the door to put Edward Scissorhands in the VCR and watch it.
I know you hate that movie, but I'll tell you one
Johnny
thing.
Depp, he making me cry.
The thing about hedging is you have the right attitude towards it. Don't do it unless, you have to think about, your investment to return. You know what I mean, Gabe? Say this. Say you put $100 in something, whatever. You have to think about, what do I get back from it? What's working for me? To do it for a couple $100 is, in our opinion, me and you have been doing this for a long time, idiotic. But if you can win thousands, you're like, I'm going to put a hedge in? Yeah. There's a time and a place for hedging. That's the way it works. You have to look at your initial investment, what you get back, and your scenario. That's what I'm talking about.
The time and place, though, really is if you have a 40-1 and a 30-1, stuff like that. You play the future market early in the season, and then you're holding, you get a bunch of teams, the NBA finals or whatever. You got a bunch of teams at 16-1 and 22-1. Then you get into the finals. Then you got yourself a position. I never judge, though. People, everybody's got their own thing. If they want to hedge, they can hedge if they squeeze out a profit out of it. All right, so Texas are sort of moving the ball, but they're going to need a big play, and that helps right there. Nice pass, viewers. Nice play, kid.
Oh, God. Yeah. Oh,
Helm. Gunner Helm, kid.
Yeah.
What was the flag? Don't tell me that's a flag on Helm at the end for pushing for face mask or something. That's garbage.
No,
these refs are screwing Texas, man. I'm going to snap if this is – they're going to call it.
That's BS. He didn't do anything. He was just go get away.
Unsportsmanlike conduct. Son of a bitch, ref. You son of a bitch. God,
Gabe, I'm going to tell you something. I watch a lot of old games and VHSs, and I was going through it the other day. The problem with today's modern sports, the referees
stiff-armed him.
Yes.
That's not unsport. He didn't do anything. He stiff-armed him.
My point.
Look. Where's the unsportsmanlike conduct here? You're playing for a championship, and you're going to call this, ref? He pushed the guy. Oh, he didn't point at him. He pointed first down anyways. It's still a first down. They just lose a couple of yards after.
That's a joke.
He's open again. He caught it this time. Let's go, Texas. Good call. Good Golden. Good call, Golden.
I love Golden.
Golden's back, Cam. Golden's back.
Golden Grams. Yeah. There we go. Perfect. Beautiful play.
I do it. Well, I don't know if they shot this kid. I don't know if the cortisone took an hour to kick in, but
whatever. He's like a horse. He's just waiting he's just like, I'm ready to go. No, he looks good. Man, what a drive by Texas. Come on, guys. Let's go. This is
Golden.
Great.
Golden's receiving yard prop was 64.5. He's got 2 catches. He made 1 catch for 24 yards early in the game. He got hurt. He just came back right now out of the blue. It's like, Golden's back? What? Golden's back. He's got 2 catches for 51 yards now. That's what he means to this team. 2 catches, 51 yards. So now can they finish this drive off? They got a 2nd and 8 outside the 10. It's always tough to score in tight spaces. But that was a nice play on 3rd down right there. Referee gave Texas a bad spot, I thought. Looked like Wisner should have got another yard out of that or something. And as far as Wisner is concerned, too, he's getting close to his rushing yard prop, guys. It opened up at 56.5 earlier in the day. It closed at 62.5. It depends on when you bet it. 16 carries for 53 yards right now. So Wisner's getting there right now, but they'd have to get the ball back again for him to do it because they're on the 6-yard line or 7-yard line, whatever, right now. So it's 3rd and 3. Massive. This is it. I mean, it's getting real right now for the Texas Longhorns. You're going to get hit, Ewers. Watch it. That's got to be a flag. There you go. Pass interference in the end zone. Ewers, they're lucky that there was covered. Like, dude, that could have been a disaster for Texas.
I agree.
And props to Quinn Ewers for standing in the pocket and getting lit up like that. But, dude, like Ohio State came with a blitz from the outside. They got there, and you heard me say out loud, dude, you got to get rid of it. You got to get rid of it. Like you're about to get smoked from behind. Ewers, he didn't get lit up that much. The kid kind of took it easy at the end, but there was double coverage. And what's crazy about this with Ohio State, there wasn't really a need for them to do it.
He grabbed him hard.
There really wasn't a need for anyone on Ohio State to do anything. The pass would have been completed. So, like, Ohio State just kind of hurt themselves there. That was a stupid play by Texas. Why are you throwing the ball now? Texas just throw the ball on first down for the 1, and there's another pass interference.
Winning isn't a mystery. It requires strategy, a plan, and a few hours a week listening to us. So stop freaking out. Get the winning edge. Keep it here on the SportsGrid Radio Network.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
University College of London scientists have created the world's thinnest spaghetti. And by thin, this electro-spun nanofiber pasta makes your grandfather's angel hair look like a redwood tree trunk. At 372 nanometers, that's 14,000 billionths of an inch thick. It can only be seen with an electron microscope. Made of safe edible starch for medical drug delivery and porous bandages that let moisture in and keep bacteria out. Cooks up for dinner in just a second. However, only one problem.
I can't see it.
Follow me at Chicapalbo on X and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
Do you use the expensive blue or yellow pills to charge your sex life? Are you thinking about it? What if we can promise you the same results for less than $3 a pill? If you're paying $20 a pill for the other pills, you're getting taken to the cleaners. Our pills deliver the exact same results for less than $3. You'll save more than $16 a pill for the same results. And right now, radio callers will get 44 blue or yellow pills for $120 with free discreet shipping. You can save more than $700 off pharmacy prices. Charge your sex life now and save a ton of money. Call now and get your 44 pills and save over $700 and qualify for free shipping. Stop overpaying and call right now.
Paid for by Steel Man Pills. 800-823-3851. 800-823-3851. 800-823-3851. That's 800-823-3851.
When you take a risk, preparation is important. It makes your chances of success so much greater. SportsGrid is your preparation. Bringing you sports gaming strategies and information 7 days a week. Don't take a chance without us. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Well, the Texas Longhorns are really bringing this upon themselves right now. They had 2 pass interference penalties in the end zone. 1st and goal on the 1. Now they've gone backwards. It's 4th and goal from the 8-yard line right now. They do have 3 timeouts left, and Quinn Ewers just, oh my God, you can't make this up. You can't make this up. From the 1-yard line, from the 1-yard line to the Ohio State Buckeyes scoring. Quinn Ewers just fumbles the football, and it gets returned for a touchdown. They were on the 1-yard line, 2nd and goal. They set up in shotgun. They run the ball. They lost a bunch of yards going freaking sideways because they were in the shotgun. And on 4th and goal, Quinn Ewers gets hit as he's trying to throw the ball. The ball pops loose. Ohio State return it for the touchdown, and there goes our freaking potential overtime.
+13 teaser. Can you miss the extra point?
And now there's 2 minutes and 13 seconds left. It's all over but the crying for Texas right now. For the teasers and in-game totals and stuff like that, we're going to need a garbage touchdown for the Texas Longhorns, but I don't see it happening, to be honest. Now their spirits are going to be crushed. I knew it too, man. Dude, they're on the 1 yard line. It's 1st and goal. They ran the ball smash mouth style. They nearly scored. It was like half a yard like type of thing. All you need to do is just do it again. And for whatever reason, on 2nd down, they did like the pitch, right? Like they did this weird sideways pitch that blew up and ended up losing like 6 yards. They went from the 1 yard line to the 8 yard line. And then there was an incomplete pass. And then he just gets sacked, and he was, the ball pops loose. Unbelievable that Ohio State pulls it out like this.
It's such a joke.
I literally thought, oh, man, Texas are going to tie this. It's going to be 21-21.
I thought he was just going to fall on the ball. Even at that, and that guy takes it back for a touchdown to ruin the teasers. Yeah, okay, whatever. It's life, Gabe.
28-14. And so as I stated, there's a little more than 2 minutes left. Brutal just a back-breaking turn of events. Unbelievable. The Texas Longhorns, 1 yard away. And think about it, guys. They had a bunch of cracks at it because there were 2 penalties in the end zone. So they had multiple first downs basically on the 2 yard line. And like I said, on the first, I even thought, don't get cute. Oh, and sorry, they threw the ball on 1st down for whatever reason. Sorry, they threw the ball on 1st down. It's like, why? You know what I mean? They threw that little thing to the left side of the end zone that no one was there. You know what I mean? The play calling was brutal. They were knocking on the door. The 1 freaking yard line. All you had to do is fall forward, run a sneak, run it 2, 3 times, 4 times in a row if you have to, and just smash mouth it in. Instead, they did like a sideways pitch in the shotgun, though. So like Quinn Ewers is lined up on the 5-6 yard line. Even though they're on the 1, that's why it's so stupid. He's lined up on the 5-6. He literally like sideways pitches it to a running back who then gets tackled on the 7-8 yard line. Like it was doomed from the start. Like it was just a horrible design and play call. And Sarkisian, an offensive genius, has been around the game forever. Really? That's the sword you're going to die on, with some sort of pitch play running sideways from the 1 yard line in the shotgun?
You have no idea.
Unbelievable.
What like how much money I would have won? Now I'm like looking at things. Texas plus 13.
You know what's crazy too? Wisner, actually, as I was talking about with his rushing yard prop, he lost so many yards. He went all the way back to 46 after that. He was actually getting up there with his rushing yard prop. So Ohio State are going to be going to the national championship game. It says 28-14. So they're up to 42 right now. And the only thing that,
Can Texas score? Can they score a touchdown?
Probably not, but some people are gonna hope so, right? Like
I'm kind of on your side
myself.
now. Like I'm doing the math right now with the team. Like if they lose by 7, it's just only 1 live total. Everything I need Texas to score for those teasers.
Ohio State, as I said a couple of minutes ago, we were talking about Texas are plus 900. Ohio State and I said, man, you're getting valued out at Ohio State to win the championship at minus 120. Ohio State are now minus 350 to win the championship. Texas are off the board right now. So Ohio State are Ohio State are minus 350. Notre Dame are plus 275. So that's what I was telling you guys about beating the advanced number. And of course, it was that son of a bitch Sawyer that returned it of all people, too.
Like, why you just fall down, jackass? I want to
Matthias Sawyer showed up to the Michigan recruiting visit wearing a red jacket. You knew he was a D back then.
Dispensing little pearls of sports strategy wisdom like gumballs from the machine where your dad used to take you for a haircut when you were a kid. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
University College of London scientists have created the world's thinnest spaghetti. And by thin, this electro-spun nanofiber pasta makes your grandfather's angel hair look like a redwood tree trunk. At 372 nanometers, that's 14,000 billionths of an inch thick. It can only be seen with an electron microscope. Made of safe edible starch for medical drug delivery and porous bandages that let moisture in and keep bacteria out. Cooks up for dinner in just a second. However, only one problem.
I can't see it.
Follow me at Chicapalbo on X and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
Money line. I think Raheem Morris would deserve to be fired way more than Gerard Mayo. Your season is on the line, and Bryce Young is out there essentially going to get a statue built in Carolina at the end of that football game.
If you would have said that, Bijan went nuts. Penix looked great. You had 535 yards or whatever it was on offense, and you lost. From an Atlanta perspective, Raheem Morris, you deserve to get fired today.
Catch Money Line with Donnie Rightside and Kevin Walsh. Weekdays, 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 Pacific on the SportsGrid Radio Network.
The sharpest football contest show in the land, the Las Vegas Football Contest Show, focuses on Circus Sports Million, Circus Survivor, and the Westgate Super Contest, handicapping the games and releasing our contest picks every week of the season. With two former Super Contest winners, Brady Cannon and James Salinas, a former NFL player, Mike Pritchard, and over $1 million in contest prize money won combined, the Las Vegas Football Contest Show will have you prepared this season like none other.
There, Sporto. We know you've been hurt in the past. Big stations with big promises lied to you, suckered you in. We don't do that. We're the real deal. You can take our information to the bank. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Scumbags! Rage! Sports Rage with Gabe Morency. Rage all you want.
Well, it's all over but the crying, or at least we're nearly there. We're at the 2-minute break right now, the 2-minute warning of this football game that just got turned upside down. Unbelievable stuff, man. Just what a cold world. I mean, the Texas Longhorns are literally 1 yard away from tying the freaking football game, and next thing you know, it's 28-14. And just a backbreaker for us. We bet in-game over 44.5, and it would have hit because it would have been 21-21 automatically, right? It would have been an automatic winner. There would have been at least a field goal, obviously, after it, and even the original over could have been in play at 21-21 going into overtime. Instead, it's 28-14 right now. Ohio State are minus 13.5, minus 380, and Texas are plus 13.5, plus 280. So, in other words, it's a plus 280 chance, essentially, that Texas are actually going to score a touchdown here. This is a tough spot for Texas to be in. I mean, yeah, you could score. They do have a bunch of timeouts left. They could score and, the old onside kick and stuff. But for the love of God, I mean, how the hell do you bounce back and recover from what just happened? You're on the 1 yard line. You're about to tie the game, and suddenly you're looking up and you're losing by 14. Ohio State fans were silent. They were all sitting there in shock as Texas were about to score. I mean, and even, too, they called the stupid penalty on Texas that all the kid did was point forward, like first down. And they call that. It still didn't matter. They get it down to the damn 1 yard line. Texas get 2 pass interference calls in the end zone, so they had numerous cracks at this thing. And whatever, Sarkisian couldn't finish it off. Right? That's on the coaching staff right there. You can't really blame players in that spot. Quinn Ewers didn't call the play. Quinn Ewers isn't the one that says, yeah, you know what, we're on the 1 yard line, so let's go on the shotgun and have my quarterback at the 6. That's one thing, for the love of God, I never understand about college football. When very few quarterbacks in college football can take a snap from under center. It's almost like basketball hitting a free throw. You figure it would be the first damn thing, as a quarterback, that you should know how to do. I can take a snap. I don't have to be in a shotgun. Oh, and there's an interception. Quinn Ewers throws a pick, and Ohio State does not return it. They take a knee. What a way for this game to end. Like I said, if you're Texas, there was no way they were going to go down the field after that. And just brutal, too. I got Texas plus 7. And I got Texas plus 9.5. And I'm thinking, all right, whatever. Ohio State win. They win by 7. We hit we hit the push at 7, and we get the 9.5 back. And it just absolutely implodes, man. From being on the 1 yard line to throwing an interception right now. Quinn Ewers just tossed it up over the middle of the field. And we were talking earlier about Arch Manning. And, listen, I get it. He is young, and there's, you're concerned and stuff, but that really would have been a good time and place for him right there. You know what I mean? Like, if you didn't want to run it, if you want to put your quarterback in a shotgun and stuff, fine. Do like a direct snap to Manning and just tell him, run into the end zone, kid. You're good at this, right? And, you get that moment for him. So Ohio State did actually just run the ball on first down. They didn't just take a knee. Texas do still have 2 timeouts left. Man, please, you know what? Force a field goal. Get me to 45 here. We're at 42. Get me to 45 here somehow in a miracle. Problem is, you know what? Son of a bitch, they got the first down on that play.
You need a touchdown on a straightaway and hope he doesn't even sit down.
No, you know what, though? Like, Texas didn't call the timeout yet. I was like, call the timeout. They're tapping out, too. They're not calling the timeout, so you're right with this. Looks like they're about to take a knee. No, is this a knee play? No. They're going to run it. This is,
the first down ices the game.
There it is. They get the first down. Howard runs it, and it's game over. Absolute bloodbath. Like, you know what I mean? And just the rug just pulled out from underneath this, Matthias. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like, some bats you lose early, and you're like, all right, Gabe, I was on the wrong side. We got overwhelmed.
It's a bad beat.
This game, bro, like, yeah, you're on, you know what I mean? Come on, man. You're literally on the 1 yard line away from tying this freaking football game, basically sending it to overtime. The overs would have been in play. You can't lose by 9.5 in overtime, and somehow these Ohio State Buckeyes survive, man. Unbelievable. And, of course, they had to, like, you know what I mean? Of course, they had the ball had to bounce perfectly up right to him, and he returns it for a touchdown, huh? Like, at this point, I just would have preferred losing 21-14. I would have won both the Texas bets. Like, it's the worst thing that could have happened.
It's a bad beat, Gabe. It's one of the ones that leave you thinking, and it's just sour. You're pinching your toes. This is terrible. It's a terrible loss. But you know what? Ohio State would probably win the championship the year that they lose to Michigan again. It's like the year that they're having to lose to Michigan the way that they did. It probably just ignited them even more. Like, look at them. If nobody would have thought they were going to win the championship after they lost to Michigan. Everybody thought they were going to lose to Tennessee.
Yeah, that's why I don't like this new college football playoff. That's the whole thing. Nobody in the semifinal actually even won their conference tournament, so their conference championship, right? So, and it's like, it's sort of minimized it. The conference championship doesn't really mean anything anymore as long as you get into the playoffs, like March Madness now. So Ohio State get into the championship game. Son of a, like, really, man, like Texas. Like I said, everybody's played sports. You've had a tough loss or betting and stuff like that. But if you're the Texas Longhorns right now, I mean, this is a classic example. Yeah, the scoreboard says 28-14. That's not a true indication of what this football game was, right? Like, if you're Texas, what the hell just happened in the last 3 minutes, man? You're on the 1 yard line. You're playing in the state of Texas. The crowd's going crazy. They keep on calling penalties on Ohio State in the end zone, so you keep on getting first and goal. And what they put it on the 2 in college instead of the 1, right? So, or the 3, whatever. I guess in overtime it's the 3, but they're Sarkisian. He just sort of looks rattled and in shock. Like, this wasn't a case where they got outplayed. You know what I mean? It wasn't like, oh, yeah, like if you're Texas, oh, we couldn't play with them. They were too much. No. Like, you know what I mean? You were 1 yard away from tying the freaking football game on first and goal, and you managed to screw it up with your play calling. I blame Sarkisian for this. You know what it reminds me of? It's very similar to, there's some coaches, it takes a while to break through. And look, Harbaugh did. Harbaugh finally broke through. But remember the Super Bowl, right? Remember the Super Bowl. Same thing. San Francisco 49ers. They stormed back against the Baltimore Ravens after the power outage. They literally, same thing. They had the ball, man. It was like 1st and goal from the 4-yard line. They had Colin Kaepernick. They didn't run Kaepernick once. Like, think about that. You got Colin Kaepernick as your quarterback. You're on the 4-yard line for the 1st and goal with the Super Bowl on the line, and it was the exact same thing. You know, they tried to throw, I think it was to Crabtree. They threw like a fade pattern to Crabtree. Who was the kid's name? James, the kid from the Oregon Ducks. I think they tried a little trick play to James, and it was the same thing. He lost some yards on it. Like, you know, you're knocking on the door. If you're Sarkisian, you're right there, right? Like, you are literally knocking on the door of tying the football game. And I don't know why did you throw on 1st down? Like, if I was in the media right now, like, what? Like, seriously, 1st down, they dropped back to throw, and nothing was there. Like, Ewers basically seemingly threw it away into the corner of the end zone. It was like a wasted play. The 2nd down, they ran the ball. They nearly scored the touchdown. It was damn close. And then they started to get cute again. Like I said, that's on Sarkisian. You know what I mean? Quinn Ewers doesn't call the plays. The kids don't call the plays. You got to put the players in a position to succeed. And Sarkisian over freaking thought things on the way out there. And we get gut punched. And, of course, of all teams, it has to be Ohio State that screws us. Like, really. Like, I'm seeing the play over here. That's like a 1 in a million play, man. That he hit the quarterback, the ball bounced right up into him, and he runs down the field.
Winning Edge benefit number 45. Finally fulfilling your dream of standing on a bar and telling the crowd, this round's on me. And mean it. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. Carver and Lisi.
All right, hotshot. You want to talk smack with your partner? Yeah, I'm talking to you. Look up and look at me. You're saying that I'm not into it? I laid this 7.5 with Illinois. Now what are you going to say? At least my money's where my mouth is. You want to talk all this garbage? Penn State sucks in hoops. I look at numbers, old school, gut. A little pinch between your cheek and gum.
It's Carver and Lisi with Mike Carver and Joe Lisi. Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 Pacific. On the SportsGrid Radio Network.
How would you like to get high-speed internet for your home for less than $2 a day? That's right. For about $50 a month, you'll get lightning-fast internet. Are you paying less than $50 a month right now for your internet? Then call Whole Home Connect right now for blazing fast internet at $50 a month with no price increases, no hidden fees, no contracts, no upfront costs, no equipment fees. It's a great deal. And guess what? You can try it for 15 days. If you don't like it, you get your money back. But you're gonna love it, and you're gonna love the price. Internet for your home for $50 a month. That's less than $2 a day. Plus, no contracts, no upfront costs, no equipment fees, and our 15-day guarantee. Call now. 800-797-1292. 800-797-1292. 800-797-1292. That's 800-797-1292.
The new SportsGrid app is now available on iOS and the App Store. Experience the ultimate sports betting companion that provides personalized content from your favorite hosts. In-depth matchup previews, game and prop picks, live odds, stats, scores, and more. All in one place. And of course, on the SportsGrid app, you can tune into our live television and radio coverage anytime. On the go, wherever you are. Download the SportsGrid app on the iOS App Store now. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. Apparently, some of you are confusing the winning edge with luck. And we say nay, nay. The winning edge is sports gaming strategies and information you can use to create your own luck. Step one, keep it here. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Hey, how much time we got before we come back on?
Let's roll. This is SportsRage. I am Morency. As you can tell, Tony Finn is here. You know, Tony, music playing means we're coming back in, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
like,
you know,
most people get that, but like, I'm about to snap with people talking all the time when we come back. It's like, it's not rocket science. You've been on the radio before?
Yeah. No, never. First time.
sometimes I wonder, to be honest.
Well,
you know, like, you know, Babano as well. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, you know, the music is playing, right? It means the segment is ending, right? Like, so, all right. So Tony Finn in the house with us. Nice, smooth entrance as always for Tony. So how you doing, Tony?
Oh man, it's a good day. It's a good day. Texas. Oh, I was talking to you while we were off air, but you weren't there, or you weren't listening. One of the two. Could have been both, as far as I know. But can't score from 1 yard line. Why are you running a pitch? Well, it's second down, and they're throwing a pitch off the edge on the 1 yard line. That just, I knew at that point in time, or the third down, whatever it was, it's a killer. It's an absolute gut buster for those of us who were supporting Texas in this game. Not that was going to be the difference in the game, and not that they were going to win this game, but my goodness, you go from, you're getting 6 points, all these Texas Longhorn fans, and those who are just supporting Texas in this game, and even a field goal there. I would have thought even a field goal on 4th and 7 there with the time that was left, if you're a national champion or you're capable or deserving of a national championship, then you're probably believing your defense can get one stop, or you can, at least you're going to have an opportunity to get the ball back without them scoring, and a field goal, or at least a touchdown to win it. So I don't know. It's frustrating, even though I don't have the mortgage on that game, Gabe. It's I agree with everything you said right there before break.
Yeah, Texas, they were right there, right? It's one of these games. You look at the final score, 28-14, and it really wasn't a 14-point game. I can't help, like I said, I brought it up in the last segment, Tony. I can't help but think of the Super Bowl with Harbaugh. And don't forget, too, this happened with Harbaugh and Michigan against Ohio State a couple of times, too. They lost a bunch of times. People pick on Ryan Day now, but Michigan lost a bunch of times in a row to Ohio State. And there were a few times, similar situation. Michigan were on the 2 yard line, 3 yard line. They made it hard, right? And they couldn't punch it in. And it was sort of like it's been a nemesis. It's sort of been a thing for Harbaugh that held him back from taking that next step. It's sort of like the coaching tree, and climbing the coaching ladder. It's hard to become a really good coach and a winning coach, and it's hard to get to the big games. And then you get to the big games, you got to win. And then it's like, all right, our game plan was good. We played well. We were literally a yard away from tying the football game left with 2 minutes left. But what happened? Yeah. And like I said, Sarkisian outthought himself. I mean, I don't get it. Yeah. There were so many different things that they could have done, instead of what they did. And not to mention, and like I said, it was the same thing with Harbaugh. They had the 1st and goal against the Baltimore Ravens in the Super Bowl. They're on the 4 yard line. You got Colin Kaepernick on your team, and you're throwing fade patterns to Crabtree at the back of the end zone twice. Right? I think they ran a play to James, and like they did Pete Carroll throwing the football. Exactly. You're on the 1 yard line, you throw the freaking football. It's like, why, bro? You got Marshawn Lynch. Like, this isn't hard. You could have snuck it in with Russell Wilson if you wanted to. But exactly, Tony, like, good call. The Russell Wilson, these coaches, I don't know, for the love of God, man, you're knocking on the door. It's not that hard, right? Like, really. And the first, when they ran the ball, Tony, they nearly got it in, actually. Like, it was close to a touchdown. They would have just done it again. They would have scored.
Yes. Yes. Again, I'm a little bit old school in that regard, and that is if you got 1st and goal at the 1 yard line, and you're a national, and you are deserving to be crowned national champion, or even a runner up at this point, just to get to that game, you got to be able to score from the 1, and you got to be able to do it on the ground. In my opinion, you can't do that. Then if you can't believe you can do it.
Yeah, but it's not a case of which they. It's not a case of which they tried 4 times in a row and they got stuffed. Then you could say, yeah, you know what?
Agreed.
They couldn't do it.
Agreed.
It's like Sarkisian took it out of their hands and just made it harder. Yeah. Right? I mean, like, for love of God, like, why did they? I don't know why they threw the ball on 1st down too. It's like, guys,
me either. And no,
you had 2. They had 2 pass interference penalties in the end zone too. So, like, they got an automatic 1st down. They got set up.
Yep.
Then they threw it again when they shouldn't have. There was another pass interference. So it was basically, all right, they got set up again on the goal line. And then they insisted on throwing the ball again. And then it was incomplete. Yeah. And they run the ball, they get stuffed. And then, it was close. Just, hey, it's a cold world. I'm just bitter, too, of all freaking teams. It was Ohio State. And the luck of the bounce. Like, it's like... It's like the football gods are, smiling on Ryan Day and Sawyer here, 2 of all people, that ball, and it was a nice play that they got to him, right, on the 4th and 8, but on the last play of the game. But the ball just bounces up perfectly right to Sawyer, and then he returns it.
Yeah.
Like, unbelievable.
Yeah,
stuff.
that's we didn't talk this week, Gabe, but I'm quite certain that there was a lot of recency bias in this game that moved that line to 6. I thought that was a gift, really. 6 points in Texas, a team that can play, that may be the best defensive team. These might be the 2 best defensive teams in college football this year, in truth. And this game played out exactly as I thought it would be. Close game, maybe a field goal at the end wins this game, or a field goal in overtime wins this game. And now Ohio State, I thought Penn State. Listen, that Penn State Notre Dame game was very similar in many ways. I thought the Nittany Lions were made some mistakes. The coaching staff made some mistakes late in that game as well. That pass with a minute and a half to go, or trying to get in the field goal range. I didn't think they've been running the ball down the throat of the Irish all night or all day long, day and night in that game. And I thought that was a bad call. It was a bad decision to throw the ball, but I think the coaching staff has a big part of that play call. And again, who's loses a big game. It was a big deal. It was a big deal all day today, all night yesterday. And it's going to be hard to beat this Ohio State team, I think. Yeah, the Irish, be it Nittany Lions or the Irish, this Ohio State team got a lot of confidence right now rolling into the championship.
All right, so music is playing. So bonus point for Tony for stopping. Music is playing. The Friday Night Freak Show continues.
We never stop giving you the winning edge. Sports gaming strategies, insights, and information.
24/7.
We haven't seen the sun in weeks. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. SportsGrid TV and radio networks are the premier streaming video and audio channels dedicated to serving the sports wagering audience. Found on major smart TV platforms and streaming on SportsGrid Radio and Sirius XM Channel 159. SportsGrid's real-time data, expert commentary, and entertaining analysis transform viewers into informed sports enthusiasts. Our weekday radio lineup begins with the early line at 8 a.m. Eastern with Ben Stevens and Donnie Rightside. Donnie joins Kevin Walsh on Money Line at 11 a.m. Eastern, followed by Football Full Circle at noon Eastern. Kaplan and crew join the party at 1 p.m. Eastern, and Pharrell Coast to Coast keeps things rolling from 3 to 6 p.m. Eastern. Get in the mix with Kevin Walsh and Game Time Decisions at 6 p.m. Eastern. Evenings simmer with Carver and Lisi, then boils over with Gabe Morency on SportsRage Late Night at 10 p.m. Eastern. To find out where to find SportsGrid that's best for you, go to SportsGrid.com. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. The SportsGrid Radio Network presents This Date in Sports History.
1981, Larry Holmes beats Trevor Berbick by unanimous decision in Las Vegas to retain his WBC boxing title. Holmes won his first 48 bouts. He fell one short of matching Rocky Marciano's career mark of 49-0 when he lost to Michael Spinks in an upset decision in 1985. For SportsGrid Radio, I'm Mike DeMurgis.
Money Line.
The moments where the Green Bay Packers thought, we have a chance to avoid Philadelphia, get the quarterback back in the game who we absolutely benched because we didn't want him to get hurt any further. We need you to win this game, only to see Chicago Bears go right down the field and kick a field goal to beat them. That was a tough day for the Packers with a lot of roller coaster of emotions.
Catch Money Line with Donnie Rightside and Kevin Walsh. Weekdays, 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 Pacific on the SportsGrid Radio Network. Remember when your high school football coach would ride you hard, just waiting for you to screw up, and he'd tell you to take a lap? Again? And then you didn't play football. No, that's cool. Get the winning edge. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Well, I don't believe what I just saw, but in a bad way. Hey, listen, I guess it's a cold world. Last night, we were saying it, oh, my God, it couldn't have went better at the end, the way the Penn State game ended up playing out with Notre Dame last night. But tonight we're on the wrong end of it. It's just, absolutely brutal. The 1 yard line, stupid play calling. You go backwards. I've never been a fan of it. No one ever is. It's just stupid. But as I said a couple of minutes ago, I don't understand how this exists. It's like basketball, where you see these players, they can't dribble or they don't, just sort of simple things of the game, and then free throws. It's isn't it like a prerequisite? Like, you shouldn't be in the NBA if you can't hit 80% of your free throws, like, at least. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, oh, this guy can't hit free throws. Yet it's amazing to me that college quarterbacks can't take a snap from under center. And if they can't, like, how about you work on it? How hard is it to snap the ball and accept the snap and do a QB sneak or hand it off? And or if you want to do it, that would have been a nice time to bring Manning in. I wouldn't have minded a wildcat there. He just, snap the ball to him, let it run into the end zone. But pitching it sideways against Ohio State's defense, like, seriously, guys? Seriously. Like, I don't know. Listen, we know that Sarkisian knows that he screwed up. You could tell on the look on his face after, like, his shock. I don't blame the players. I don't blame Quinn Ewers for that. I blame the play call for that. All right, so Matthias, you're saying it's time to move on from the football game, and you got a tennis play for us. My boy Felix Auger-Aliassime is getting ready to play. What are the odds?
Plus 110 for Felix Auger-Aliassime, minus 139 for Sam Korda. Felix leads the head-to-head 2-1, but they haven't played in 3 years, Gabe. But you know what? I like the way Felix has been playing here. And Sam Korda's only had to play 2 matches to get to this point so far because a couple guys went out to get ready for the Australian Open. So, he is going to be the fresher tennis player, but Felix looks like he's ready to go, Gabe. He is the better player all around, and he has a better game, I'd say. But and the fact is, he's an underdog. So it's hard to ignore the plus money right there when it's sitting in front of you like that. I like Auger, Gabe.
All right, so I'm gonna jump in as well. Plus 110. The show must go on, Matthias. Plus 110. Felix Auger-Aliassime.
Absolutely. We move on.
This thing starts at 2:30 Eastern time, so 11:30 Pacific tonight. It was a little late night tennis from Australia, Adelaide, getting ready for the Australian Open. All right, so Tony Finn in the house with us. We'll move on to the NFL as well. From the college football, don't worry, everybody. There'll be plenty of opportunities to get burned again with bad play calling and/or plenty of opportunities for late glory because there's some people that are happy tonight how the game just ended. We got the Chargers and Texans up first here, Tony. The spread is 3. The total has come down. It was 42.5 all week pretty much. I see 41.5 right now. What do you think about the first NFL game of the day tomorrow?
Well, I think you have, if you're looking at this game, from my viewpoint, at least my perspective, two teams that really did during the season, they played a soft schedule, or the games they won were against soft teams. None of them really won a big game per se. Maybe Houston won, did a little better job than that, at least outplaying the projections or maybe their skill set or their youth at quarterback. I like the Chargers on the road here. I like Harbaugh. Really, if you're gonna weigh everything in this game, and you're going to weigh coaching, and you're going to give that any weight as far as the outcome of this game, I think you have to like the Chargers and what they can do defensively and what they're capable of with Herbert behind center.
Yeah, I don't want to get into too many X's and O's, so we will simplify. But I agree with you. I think the best way of putting this game is, listen. Number one, I don't think the Chargers should be 3-point favorites. So I don't agree with the point spread. The money line is minus 160. And don't be surprised if this is a 1-point game, guys. Like, it's gonna be a close football game. But I sort of keep on coming back to, we talked about Harbaugh having to learn the hard way about losing these games, sort of similar to Sarkisian tonight, knocking on the door, not being able to finish it off. Harbaugh finally was able to finish it off. Michigan got better in the short yardage situations, and they won the national championship last year. This isn't Harbaugh's first dance in the National Football League, guys. He's not a rookie coach, right? He's been in the NFL. He's been to a Super Bowl with the San Francisco 49ers. So he knows how to prepare for an NFL playoff game. And sort of simplified, Tony. I mean, we got you can argue better defense, better coach, better quarterback. Right? I mean, those are pretty, if you want to simplify things, all right, who's the better quarterback? Justin Herbert's the better quarterback. Who's the better coach? I like D'Amico, but Harbaugh is the better coach, right? He's won a national championship, been to Super Bowls before, and the Chargers defense is badass. You throw those, and then number 4, it's not like Houston have any sort of home field advantage. Number 5, Houston are a pretty beat up football team. They do get Nico Collins back, but they're not 100% this football team.
No, and Nico Collins isn't 100%. And he's going to back because this is a postseason game. But you're right. A healthy Nico Collins, a healthy Texas team offensively is really the only way I can even consider the Texans. And they're not, as you just mentioned. Coaches considered a rookie compared to Harbaugh. Quarterback considered a rookie compared to Herbert. And all things equal, and I put weight on those. Everything you just said, I think, spot on. Harbaugh is one of the few coaches. A lot of people forget, you just mentioned, that he was not only an NFL coach, a successful NFL coach. One of the only coaches in the history of the game that's been to a Super Bowl and a national championship game in college. Means something to me.
Yeah, and plus he's like 60 years old now, 60 plus, 61
That's true.
or whatever.
Yeah, he's old.
He's not here to have fun.
I like
He's here to win. You know what I mean? I'm not saying they're going to win the Super Bowl this year or anything, but you know what I mean? Like Harbaugh, it's not like Harbaugh's thinking, oh, well, I had a good year in my first year here. Yeah, you know what I mean? They're going in the right direction, but Harbaugh's thinking, no, we're going to win, and then we're going to go beat Kansas City next week after. Like Harbaugh's thinking, like,
absolutely.
And why not? Like I said, and something we didn't get to, too. Herbert is good in big games. He hasn't played a lot of them, but he's good.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
University College of London scientists have created the world's thinnest spaghetti. And by thin, this electro-spun nanofiber pasta makes your grandfather's angel hair look like a redwood tree trunk. At 372 nanometers, that's 14,000 billionths of an inch thick. It can only be seen with an electron microscope. Made of safe edible starch for medical drug delivery and porous bandages that let moisture in and keep bacteria out. Cooks up for dinner in just a second. However, only one problem.
I can't see it.
Follow me at Capalbo on X and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
Fall is here. It's getting cooler. Football and the World Series are coming in. Life is good.
SportsGrid makes it better.
Get the winning edge. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. Fall is almost here. It's time to stow the lawnmower and get ready for all that glorious action coming your way. Stay tuned to SportsGrid for all the strategies, angles, and info you need to get the winning edge. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
SportsRage game day. Although the game is done, so we have to move on. It's all over but the crying. We're still in shock about how Texas blew that. I can't believe it. We were, and the whole time, too, we were talking about, we're going to get to 21-21. And I called the vision, Tony, even when it was like earlier in the game, 7-7 or whatever. I was like, 21-21, we get to overtime, and I got a puncher's chance of getting this over home. And okay, fine. And then to get kicked in the teeth and for Texas not to cover like that on the way out with the fumble. Yep. But like you said, they brought it upon themselves. They can't punch it in. They deserve it. We'll give credit to Ohio State for stepping up and not just sort of conceding the touchdown either. They manned up. They played D. The play calling was terrible. And then just horrible luck. The bad beat to me at the end, whatever. It is what it is. Bad beat, bad bat. It is what it is. But the fact just that the ball bounced up perfectly to Sawyer after and he returned it for the touchdown.
Yeah.
I mean, let's just say that doesn't happen. Like you said, Tony, they had a bunch of timeouts left still at that time. Okay, whatever. Ohio State get the ball back. And then, you know what I mean? They win by 7 and the in-game betters and whatever. The spread's a little bit different, but it didn't play out that way. So we got to move on. Like Unique said, we got jobbed. Yeah, there's a Montreal screw job part 2 here. That was the old the Arlington anal job. That's what we got there. The Arlington special. The Arlington steamer. Seriously, Arlington. Thanks, Arlington. Okay, so Pittsburgh and Baltimore. Baltimore, Tony. Point spread is 9.5 now, and the total's 43.5. What's your pick there?
Well, I'll tell you that I thought this was a, going into last weekend, into week 18, Some teams have to play hard. Some teams got to rest players. We all know that scenario. We all know how that played out too. Baltimore was going to be really my big play tomorrow. And it's, however, I don't think people are putting, or at least I don't know about you. I haven't talked to you this week. Like I said, I don't know how much emphasis you're putting on this injury to Flowers, but it's like cutting the leg off of a sprinter. This is a huge injury. Harbaugh, Jackson, this team, his entire career at Baltimore, this team hasn't been a stud wideout team for him to. They've been a tight end team for seemingly a half a decade, for that matter, right? And without Flowers, that's what they turn into. Andrews, lively, Henry running the football, Jackson picking up some of the slack off the edge, and quarterback draws, et cetera, et cetera. This defense isn't what Baltimore has sported over the last 5 years. So I thought, listen, when Philadelphia put a absolute arse kicking on the Steelers back in week 16, whatever that was, I said, we finally have seen the Steelers team that I believe they are, and that's an offensively challenged team and a team that's average defensively. I loved Baltimore, but how am I going to lay 10 points without their leading receiver? Look at the receivers on this team. Look at the numbers. Look what they've done throughout the season, and you're going to find, wow, Flowers did a lot more than I thought. And without that, I'm shying away from the game completely, simply because of one player. I hate saying that. That's not what it's supposed to be in football, but that's what it is for me in this matchup.
I get it. The thing is, too, I agree with what you said. They've never had the star wide receivers. Flowers is a stud. He's not a star, but he is a stud, and he adds a lot to it. Mm-hmm. Mark Andrews has been awesome, though, the last couple of weeks. Yeah. But if you're the Pittsburgh Steelers, you know this now, and I agree with you. You take, you got to deal with Lamar, you got to deal with Derrick Henry, okay, but when you're talking about passing the football, it's going to be all about Mark Andrews. So can you take Mark Andrews out of the equation and limit him a little bit? As crazy as it sounds, too, and I get it, nobody ever thinks, people didn't think the Green Bay Packers were going to blow up the Dallas Cowboys last year in the playoffs either, right? So there's always going to be things that happen and surprise people, and nobody believes in Pittsburgh. Like you said, I kind of agree with you, Tony, too. Their offense is broken. The last month has been pretty brutal for the Steelers, even though they play tough competition, but you're playing tough competition again. But I think it helps Pittsburgh that they're playing Baltimore, that they're playing a division rival, actually, right? You're playing a team. There's no surprises here. They know what Baltimore do. They know what Baltimore want to do. They know Lamar Jackson inside out, and they also know how to confuse Lamar Jackson. So it doesn't mean it's going to work, but they know at least how to approach this. I'm going to be on the Steelers in this game. And let me just throw this out there for people as well. I brought it up earlier, but we all know about the Ravens' struggles in the postseason. This is unbelievable, though. In 2019, when they went to the playoffs, they scored 12 points in a playoff game to Tennessee. Yeah. It was the lowest point total of the year for them. The next year, 2020, they played the Buffalo Bills in the playoffs. They scored 3 points against Buffalo in the playoffs. It was their lowest point total of the year. Last year, Tony, 2023, the playoffs, they scored 10 points against the Kansas City Chiefs. It was their lowest point total of the year. I mean, this, so we can say, it's hype that Lamar hasn't played well in the postseason. It's not just him, but there it is, Tony. I mean, here's 3 playoff games, bro, in the last 4 years in which they scored their lowest point total of the season in the playoffs.
Yeah. And listen, you're absolutely, that's good. That's a great analogy. And as you're speaking and talking and outlining with this game how it should play out, it probably will play out for that matter. There isn't any huge coaching edge with Tomlin and Harbaugh. I mean, Harbaugh doesn't overshadow Tomlin. Tomlin knows how to coach football. And Pittsburgh has a quarterback. It's not Roethlisberger, but we all know what this kid can do. And I call him a kid because he is a kid to me. But a veteran quarterback. That's right, exactly. He knows how to throw the football,
especially in a one-game
good
setting,
decisions.
Right? It's one game, right?
That's correct.
That's all you're asking.
That's correct.
So he's been there before.
And if the Steelers win, and they can win this game, 9.5 far too many points without Flowers in my world, in my orbit. I think personally, you're going to see a Chiefs Bills, which is really what I want to see anyway. I want to see Kansas City's going to beat Texas. They're going to beat L.A., not San Diego, but L.A. In that scenario, they should at home at Arrowhead.
I think
and the
Chargers,
Bills are going to beat the Broncos.
If the Texans played Kansas City, I don't think they would go in Arrowhead and beat them. They already played them too, right? We've seen that script before.
Yep.
But I don't think they don't have what it takes this year. I think the Chargers have a puncher's chance, though, Tony, against the Chiefs. They got to obviously get through the Texans first. But back to the Harbaugh factor, back to him just shortening the game. The Chiefs really haven't played a real game in 3 weeks as well. If anybody can handle, I know it's Reed, etc. And the Chargers, even in the Staley days, they've played a lot of tough Chief games, right? It's another division rival. Like, that's what I'm saying. So it's like they know what the Chiefs do. They know what Mahomes wants to do. So it's not, there's not some new package that they have to deal with here. So then you got the Buffalo Bills. They're laying 8.5. This game, I like the Bills to cover, and I think it's going to go over to 47.5 as well. So the total is 47.5 there. And for the record, Tony, I like the Ravens and the Steeler game to go over the number too.
Yeah, if the Steelers can muster, getting a stop against the Ravens on the other side of the field, which means in their territory, I agree with you. I think they have to do something. They have to do something defensively. It has to be one big play defensively for this Pittsburgh team to send this game over, especially with no Flowers. But I wouldn't argue with that over the total at Ravens-Steelers game as well.
All right, we're coming up again, so we'll keep Tony for a couple more minutes. We'll get Cam on for the final segment to get Cam's best bets on the way out here. Green Bay Packers are getting an even 5 right now. The total is 45.5 in that game. We'll get Tony's thoughts on the other side. The Commanders and Buccaneers is 3-50. The Monday Nighter in Glendale, Arizona, Minnesota, and L.A. Vikings minus 2.5. Total 48 right now. The Montreal Screwjob continues. Bring it.
The new SportsGrid app is now available on iOS and the App Store. Experience the ultimate sports betting companion that provides personalized content from your favorite hosts. In-depth matchup previews, game and prop picks, live odds, stats, scores, and more. All in one place. And of course, on the SportsGrid app, you can tune into our live television and radio coverage anytime. On the go, wherever you are. Download the SportsGrid app on the iOS App Store now. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. SportsGrid TV and radio networks are the premier streaming video and audio channels dedicated to serving the sports wagering audience. Found on major smart TV platforms and streaming on SportsGrid Radio and Sirius XM Channel 159. SportsGrid's real-time data, expert commentary, and entertaining analysis transform viewers into informed sports enthusiasts. Our weekday radio lineup begins with the early line at 8 a.m. Eastern with Ben Stevens and Donnie Rightside. Donnie joins Kevin Walsh on Money Line at 11 a.m. Eastern, followed by Football Full Circle at noon Eastern. Kaplan and crew join the party at 1 p.m. Eastern, and Pharrell Coast to Coast keeps things rolling from 3 to 6 p.m. Eastern. Get in the mix with Kevin Walsh and Game Time Decisions at 6 p.m. Eastern. Evenings simmer with Carver and Lisi, then boils over with Gabe Morency on SportsRage Late Night at 10 p.m. Eastern. To find out where to find SportsGrid that's best for you, go to sportsgrid.com. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. The SportsGrid Radio Network presents This Date in Sports History.
1981, Larry Holmes beats Trevor Berbick by a unanimous decision in Las Vegas to retain his WBC boxing title. Holmes won his first 48 bouts. He fell one short of matching Rocky Marciano's career mark of 49-0 when he lost to Michael Spinks in an upset decision in 1985. For SportsGrid Radio, I'm Mike DeMurgis.
How many SportsGrid listeners does it take to change a light bulb?
It takes 2.
One to change the light bulb, and one to see if our mobile app can provide the same amount of light. Get the winning edge. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Well, you know what? I can't, I was going to say, I almost feel like I'm a Texas Longhorn fan right now or something. I feel like I punched, like Matthias said, it's like a gut punch. And then as a Michigan fan, too, to see Ohio State like this, just pull that out at the end, it's like, this just makes me want to throw up, right? Like, I would have liked nothing better to see Texas knock them off in overtime. And I can't believe we couldn't even get to 44, 45 points in this game. I can't believe I fell for the there'll be more points in this game. The whole thing was a disaster. And I can't believe Ohio State freaking runs back the fumble for a touchdown to blow the cover on the way out. It just, you know what? Like we were saying last night, hey, all right, things really couldn't have worked out any better. I guess, that's life as a gambler, right, Tony? Last night I was on Notre Dame. I had, I had in-game stuff and I had teasers under 52.5, under 55.5 and stuff, and it looked doom late. And then they end up pulling it out. And then the next 24 hours later, we're on the wrong end of it. So it is what it is. We move on to the NFL. Buffalo and Denver. What do you think of that football game? Buffalo minus 8.5, 47.5.
For me, it's not a big. It's not. I don't need to. I don't need an hour to discuss this game and break it down. I like Denver. I like this team. I like the way they're built. I like what they've done compared to last year's disaster, especially early in the season. But it's hard. We've talked about this the last couple of weeks. It's really hard to ignore what Buffalo's done in the last 4 games. And I haven't been perfect, but it's just Allen's just a little bit different than what he's been in the past. This time of the year, this time of the season, when everyone's damaged, every team's damaged. It's a tough. Everybody's hurt right now, but he's playing pretty well. This team's playing pretty well. They're pretty balanced, and they don't. And again, they didn't overplay Allen this year as far as using his legs. And I think you're going to see. I think you're going to see 50 yards on the ground from Allen tomorrow. I think you're going to see almost 250, 300 yards passing. I think you're going to see Josh Allen, and I think you're going to see the Buffalo Bills do just enough defensively where they probably do something special against this young quarterback, Nix, in his first playoff game. And this is a team that can win by 21 tomorrow. They can win by 28 tomorrow. This is one of those games I think can be a blowout, especially if they do something special defensively.
Sunday.
There's no way. Sunday's true.
Tomorrow.
There's no way I'm in this room. Yeah, there's no way I'm in this room and not on Buffalo. But again, that's a lot of points to be laying.
What about Green Bay getting 5 against the Philadelphia Eagles?
Well, I think this is the game. This is the game that I think is, if you're going to be a money line player, do you see Hurts? I knew he was healthy. When Philly released their emergency quarterback, everybody's saying, I can't play this game because I'm not sure Hurts is healthy. I said, Hurts is playing. I said, the problem isn't Hurts, isn't what Philly's done. This team's really come together well in the last half, or at least last quarter of the season. Again, this is a Green Bay team that lost maybe one of the most important pieces of their offense when Watson tore his ACL. I mean, this is a 6'4", Tyreek Hill-like speed, 4.3 40 receiver that opens up the underneath routes, that stretches the field, and Love's not healthy going in this game. He lost feeling in his throwing hand, and I don't know how you don't like Philly tomorrow to just run the ball down and throw this Green Bay Packers defense that's been better every single season under a good coach, LaFleur. But I think they're outmanned, and overpowered on Sunday. I really like Philly. Another game that I think is a blowout, but you got to lay the wood.
All right, so Tony Finn likes the Philadelphia Eagles minus the points, minus the 5.
Yeah.
And then you got the Sunday nighter with the Buccaneers and the Commanders. Who do you like there?
I like the Buccaneers. I'm a huge fan of Tampa Bay and their kind of high-strung, politically incorrect quarterback. And I like their coach. I like everything about Tampa Bay. Truthfully,
that's you, not
really
Baker Mayfield. You're high-strung and
politically incorrect, right? That's why I like him so much. I guess
describe it yourself, not Baker Mayfield. But go on, all right.
But it's hard. Listen, I like what the Commanders. Let's talk about teams that have really stepped it up this year and improved. It's hard not to talk about the Washington Commanders, or soon to be Redskins again. Hopefully, I'm just saying that's politically incorrect, right? And I just like what Tampa Bay's done. I thought that they were dead. I thought the Bucs were dead about week 16, 15. Mayfield had what I would call dead arm. If he was a pitcher, his air yard passes, or at least 5, 6, 7 air yard passes, looked like he was an old man throwing a baseball and couldn't get it to home plate. But he looked They've played really well last couple of weeks of the season. And this is a situation, a team much more experienced, playing a young quarterback, a rookie quarterback. And again, if I'm in this room, and I'm not yet, I'm all over Tampa Bay. I cannot back Washington.
And finally, in closing, Tony, we got about a minute to hear. What about the Monday nighter with the Rams and the Vikings in Glendale, Arizona?
I think you and I, we're LA fans to a degree, Dodgers, although I give them a lot of trouble and I'm really hard on them. The same applies to the Rams. I like the coaching staff. I like this team. I'm a big Stafford fan. I was a Stafford fan when he was in Detroit. But here's the problem. That move from SoFi to Glendale is really big, and really it moves a point or two to the Minnesota side for me. If you're not going to have to play they're not going to play in SoFi, and they're going to be in Glendale, which is essentially a neutral field, I'm on the Vikings. I listen, it's hard for me to say, hey, I'm taking Darno, and I'm going to put Stafford on the shelf because this is a better team all around. They're better defensively, probably better offensively if Darno plays the way he's played this season, right? I'll take Minnesota minus a small number. Absolutely.
You mean Darnold?
Darno. Now, it's kind of like Darno is like a bear, right? Right? Do you remember?
No,
it is that way. Absolutely that way. Sure.
No.
Yeah.
I don't know. No, that's people used to throw that. No. That's just.
You don't think so?
No.
I don't know. Maybe it's a Cajun in me. It's like it's not me, Herbert. It's a bear. It's like Detroit. It's not Detroit. It's Detroit.
Tony Finn. Thanks, Tony.
Darno.
The boys of summer become the champions of fall. The World Series is on its way. And SportsGrid brings you every angle. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
University College of London scientists have created the world's thinnest spaghetti. And by thin, this electro-spun nanofiber pasta makes your grandfather's angel hair look like a redwood tree trunk. At 372 nanometers, that's 14,000 billionths of an inch thick. It can only be seen with an electron microscope. Made of safe edible starch for medical drug delivery and porous bandages that let moisture in and keep bacteria out. Cooks up for dinner in just a second. However, only one problem.
I can't see it.
Follow me at Chicapalbo on X and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
For anyone who's worried about back taxes, has not filed tax returns, and doesn't know what to do next, stop and listen. Not filing your taxes can have severe consequences, especially in this political climate. Now that COVID is over, the IRS is getting aggressive, massively increasing enforcement and collection efforts. With politicians making all sorts of promises, especially when it comes to taxes, hiding and not dealing with your taxes will cause you harsh legal and financial ramifications. But right now, the IRS offers forgiveness and writes off a massive amount of tax debt. The Tax Doctor offers a free service that helps people get out of IRS collections and back in good standing with the government. Don't hide or bury your head in the sand. Take advantage of our free service. Call now to learn more. 800-816-4492. 800-816-4492. 800-816-4492. That's 800-816-4492.
Don't listen to information you can get from just anywhere. Studies have proven that idiots walk among us. Consider the source. Only SportsGrid gives you sports gaming strategies and info you can take to the bank. It's the winning edge. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Well, you've got a lot of good promo material tonight, Elise Matthias. There's Tony Finn with us tonight in fine form. I like the one, Sam Darnold. He's like, isn't it Cajun? I'm like, no, it's not. It's not Cajun. The guy's a white guy from California, bro. He's not Cajun, all right?
Are you kidding me?
Tony Finn.
That's amazing.
He was calling Sam Darnold Sam Darno. And I'm like, what are you talking about? So Darno.
Like go
I've heard
Tigers,
people in the old
LSU.
days. I remember in the old days, they used to call him like Darnold or something like that. I was like, dude, it's Darnold. All right, it's not hard. It's Darnold. Like Sam Darnold. And Tony's like, no, it's Darno. And I'm like, it's not Darno.
Not Darno. No, it's not Darno. You know, like, remember the game?
Tony, though, I'm like a substitute teacher, though. My head's about to explode after the bad loss, and Tony's like the worst student to get, Cam, at the end of the week, right?
You're right.
You know what I mean? We came back from the break. He talks over the segment. When are we coming back from the break as I'm coming in? So I'm like, I had to, he's like, but Ben, I said, Tony, do you understand when music plays? It means like intro extra, bro. When the music starts, that's what it means.
It's amazing to me, Morency.
He's a treasure, Tony.
He is. Tony is a national treasure, but it's funny, like we've had Babano on for years and the same thing. It's like, don't you understand like intros, extras, bumper music, whatever? It's just
it's not
like
hard.
It's
even heavy metal music too.
Yeah,
it's like just heavy metal music playing, dude.
It means
like
it's very
over,
metal.
Right? Like where it started.
Exactly. I look at you and I see your
worst
disgust.
part is though,
like,
it was all silent during the break because I hate when people talk during the break.
Yeah,
and it's all silent. And then just as the music starts, Tony starts talking. So, hey, Gabe, I got to talk to you. When do we come back from the break? And I was like, we're back, you stupid. I'm like, we're back.
That's what I love, Tony.
Like, I would have laughed it off if Texas wouldn't have not scored on the 1 yard, not on 1 yard line.
Exactly, Gabe.
But,
I did my math tonight, and it was actually because I hit hockey and stuff. And the difference between if that Sawyer guy doesn't take that in, like the money I win, it wasn't a disaster for losses, but it was just one of those things. It was a windfall. But you know what? Me and you have been gambling a long time, and I feel like people used to say water finds its level. I don't think it finds it for me. Like I lose a lot of games like that. Me and you have more bad beats, I think, than anybody. But hey, such is life. It's life. We gamble.
Yeah, we just bet every day.
Yeah, we do.
So Ohio State and Notre Dame, and we were talking about all the big numbers and stuff like that. So this is the point spread, guys. The Ohio State Buckeyes are 9.5-point favorites against the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. The total is 46. They're just begging us to take Notre Dame, man.
I know they
are. They're like, oh, you got to take Notre Dame. You get 9.5. I'm actually surprised. Look, guys, the advanced line was 6.5. They bounced it up. They're like, no, Ohio State have covered twice now. We're not, or 3 times now in the playoffs. We're not getting burnt. They've covered every game. What, the Tennessee, the Oregon, now this one. So they don't want to get burnt again. So whatever, reel me in. I hate Ohio State, so I'm all in. Let's go, Rudy.
I don't know, Gabe. After tonight with Texas, and they could have like won the game, and the fact that they don't cover teasers because of that one play.
How did they F that up, man?
Honest to God,
bunch of losers.
This is the thing. I don't mind losing bets. When you make a stupid bet, like, oh, I took Tennessee this week, and I do dumb stuff,
Tim,
you know.
They set up in the shotgun. I guess you weren't on at that time. They set up in the shotgun, bro, on the 1 yard line. Like, why? Why would you do that? Or you were like, why? Like, you know what I mean? And even then, bringing R.G. Manning. And like you said, no, you were then at the time. The chances that the ball bounces right up to Sawyer like that are like 1 in 100,000. And of course, it happens, right? Like, oh yeah, of course.
It was like God placed
like a basketball
it in his
court, just bounced up. Hey, thanks, buddy. Like, hey, yeah, I got it.
Oh. Usually it rolls. Like I looked at the bounce again.
I hate Ohio State too. Will Howard's stupid face after the game, and Ryan Day and his stupid black fake Rudy Giuliani painted on beard. God, the whole thing is sickening.
Like, dude,
and then I get screwed. And Cam, we always talk about it. Oh, don't bet on teams you hate. I didn't, and somehow these son of a bitches screw me for thousands of dollars now. Like, I can't believe it. I'm like, oh, I can't believe they did that. Like that touchdown at the end too.
Thank God for golf and hockey.
We should have been in overtime right now. We'd be in quadruple overtime right now.
I didn't care about
Sarkisian. He screwed that up. Sarkisian, you screwed your own team, Sarkisian. It's your fault. Yeah, it really is. People blame people all the time. I'm not a big blame game guy. It is what it is. You lose a game. There's a lot of plays in the game. But, dude, you're on the freaking 1 yard line. Like, that's unacceptable. Like, what did you do? Who are you throwing the ball for? All right, follow me on Twitter X. Cam, what's your best bet tomorrow in the NFL? What do you got?
Mixon, anytime touchdown, pick up for Houston.
Right, give me Felix Auger-Aliassime plus 110 tonight at 2:30 Eastern time. Let's go.
I love it.
You're on your own later.
I'm betting horses now, too.
Luck is getting a warning.